Introduction, Part 1 of Lives of the Engineers, George and Robert Stephenson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording read by Andy Minter. Lives of the Engineers, George and Robert Stephenson, by Samuel Smiles. Bid harbours open, public ways extend, bid temples worthier of God ascend, bid the broad arch the dangerous flood contain, the mole projected break the roaring main, back to his bounds their subject sea command, and roll obedient rivers through the land. These honours peace to happy Britain brings, these are imperial works and worthy kings. Pope. Introduction, Part 1. Since the appearance of this book in its original form, some 17 years since, the construction of railways has continued to make extraordinary progress. Although Great Britain, first in the field, had then, after about 25 years' work, expended nearly 300 millions sterling in the construction of 8,300 miles of railway, it has, during the last 17 years, expended about 288 millions more in constructing 7,780 additional miles. But the construction of railways has proceeded with equal rapidity on the Continent. France, Germany, Spain, Sweden, Belgium, Switzerland, Holland, have largely added to their railway mileage. Austria is actively engaged in carrying new lines across the plains of Hungary, which Turkey is preparing to meet by lines carried up the valley of the lower Danube. Russia is also occupied with extensive schemes for connecting Petersburg and Moscow with her ports in the Black Sea on the one hand, and with the frontier towns of her Asiatic empire on the other. Italy is employing her newborn liberty in vigorously extending railways throughout her dominions. A direct line of communication has already been opened between France and Italy through the Mont Cenis tunnel, while another has been opened between Germany and Italy through the Brenner Pass, so that the entire journey may now be made by two different railway routes, excepting only the short sea passage across the English Channel from London to Brindisi, situated in the south-eastern extremity of the Italian peninsula. During the last 16 years nearly the whole of the Indian railways have been made. When Edmund Burke, in 1783, arraigned the British Government for their neglect of India in his speech on Mr. Fox's bill, he said, "England has built no bridges, made no high roads, cut no navigations, dug out no reservoirs. Were we to be driven out of India this day, nothing would remain to tell that it had been possessed, during the inglorious period of our dominion, by anything better than the orang outang or the tiger." But that reproach no longer exists. Some of the greatest bridges erected in modern times, such as those over the Soane near Patna and over the Jumna at Allahabad, have been erected in connection with the Indian railways. More than 5,000 miles are now at work, and they have been constructed at an expenditure of about £88,000,000 of British capital, guaranteed by the British Government. The Indian railways connect the capitals of the three presidencies, uniting Bombay with Madras on the south and with Calcutta on the north east, while a great main line, 2,200 miles in extent, passing through the north western provinces, and connecting Calcutta with Lucknow, Delhi, Lahore, Multan, and Kurachi, unites the mouths of the Hooghly in the Bay of Bengal with those of the Indus in the Arabian Sea. When the first edition of this work appeared in the beginning of 1857, the Canadian system of railways was but in its infancy. The Grand Trunk was only begun, and the Victoria Bridge, the greatest of all railway structures, was not half erected. The colony of Canada has now more than 3,000 miles in active operation along the great valley of the St. Lawrence, connecting Riviera de Loup at the mouth of that river, and the harbour of Portland in the state of Maine, via Montreal and Toronto, with Sarnia on Lake Huron, and with Windsor, opposite Detroit, in the state of Michigan. During the same time, the Australian colonies have been actively engaged in providing themselves with railways, many of which are at work, and others are in course of formation. The Cape of Good Hope has several lines open, and others making. France has constructed about 400 miles in Algeria, while the Pasha of Egypt is the proprietor of 360 miles in operation across the Egyptian desert. The Japanese are also making railroads. But in no country has railway construction been prosecuted with greater vigour than in the United States. There the railway furnishes not only the means of intercommunication between already established settlements, as in the Old World, but it is regarded as the pioneer of colonisation, and as instrumental in opening up new and fertile territories of vast extent in the West, the food grounds of future nations. Hence railway construction in that country was scarcely interrupted even by the great Civil War, at the commencement of which Mr. Seward publicly expressed the opinion that physical bonds, such as highways, railroads, rivers, and canals, are vastly more powerful for holding civil communities together than any mere covenants, though written on parchment or engraved on iron. The people of the United States were the first to follow the example of England, after the practicability of steam locomotion had been proved on the Stockton and Darlington, and Liverpool and Manchester railways. The first sod of the Baltimore and Ohio Railway was cut on the 4th of July, 1828, and the line was completed and opened for traffic the following year, when it was worked partly by horse power and partly by a locomotive built at Baltimore, which is still preserved in the company's workshops. In 1830 the Hudson and Mohawk Railway was begun, while other lines were under construction in Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, and New Jersey, and in the course of 10 years 1843 miles were finished and in operation. In 10 more years 8827 miles were at work. At the end of 1864 35,000 miles, and at the 31st of December 1873 not less than 70,651 miles were in operation, of which 3,916 had been made during that year. One of the most extensive trunk lines is the Great Pacific Railroad, connecting the lines in the valleys of the Mississippi and the Missouri with the city of San Francisco on the shores of the Pacific, by means of which it is possible to make the journey from England to Hong Kong, via New York, in little more than a month. The results of the working of railways have been in many respects different from those anticipated by their projectors. One of the most unexpected has been the growth of an immense passenger traffic. The Stockton and Darlington line was projected as a coal line only, and the Liverpool and Manchester as a merchandise line. Passengers were not taken into account as a source of revenue, for at the time of their projection it was not believed that people would trust themselves to be drawn upon a railway by an "explosive machine," as the locomotive was described to be. Indeed, a writer of eminence declared that he would as soon think of being fired off on a ricochet rocket as travel on a railway at twice the speed of the old stage coaches. So great was the alarm which existed as to the locomotive, that the Liverpool and Manchester Committee pledged themselves, in their second prospectus, issued in 1825, not to require any clause empowering its use; and as late as 1829 the Newcastle and Carlisle Act was conceded on the express condition that the line should not be worked by locomotives, but by horses only. Nevertheless, the Liverpool and Manchester Company obtained powers to make and work their railway without any such restriction, and when the line was made and opened, a locomotive passenger train was advertised to be run upon it by way of experiment. Greatly to the surprise of the directors, more passengers presented themselves as travellers by the train than could conveniently be carried. The first arrangements as to passenger traffic were of a very primitive character, being mainly copied from the old stage coach system. The passengers were "booked" at the railway office, and their names were entered in a way bill, which was given to the guard when the train started. Though the usual stage coach bugleman could not conveniently accompany the passengers, the trains were at first played out of the terminal stations by a lively tune performed by a trumpeter at the end of the platform, and this continued to be done at the Manchester station until a comparatively recent date. But the number of passengers carried by the Liverpool and Manchester line was so unexpectedly great that it was very soon found necessary to remodel the entire system. Tickets were introduced, by which a great saving of time was effected. More roomy and commodious carriages were provided, the original first-class compartments being seated for 4 passengers only. Everything was found to have been in the first instance made too light and too slight. The prize "Rocket," which weighed only 4½ tons when loaded with its coke and water, was found quite unsuited for drawing the increasingly heavy loads of passengers. There was also this essential difference between the old stage coach and the new railway train, that whereas the former was full with 6 inside and 10 outside, the latter must be able to accommodate whatever number of passengers came to be carried. Hence, heavier and more powerful engines, and larger and more substantial carriages, were from time to time added to the carrying stock of the railway. The speed of the trains was also increased. The first locomotives used in hauling coal trains ran at from 4 to 6 miles an hour. On the Stockton and Darlington line the speed was increased to about 10 miles an hour, and on the Liverpool and Manchester line the first passenger trains were run at the average speed of 17 miles an hour, which at that time was considered very fast. But this was not enough. When the London and Birmingham line was opened, the mail trains were run at 23 miles an hour, and gradually the speed went up, until now the fast trains are run at from 50 to 60 miles an hour, the pistons in the cylinders at 60 miles, travelling at the inconceivable rapidity of 800 feet per minute. To bear the load of heavy engines run at high speed, a much stronger and heavier road was found necessary, and shortly after the opening of the Liverpool and Manchester line it was entirely relaid with stronger materials. Now that express passenger engines are from 30 to 35 tons each, the weight of the rails has been increased from 35 pounds to 75 pounds, or 86 pounds to the yard. Stone blocks have given place to wooden sleepers, rails with loose ends resting on the chairs to rails with their ends firmly "fished" together, and in many places, where the traffic is unusually heavy, iron rails have been replaced by those of steel. And now see the enormous magnitude to which railway passenger traffic has grown. In the year 1873, 401,465,086 passengers were carried by day tickets in Great Britain alone. But this was not all, for in that year 257,470 periodical tickets were issued by the different railways, and assuming half of them to be annual, 1/4 half yearly, and the remainder quarterly tickets, and that their holders made only 5 journeys each way weekly, this would give an additional number of 47,024,000 journeys, or a total of 448,489,086 passengers carried in Great Britain in 1 year. It is difficult to grasp the idea of the enormous number of persons represented by these figures. The mind is merely bewildered by them, and can form no adequate notion of their magnitude. To reckon them singly would occupy 25 years, counting at the rate of 1 a second, for 12 hours every day. Or take another illustration. Supposing every man, woman, and child in Great Britain to make 10 journeys by rail yearly, the number would greatly fall short of the passengers carried in 1873. Mr. Porter, in his Progress of the Nation, estimated that 30 millions of passengers, or about 82,000 a day, travelled by coaches in Great Britain in 1834, an average distance of 12 miles each, at an average cost of 5s. a passenger, or at the rate of 5d. a mile; whereas above 448 millions are now carried by railway, an average distance of 8½ miles each, at an average cost of 1s. 1½d. per passenger, or about 3 halfpence per mile, in considerably less than 1/4 of the time. But besides the above numbers of passengers, over 162,000,000 tons of minerals and merchandise were carried by railway in the United Kingdom in 1873, besides mails, cattle, parcels, and other traffic. The distance run by passenger and goods trains in the year was 162,561,304 miles, to accomplish which it is estimated that 4 miles of railway must have been covered by running trains during every second all the year round. To perform this service there were, in 1873, 11,255 locomotives at work in the United Kingdom, consuming about 4,000,000 tons of coal and coke, and flashing into the air every minute some 40 tons of water in the form of steam in a high state of elasticity. There were also 24,644 passenger carriages, 9,128 vans and brakes attached to passenger trains, and 329,163 trucks, waggons, and other vehicles appropriated to merchandise. Buckled together, buffer to buffer, the locomotives and tenders would extend from London to Peterborough, while the carrying vehicles, joined together, would form two trains occupying a double line of railway extending from London to beyond Inverness. A notable feature in the growth of railway traffic of late years has been the increase in the number of third-class passengers compared with first and second class. 16 years since, the third-class passengers constituted only about one-third; 10 years later they were about one-half, whereas now they form more than three-fourths of the whole number carried. In 1873 there were about 23,000,000 first-class passengers, 62,000,000 second-class, and not less than 306,000,000 third-class. Thus George Stephenson's prediction that the time would come when it would be cheaper for a working man to make a journey by railway than to walk on foot is already verified. The degree of safety with which this great traffic has been conducted is not the least remarkable of its features. Of course, so long as railways are worked by men, they will be liable to the imperfections belonging to all things human. Though their machinery may be perfect, and their organisation as complete as skill and forethought can make it, workmen will at times be forgetful and listless, and a moment's carelessness may lead to the most disastrous results. Yet, taking all circumstances into account, the wonder is that travelling by railway at high speed should have been rendered comparatively so safe. To be struck by lightning is one of the rarest of all causes of death, yet more persons are killed by lightning in Great Britain than are killed on railways from causes beyond their own control. Most persons would consider the probability of their dying by hanging to be extremely remote; yet, according to the Registrar General's returns, it is considerably greater than that of being killed by railway accident. The remarkable safety with which railway traffic is on the whole concluded is due to constant watchfulness and highly applied skill. The men who work the railways are for the most part the picked men of the country, and every railway station may be regarded as a practical school of industry, attention, and punctuality. Few are aware of the complicated means and agencies that are in constant operation on railways day and night to ensure the safety of the passengers to their journey's end. The road is under a system of continuous inspection. The railway is watched by foremen, with gangs of men under them, in lengths varying from 12 to 5 miles, according to circumstances. Their continuous duty is to see that the rails and chairs are sound, their fastenings complete, and the line clear of all obstructions. Then, at all the junctions, sidings, and crossings, pointsmen are stationed, with definite instructions as to the duties to be performed by them. At these places signals are provided, worked from the station platforms, or from special signal boxes, for the purpose of protecting the stopping or passing trains. When the first railways were opened, the signals were of a very simple kind. The station men gave them with their arms stretched out in different positions. Then flags of different colours were used. Next, fixed signals with arms or discs of rectangular or triangular shape. These were followed by a complete system of semaphore signals, near and distant, protecting all junctions, sidings, and crossings. When Government inspectors were first appointed by the Board of Trade to examine and report upon the workings of railways, they were alarmed by the number of trains following each other at some stations in what seemed to be a very rapid succession. A passage from a report written in 1840 by Sir Frederick Smith as to the traffic at Taylor's Junction, on the York and North Midland Railway, contrasts curiously with the railway life and activity of the present day. Here Wrote the alarmed inspector, the passenger trains from York, as well as from Leeds and Selby, meet 4 times a day. No less than 23 passenger trains stop at or pass this station in the 21 hours, an amount of traffic requiring not only the utmost perfect arrangements on the part of the management, but the utmost vigilance and energy in the servants of the company employed at this place. Contrast this with the state of things now. On the Metropolitan line, 667 trains pass a given point in one direction or the other during the 18 hours of the working day, or an average of 36 trains an hour. At the Cannon Street station of the South Eastern Railway, 627 trains pass in and out daily, many of them crossing each other's tracks under the protection of the station signals. 45 trains run in and out between 9 and 10 a.m., and an equal number between 4 and 5 p.m. Again, at the Clapham Junction, near London, about 700 trains pass or stop daily; and though, to the casual observer, the succession of trains coming and going, running and stopping, coupling and shunting, appears a scene of inextricable confusion and danger, the whole is clearly intelligible to the signal men in their boxes, who work the trains in and out with extraordinary precision and regularity. The inside of a signal box reminds one of a pianoforte on a large scale, the lever handles corresponding with the keys of the instrument, and to an uninstructed person to work the one would be as difficult as to play a tune on the other. The signal box outside Cannon Street station contains 67 lever handles, by means of which the signalmen are enabled at the same moment to communicate with the drivers of all the engines on the line within an area of 800 yards. They direct, by signs which are quite as intelligible as words, the drivers of the trains starting from inside the station, as well as those of the trains arriving from outside. By pulling a lever handle, a distant signal, perhaps out of sight, is set some 100 yards off, which the approaching driver, reading it quickly as he comes along, at once interprets and stops or advances as the signal may direct. The precision and accuracy of the signal machinery employed at important stations and junctions have of late years been much improved by an ingenious contrivance by means of which the setting of the signal prepares the road for the coming train. When the signal is set at danger, the points are at the same time worked, and the road is locked against it; and when at safety, the road is open, the signal and the points exactly corresponding. The electric telegraph has also been found a valuable auxiliary in ensuring the safe working of large railway traffics. Though the locomotive may run at 60 miles an hour, electricity, when at its fastest, travels at the rate of 288,000 miles a second, and is therefore always able to herald the coming train. The electric telegraph may, indeed, be regarded as the nervous system of the railway. By its means the whole line is kept throbbing with intelligence. The method of working the electric signals varies on different lines, but the usual practice is to divide a line into so many lengths, each protected by its signal stations; the fundamental law of telegraph working being that 2 engines are not allowed to run on the same line between 2 signal stations at the same time. When a train passes one of such stations, it is immediately signalled on, usually by electric signal bells, to the station in advance, and that interval of railway is blocked until the signal has been received from the station in advance that the train has passed it. Thus an interval of space is always secured between trains following each other, which are thereby alike protected before and behind; and thus, when a train starts on a journey, it may be hundreds of miles, it is signalled on from station to station, it "lives" along the line, until at length it reaches its destination, and the last signal of "train in" is given. By this means an immense number of trains can be worked with regularity and safety. On the South Eastern Railway, where the system has been brought to a state of high efficiency, it is no unusual thing during Easter week to send 600,000 passengers through the London Bridge Station alone, and on some days as many as 1,200 trains a day. While such are the expedients adopted to ensure safety, others, equally ingenious, are adopted to ensure speed. In the case of express and mail trains, the frequent stopping of the engines to take in a fresh supply of water occasions a considerable loss of time on a long journey, each stoppage for this purpose occupying from 10 to 15 minutes. To avoid such stoppages, larger tenders have been provided, capable of carrying as much as 2000 gallons of water each; but as a considerable time is occupied in filling these, a plan has been contrived by Mr. Ramsbottom, the locomotive engineer of the London and North Western Railway, by which the engines are made to feed themselves while running at full speed. The plan is as follows: an open trough, about 440 feet long, is laid longitudinally between the rails. Into this trough, which is filled by water, a dip pipe or scoop attached to the bottom of the tender of the running train is lowered, and at a speed of 50 miles an hour as much as 1070 gallons of water are scooped up in the course of a few minutes. The first of such troughs was laid down between Chester and Holyhead, to enable the express mail to run the distance of 841 miles in 2 hours and 5 minutes without stopping; and similar troughs have since been laid down at Bushey, near London, at Castlethorpe, near Wolverton, and at Parkside, near Liverpool. At these 4 troughs about 130,000 gallons of water are scooped up daily. Wherever railways have been made, new towns have sprung up, and old towns and cities have been quickened into new life. When the first English lines were projected, great were the prophecies of disaster to the inhabitants of the districts through which they were proposed to be forced. Such fears have long since been dispelled in this country. The same prejudices existed in France. When the railway from Paris to Marseilles was laid out so as to pass through Lyons, a local prophet predicted that if the line were made the city would be ruined. Ville traversée, ville perdue. While a local priest denounced the locomotive and the electric telegraph as heralding the reign of Antichrist. But such nonsense is no longer uttered. Now it is the city without the railway that is regarded as the city lost, for it is in a measure shut out from the rest of the world, and left outside the pale of civilization. End of Introduction, Part 1. Chapter 13 of Lives of the Engineers, George and Robert Stephenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Andy Minter. Lives of the Engineers, George and Robert Stephenson, by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 13. Robert Stephenson constructs the London and Birmingham Railway. Of the numerous extensive projects which followed close upon the completion of the Liverpool and Manchester line and the locomotive triumph at Rainhill, that of a railway between London and Birmingham was the most important. The scheme originated at the latter place in 1830. 2 committees were formed, and 2 plans were proposed. One was of a line to London by way of Oxford, and the other by way of Coventry. The simple object of the promoters of both schemes being to secure the advantages of railway communication with the metropolis, they wisely determined to combine their strength to secure it. They then resolved to call George Stephenson to their aid, and requested him to advise them as to the 2 schemes which were before them. After a careful examination of the country, Mr. Stephenson reported in favour of the Coventry route, when the Lancashire gentlemen, who were the principal subscribers to the project, having every confidence in his judgment, supported his decision, and the line recommended by him was adopted accordingly. At the meeting of the promoters, held at Birmingham to determine on the appointment of an engineer for the railway, there was a strong party in favour of associating with Mr. Stephenson a gentleman with whom he had been brought into serious collision in the course of the Liverpool and Manchester undertaking. When the offer was made to him that he should be joint engineer with the other, he requested leave to retire, and to consider the proposal with his son. The father was in favour of accepting it. His struggle heretofore had been so hard that he could not bear the idea of missing so promising an opportunity of professional advancement. But the son, foreseeing the jealousies and heartburnings which the joint engineership would most probably create, recommended his father to decline the connection. George adopted the suggestion, and returning to the committee, he announced to them his decision. on which the promoters decided to appoint him the engineer of the undertaking, in conjunction with his son. This line, like the Liverpool and Manchester, was very strongly opposed, especially by the landowners. Numerous pamphlets were published, calling on the public to "beware of the bubbles," and holding up the promoters of railways to ridicule. They were compared to St. John Long and similar quacks, and pronounced fitter for Bedlam than to be left at large. The canal proprietors, landowners, and road trustees made common cause against them. The failure of railways was confidently predicted. Indeed, it was elaborately attempted to be proved that they had failed, and it was industriously spread abroad that the locomotive engines, having been found useless and highly dangerous on the Liverpool and Manchester line, were immediately to be abandoned in favour of horses, a rumour which the directors of the company thought it necessary publicly to contradict. Public meetings were held in all the counties through which the line would pass between London and Birmingham, at which the project was denounced, and strong resolutions against it were passed. The attempt was made to conciliate the landlords by explanations, but all such efforts proved futile, the owners of nearly 7/8 of the land being returned as dissentients. "I remember," said Robert Stephenson, describing the opposition, "that we called one day on Sir Astley Cooper, the eminent surgeon, in the hope of overcoming his aversion to the railway. He was one of our most inveterate and influential opponents. His country house at Berkhamsted was situated near the intended line, which passed through part of his property. We found a courtly, fine-looking old gentleman, of very stately manners, who received us kindly, and heard all we had to say in favour of the project. But he was quite inflexible in his opposition to it. No deviation or improvement that we could suggest had any effect in conciliating him. He was opposed to railways generally, and to this in particular. 'Your scheme,' said he, 'is preposterous in the extreme. It is of so extravagant a character as to be positively absurd. Then look at the recklessness of your proceedings. You are proposing to cut up our estates in all directions for the purpose of making an unnecessary road. Do you think for one moment of the destruction of property involved by it? Why, gentlemen, if this sort of thing is permitted to go on, you will in a very few years destroy the noblesse.' We left the honourable baronet without having produced the slightest effect upon him, excepting, perhaps, it might be, increased exasperation against our scheme. I could not help observing to my companions as we left the house, 'Well, it is really provoking to find one who has been made a Sir for cutting that wen out of George IV.'s neck, charging us with contemplating the destruction of the noblesse because we propose to confer upon him the benefits of a railroad.' Such being the opposition of the owners of land, it was with the greatest difficulty that an accurate survey of the line could be made. At one point the vigilance of the landowners and their servants was such that the surveyors were effectually prevented from taking the levels by the light of day, and it was only at length accomplished at night by means of dark lanterns. There was one clergyman who made such alarming demonstrations of his opposition that the extraordinary expedient was resorted to of surveying his property during the time he was engaged in the pulpit. This was managed by having a strong force of surveyors in readiness to commence their operations, who entered the clergyman's grounds on one side the moment they saw him fairly off of them on the other. By a well organised and systematic arrangement, each man concluded his allotted task just as the reverend gentleman concluded his sermon, so that, before he left the church, the deed was done, and the sinners had all decamped. Similar opposition was offered at many other points, but ineffectually. The laborious application of Robert Stephenson was such, that in examining the country to ascertain the best line, he walked the whole distance between London and Birmingham upwards of 20 times. When the bill went before the Committee of the Commons in 1832, a formidable array of evidence was produced. All the railway experience of the day was brought to bear in support of the measure, and all that interested opposition could do was set in motion against it. The necessity for an improved mode of communication between London and Birmingham was clearly demonstrated, and the engineering evidence was regarded as quite satisfactory. Not a single fact was proved against the utility of the measure, and the bill passed the committee, and afterwards the third reading in the Commons, by large majorities. It was then sent to the Lords and went into committee, when a similar mass of testimony was again gone through, But it had been evident from the opening of the proceedings that the fate of the bill had been determined before even a word of the evidence had been heard. At that time the committees were open to all peers, and the promoters of the bill found, to their dismay, many of the lords who were avowed opponents of the measure as landowners sitting as judges to decide its fate. Their principal object seemed to be to bring the proceedings to a termination as quickly as possible. An attempt at negotiation was indeed made in the course of the proceedings in committee, but failed, and the bill was thrown out. As the result had been foreseen, measures were taken to neutralise the effect of this decision as regarded future operations. Not less than £32,000 had been expended in preliminary and parliamentary expenses up to this stage, but the promoters determined not to look back, and forthwith made arrangements for prosecuting the bill in the next session. Strange to say, the bill then passed both houses silently and almost without opposition. The mystery was afterwards solved by the appearance of a circular issued by the directors of the company, in which it was stated that they had opened negotiations with the most influential of their opponents, that these measures had been successful to a greater extent than they had ventured to anticipate, and the most active and formidable had been conciliated. An instructive commentary on the mode by which these noble lords and influential landed proprietors had been conciliated was the simple fact that the estimate for land was nearly trebled, and that the owners were paid about £750,000 for what had been originally estimated at £250,000. The landowners having thus been conciliated, the promoters of the measure were permitted to proceed with the formation of their great highway. Robert Stephenson was, with the sanction of his father, appointed sole engineer, and steps were at once taken by him to make the working survey, to prepare the working drawings, and to arrange for the construction of the railway. 80 miles of the road were shortly under contract, having been let within the estimates, and the works were in satisfactory progress by the beginning of 1834. The difficulties encountered in their construction were very great, the most formidable of them originating in the character of the works themselves. Extensive tunnels had to be driven through unknown strata, and miles of underground excavation had to be carried out in order to form a level road from valley to valley under the intervening ridges. This kind of work was the newest of all to the contractors of that day. Robert Stephenson's experience in the collieries of the north rendered him well fitted to grapple with such difficulties; yet even he, with all his practical knowledge, could scarcely have foreseen the serious obstacles which he was called upon to encounter in executing the formidable cuttings, embankments, and tunnels of the London and Birmingham Railway. It would be an uninteresting, as it would be a fruitless task, to attempt to describe the works in detail, but a general outline of their extraordinary character and extent may not be out of place. The length of the railway to be constructed between London and Birmingham was 112.5 miles. The line crossed a series of low-lying districts, separated from each other by considerable ridges of hills, and it was the object of the engineer to cross the valleys at as high, and the hills at as low, elevations as possible. The high ground was therefore cut down, and the "stuff" fed into embankments, in some places of great height and extent, so as to form a road upon as level a plain as was considered practicable for the workings of the locomotive engine. In some places the high grounds were passed in open cuttings, while in others it was necessary to bore through them in tunnels with deep cuttings at each end. The most formidable excavations on the line are those at Tring, Denbigh Hall, and Blisworth. The Tring cutting is an immense chasm across the great chalk ridge of Ivinghoe. It is 2½ miles long, and for 1/4 mile is 57 feet deep. 1.5 million cubic yards of chalk and earth were taken out of this cutting by means of horse runs, and deposited in spoil banks, besides the immense quantity run into the embankment north of the cutting, forming a solid mound nearly 6 miles long and about 30 feet high. Passing over the Denbigh Hall cutting and the Wolverton embankment of 1½ miles in length across the valley of the Ouse, we come to the excavation at Blisworth, a brief description of which will give the reader an idea of one of the most difficult kinds of railway work. The Blisworth cutting is one of the longest and deepest grooves cut in the solid earth. It is 1½ miles long, in some places 65 feet deep, passing through earth, stiff clay, and hard rock. Not less than 1,000,000 cubic yards of these materials were dug, quarried, and blasted out of it. One third of the cutting was stone, and beneath the stone lay a thick bed of clay, under which were found beds of loose shale, so full of water that almost constant pumping was necessary at many points to enable the work to proceed. For a year and a half the contractor went on fruitlessly contending with these difficulties, and at length he was compelled to abandon the adventure. The engineer then took the works in hand for the company, and they were vigorously proceeded with. Steam engines were set to work to pump out the water. 2 locomotives were put on, one at each end of the cutting, to drag away the excavated rock and clay, and 800 men and boys were employed along the work, in digging, wheeling, and blasting, besides a large number of horses. Some idea of the extent of the blasting operations may be formed from the fact that 25 barrels of gunpowder were used weekly, the total quantity exploded in forming this one cutting being about 3,000 barrels. Considerable difficulty was experienced in supporting the bed of rock cut through, which overlaid the clay and shale along each side of the cutting. It was found necessary to hold it up by strong retaining walls, to prevent the clay bed from bulging out, and these walls were further supported by a strong invert, that is, an arch placed in an inverted position under the road, thus binding together the walls on both sides. Behind the retaining walls a drift or horizontal drain was provided to enable the water to be run off, and occasional openings were left in the walls themselves for the same purpose. The work was at length brought to a successful completion, but the extraordinary difficulties encountered in forming the cutting had the effect of greatly increasing the cost of this portion of the railway. The tunnels on the line are 8 in number, their total length being 7,336 yards. The first high ground encountered was Primrose Hill, where the stiff London clay was passed through for a distance of about 1,164 yards. The clay was close, compact, and dry, more difficult to work than stone itself. It was entirely free from water, but the absorbing properties of the clay were such that when exposed to the air it swelled out rapidly. Hence an unusual thickness of brick lining was found necessary, and the engineer afterwards informed the author that for some time he entertained an apprehension lest the pressure should force in the brickwork altogether. It was so great that it made the face of the bricks to fly off in minute chips, which covered his clothes while he was inspecting the work. The materials used in the building were, however, of excellent quality, and the tunnel was happily brought to a completion without any accident. At Watford, the Chalk Ridge was penetrated by a tunnel about 1,800 yards long, and at Northchurch, Lindslade, and Stow Hill, there were other tunnels of minor extent. But the chief difficulty of the undertaking was the execution of that under the Kilsby Ridge. Though not the largest, this is in many respects one of the most interesting works of the kind in England. It is about 2,400 yards long, and runs at an average depth of about 160 feet below the surface. The ridge under which it extends is of considerable extent, the famous battle of Naseby having been fought upon one of the spurs of the same high ground about 7 miles to the eastward. Previous to the letting of the contract, the character of the underground soil was examined by trial shafts. The tests indicated that it consisted of shale of the lower oolite, and the works were let accordingly. But they had scarcely been commenced when it was discovered that, at an interval between the 2 trial shafts which had been sunk, about 200 yards from the south end of the tunnel, there existed an extensive quicksand, under a bed of clay 40 feet thick, which the borings had escaped in the most singular manner. At the bottom of one of these shafts the excavation and building of the tunnel were proceeding, when the roof at one part suddenly gave way, a deluge of water burst in, and the party of workmen with the utmost difficulty escaped with their lives. They were only saved by means of a raft, on which they were towed by one of the engineers swimming with the rope in his mouth to the lower end of the shaft, out of which they were safely lifted to the daylight. The works were, of course, at that point immediately stopped. The contractor who had undertaken the construction of the tunnel was so overwhelmed by the calamity that, though he was relieved by the company from his engagement, he took to his bed and shortly after died. Pumping engines were then erected for the purpose of draining off the water, but for a long time it prevailed, and sometimes even rose in the shaft. The question then presented itself whether, in the face of so formidable a difficulty, the work should be proceeded with or abandoned. Robert Stephenson sent over to Alton Grange for his father, and the two took serious counsel together. George was in favour of pumping out the water from the top by powerful engines erected over each shaft, until the water was mastered. Robert concurred in that view, and although other engineers pronounced strongly against the practicability of the scheme, and advised its abandonment, the directors authorised him to proceed, and powerful steam engines were ordered to be constructed and delivered without loss of time. In the meantime, Robert suggested to his father the expediency of running a drift along the heading from the south end of the tunnel, with the view of draining off the water in that way. George said he thought it would scarcely answer, but that it was worth a trial, at all events until the pumping engines were got ready. Robert accordingly gave orders for the drift to be proceeded with. The excavators were immediately set to work, and they were very soon close upon the sand bed. One day, when the engineer, his assistants, and the workmen were clustered about the open entrance of the driftway, they heard a sudden roar, as of distant thunder. It was hoped that the water had burst in, for all the workmen were out of the drift, and that the sand bed would now drain itself off in a natural way; instead of which, very little water made its appearance, and on examining the inner end of the drift, it was found that the loud noise had been caused by the sudden discharge into it of an immense mass of sand, which had completely choked up the passage, and prevented the water from flowing away. The engineer now found that there was nothing for it but to sink numerous additional shafts over the line of the tunnel, at the points at which it crossed the quicksand, and endeavour to master the water by sheer force of engines and pumps. The engines erected possessed an aggregate power of 160 horses, and they went on pumping for 8 successive months, emptying out an almost incredible quantity of water. It was found that the water with which the bed of sand, extending over many miles, was charged, was to a certain degree held back by the particles of sand itself, and that it could only percolate through at a certain average rate. It appeared in its flow to take a slanting direction to the suction of the pumps, the angle of inclination depending upon the coarseness or fineness of the sand, and regulating the time of the flow. Hence the distribution of the pumping power at short intervals along the line of the tunnel had a much greater effect than the concentration of that power at any one spot. It soon appeared that the water had found its master. Protected by the pumps, which cleared a space for the engineering operations, carried on in the midst, as it were, of two almost perpendicular walls of water and sand on either side, the workmen proceeded with the building of the tunnel at numerous points. Every exertion was used to wall in the dangerous parts as quickly as possible, the excavators and bricklayers labouring night and day until the work was finished. Even while under the protection of the immense pumping power above described, it often happened that the bricks were scarcely covered with cement ready for the setting ere they were washed quite clean by the streams of water which poured from overhead. The men were accordingly under the necessity of holding over their work large whisks of straw and other appliances to protect the bricks and cement at the moment of setting. The quantity of water pumped out of the sand bed during the 8 months of incessant pumping averaged 2000 gallons per minute, raised from an average depth of 120 feet. It is difficult to form an adequate idea of the bulk of the water thus raised, but it may be stated that if allowed to flow for 3 hours only, it would fill a lake 1 acre square to the depth of 1 foot, and if allowed to flow for one entire day, it would fill the lake to over 8 feet in depth, or sufficient to float vessels of 100 tons burden. The water pumped out of the tunnel while the work was in progress would be nearly equivalent to the contents of the Thames at high water between London and Woolwich. It is a curious circumstance that, notwithstanding the quantity thus removed, the level of the surface of the water in the tunnel was only lowered about 2½ to 3 inches per week, proving the vast area of the quicksand, which probably extended along the entire ridge of land under which the railway passed. The cost of the line was greatly increased by the difficulties encountered at Kilsby. The original estimate for the tunnel was only £99,000, but before it was finished it had cost more than £100 per lineal yard forward, or a total of nearly £300,000. The expenditure on the other parts of the line also greatly exceeded the amount first set down by the engineer, and before the works were finished it was more than doubled. The land cost 3 times more than the estimate, and the claims for compensation were enormous. Although the contracts were let within the estimates, very few of the contractors were able to complete them without the assistance of the company, and many became bankrupt. The magnitude of the works, which were unprecedented in England, was one of the most remarkable features of the undertaking. The following striking comparison has been made between this railway and one of the greatest works of ancient times. The Great Pyramid of Egypt was, according to Diodorus Siculus, constructed by 300,000, according to Herodotus by 100,000 men. It required for its execution 20 years, and the labour expended upon it has been estimated as equivalent to lifting 15,733,000,000 of cubic feet of stone 1 foot high. Whereas, if the labour expended in constructing the London and Birmingham Railway be in like manner reduced to one common denomination, the result is 25,000,000,000 of cubic feet more than was lifted for the Great Pyramid. And yet the English work was performed by about 20,000 men in less than 5 years. And whilst the Egyptian work was executed by a powerful monarch, concentrating upon it the labour and capital of a great nation, the English railway was constructed, in the face of every conceivable obstruction and difficulty, by a company of private individuals out of their own resources, without the aid of the Government or the contribution of one farthing of public money. The labourers who executed this formidable work were, in many respects, a remarkable class. The railway navvies, as they are called, were men drawn by the attraction of good wages from all parts of the kingdom, and they were ready for any sort of hard work. Some of the best came from the fen districts of Lincoln and Cambridge, where they had been trained to execute works of excavation and embankment. These old practitioners formed a nucleus of skilled manipulation and aptitude, which rendered them of indispensable utility in the immense undertakings of the period. Their expertness in all sorts of earthwork, in embanking, boring, and well sinking, their practical knowledge of the nature of soils and rocks, the tenacity of clays, and the porosity of certain stratifications, were very great; and, rough-looking though they were, many of them were as important in their own department as the contractor or the engineer. During the railway-making period the navvy wandered about from one public work to another, apparently belonging to no country and having no home. He usually wore a white felt hat with the brim turned up, a velveteen or jeans square-tailed coat, a scarlet plush waistcoat with little black spots, and a bright coloured kerchief round his herculean neck, when, as often happened, it was not left entirely bare. His corduroy breeches were retained in position by a leathern strap round the waist, and were tied and buttoned at the knee, displaying beneath a solid calf and foot encased in strong high-laced boots. Joining together in a "butty gang," some 10 or 12 of these men would take a contract to cut out and remove so much dirt as they denominated earth-cutting, fixing their price according to the character of the "stuff," and the distance to which it had to be wheeled and tipped. The contract taken, every man put himself on his mettle. If any was found skulking, or not putting forth his full working power, he was ejected from the gang. Their powers of endurance were extraordinary. In times of emergency they would work for 12 or even 16 hours, with only short intervals for meals. The quantity of flesh meat which they consumed was something enormous, but it was to their bones and muscles what coke is to the locomotive, the means of keeping up the steam. They displayed great pluck, and seemed to disregard peril. Indeed, the most dangerous sort of labour, such as working horse-barrow runs, in which accidents are of constant occurrence, has always been most in request among them, the danger seeming to be one of its chief recommendations. Working, eating, drinking, and sleeping together, and daily exposed to the same influences, these railway labourers soon presented a distinct and well-defined character, strongly marking them from the population of the districts in which they laboured. Reckless alike of their lives as of their earnings, the navvies worked hard and lived hard. For their lodging, a hut of turf would content them, and in their hours of leisure the meanest public house would serve for their parlour. Unburdened as they usually were by domestic ties, unsoftened by family affection, and without much moral or religious training, the navvies came to be distinguished by a sort of savage manners, which contrasted strangely with those of the surrounding population. Yet, ignorant and violent though they might be, they were usually good-hearted fellows in the main, frank and open-handed with their comrades, and ready to share their last penny with those in distress. Their pay nights were often a saturnalia of riot and disorder, dreaded by the inhabitants of the villages along the line of works. The irruption of such men into the quiet hamlet of Kilsby must indeed have produced a very startling effect on the recluse inhabitants of the place. Robert Stephenson used to tell a story of the clergyman of the parish waiting upon the foreman of one of the gangs to expostulate with him as to the shocking impropriety of his men working during Sunday; but the head navvy merely hitched up his trousers and said, "Why, Sundays han't cropped up here yet." In short, the navvies were little better than heathens, and the village of Kilsby was not restored to its wonted quiet until the tunnel works were finished, and the engines and scaffoldings removed, leaving only the immense masses of débris around the line of shafts which extend along the top of the tunnel. In illustration of the extraordinary working energy and powers of endurance of the English navvies, we may mention that when railway making extended to France, the English contractors for the works took with them gangs of English navvies with the usual plant, which included wheelbarrows. These the English navvy was accustomed to run out rapidly and continuously, piled so high with stuff that he could barely see, over the summit of his load, the gang board along which he wheeled his barrow. While he thus easily ran out some 300 or 400 weight at a time, the French navvy was contented with half the weight. Indeed, the French navvies on one occasion struck work because of the size of the English barrows, and there was an émeute on the Rouen railway, which was only quelled by the aid of the military. The consequence was that the big barrows were abandoned to the English workmen, who earned nearly double the wages of the Frenchmen. The manner in which they stood to their work was a matter of great surprise and wonderment to the French country people, who came crowding round them in their blouses, and after gazing admiringly at their expert handling of the pick and the mattock, and the immense loads of "dirt" which they wheeled out, would exclaim to each other, "Mon Dieu, voilà ces Anglais comme ils travaillent!" End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Lives of the Engineers, George and Robert Stephenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Andy Minter. Lives of the Engineers, George and Robert Stephenson, by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 14. Manchester and Leeds and Midland Railways. Stephenson's life at Alton. Visit to Belgium. General extension of railways and their results. The rapidity with which railways were carried out when the spirit of the country became roused was indeed remarkable. This was doubtless in some measure owing to the increased force of the current of speculation at the time, but chiefly to the desire which the public began to entertain for the general extension of the system. It was even proposed to fill up the canals and convert them into railways. The new roads became the topic of conversation in all circles. They were felt to give a new value to time. Their vast capabilities for business particularly recommended them to the trading classes, while the friends of progress dilated on the great benefits they would eventually confer upon mankind at large. It began to be seen that Edward Pease had not been exaggerating when he said, "Let the country but make the railroads, and the railroads will make the country." They also came to be regarded as inviting objects of investment to the thrifty, and a safe outlet for the accumulations of inert men of capital. Thus new avenues of iron road were soon in course of formation, branching in all directions, so that the country promised in a wonderfully short time to become wrapped in one vast network of iron. In 1836 the Grand Junction Railway was under construction between Warrington and Birmingham, the northern part by Mr. Stephenson and the southern by Mr. Rastrick. The works on that line embraced heavy cuttings, long embankments, and numerous viaducts, but none of these are worthy of any special description. Perhaps the finest piece of masonry on the railway is the Dutton Viaduct across the valley of the Weaver. It consists of 20 arches of 60 feet span, springing 16 feet from the perpendicular shaft of each pier, and 60 feet in height from the crown of the arches to the level of the river. The foundation of the piers were built on piles driven 20 feet deep. The structure has a solid and majestic appearance, and is perhaps the finest of George Stephenson's viaducts. The Manchester and Leeds line was in progress at the same time, an important railway connecting the principal manufacturing towns of Yorkshire and Lancashire. An attempt was made to obtain the Act as early as 1831, but its promoters were defeated by the powerful opposition of the landowners, aided by the canal companies, and the project was not revived for several years. The line was somewhat circuitous, and the works were heavy, but on the whole the gradients were favourable, and it had the advantage of passing through a district full of manufacturing towns and villages, teeming hives of population, industry, and enterprise. The Act authorising the construction of the railway was obtained in 1836. It was greatly amended in the succeeding year, and the first ground was broken on the 18th of August, 1837. In conducting this project to an issue, the engineer had the usual opposition and prejudices to encounter. Predictions were confidently made in many quarters that the line could never succeed. It was declared that the utmost engineering skill could not construct a railway through such a country of hills and hard rocks, and it was maintained that, even if the railroad were practicable, it could only be made at a ruinous cost. During the progress of the works, as the Summit Tunnel near Littleborough was approaching completion, the rumour was spread abroad in Manchester that the tunnel had fallen in and buried a number of the workmen. The last arch had been keyed in and the work was all but finished, when the accident occurred, which was thus exaggerated by the lying tongue of rumour. An invert had given way through the irregular pressure of the surrounding earth and rock, at a part of the tunnel where a fault had occurred in the strata. A party of the directors accompanied the engineer to inspect the scene of the accident. They entered the tunnel's mouth, preceded by upwards of 50 navvies, each bearing a torch. After walking a distance of about half a mile, the inspecting party arrived at the scene of the frightful accident, about which so much alarm had been spread. All that was visible was a certain unevenness of the ground, which had been forced up by the invert under it giving way. Thus the ballast had been loosened, the drain running along the centre of the road had been displaced, and small pools of water stood about; but the whole of the walls and the roof were still as perfect as any other part of the tunnel. The engineer explained the cause of the accident. The blue shale, he said, through which the excavation passed at that point, was considered so hard and firm as to render it unnecessary to build the invert very strong there. But shale is always a deceptive material. Subjected to the influence of the atmosphere, it gives but a treacherous support. In this case, falling away like quicklime, it had left the lip of the invert alone to support the pressure of the arch above, and hence its springing inwards and upwards. Mr. Stephenson directed the attention of the visitors to the completeness of the arch overhead, where not the slightest fracture or yielding could be detected. Speaking of the work in the course of the same day, he said, "I will stake my character and my head if that tunnel ever give way, so as to cause danger to any of the public passing through it. Taking it as a whole, I don't think there is such another piece of work in the world. It is the greatest work that has yet been done of this kind, and there has been less repairing than is usual, though an engineer might well be beaten in his calculations, for he cannot beforehand see into those little fractured parts of the earth he may meet with." As Stephenson had promised, the invert was put in, and the tunnel was made perfectly safe. The construction of this subterranean road employed the labour of above 1,000 men for nearly 4 years. Besides excavating the arch out of solid rock, they used 23 million of bricks and 8,000 tons of Roman cement in the building of the tunnel. 13 stationary engines and about 100 horses were also employed in drawing the earth and stone out of the shafts. Its entire length is 2,869 yards, or nearly 1.75 miles, exceeding the famous Kilsby Tunnel by 471 yards. The Midland Railway was a favourite line of Mr. Stephenson's for several reasons. It passed through a rich mining district, in which it opened up many valuable coalfields, and it formed part of the great main line of communication between London and Edinburgh. The Act was obtained in 1836, and the first ground was broken in February 1837. Although the Midland Railway was only one of the many great works of the same kind executed at that time, it was almost enough of itself to be the achievement of a life. Compare it, for example, with Napoleon's military road over the Simplon, and it will at once be seen how greatly it excels that work, not only in the constructive skill displayed in it, but also in its cost and magnitude, and the amount of labour employed in its formation. The road of the Simplon is 45 miles in length. The North Midland Railway is 72.5 miles. The former has 50 bridges and 5 tunnels, measuring together 1,338 feet in length. The latter has 200 bridges and 7 tunnels, measuring together 11,400 feet, or about 2.25 miles. The former cost about £720,000 sterling, the latter above £3,000,000. Napoleon's grand military road was constructed in 6 years at a public cost of the two great kingdoms of France and Italy, while Stephensons railway was formed in about 3 years by a company of private merchants and capitalists out of their own funds and under their own superintendence. It is scarcely necessary that we should give any account in detail of the North Midland works. The making of one tunnel so much resembles the making of another. The building of bridges and viaducts, no matter how extensive, so much resembles the building of others. The cutting out of dirt, the blasting of rocks, and the wheeling of excavations into embankments, is so much a matter of mere time and hard work, that it is quite unnecessary for us to detain the reader by any attempt at their description. Of course there were the usual difficulties to encounter and overcome, but the railway engineer regarded these as mere matters of course, and would probably have been disappointed if they had not presented themselves. On the Midland, as on other lines, water was the great enemy to be fought against. Water in the Claycross and other tunnels, water in the boggy and sandy foundations of bridges, and water in cuttings and embankments. As an illustration of the difficulties of bridge building, we may mention the case of the 5-arch bridge over the Derwent, where it took 2 years' work, night and day, to get the foundations of the piers alone. Another curious illustration of the mischief done by water in cuttings may be briefly mentioned. At a part of the North Midland line, near Ambergate, it was necessary to pass along a hillside in a cutting a few yards deep. As the cutting proceeded, a seam of shale was cut across, lying at an inclination of 6 to 1, and shortly afterwards the water, getting behind the bed of shale, the whole mass of earth along the hill above began to move down across the line of excavation. The accident completely upset the estimates of the contractor, who, instead of 50,000 cubic yards, found that he had about 500,000 to remove, the execution of this part of the railway occupying 15 months instead of 2. The Oakenshaw cutting near Wakefield was also of a very formidable character. About 600,000 yards of rock shale and bind were quarried out of it, and led to form the adjoining Oakenshaw embankment. The Normanton cutting was almost as heavy, requiring the removal of 400,000 yards of the same kind of excavation into embankment and spoil. But the progress of the works on the line was so rapid in 1839 that not less than 450,000 cubic yards of excavation were removed monthly. As a curiosity in construction, we may also mention a very delicate piece of work executed on the same railway at Bulbridge in Derbyshire, where the line at the same point passes over a bridge which here spans the river Amber and under the bed of the Cromford Canal. Water, bridge, railway, and canal were thus piled one above the other, 4 stories high. Such another curious complication probably not existing. In order to prevent the possibility of the waters of the canal breaking in upon the works of the railroad, Mr. Stephenson had an iron trough made, 150 feet long, of the width of the canal, and exactly fitting the bottom. It was brought to the spot in 3 pieces, which were firmly welded together, and the trough was then floated into its place and sunk, the whole operation being completed without in the least interfering with the navigation of the canal. The railway works underneath were then proceeded with and finished. Another line of the same series, constructed by George Stephenson, was the York and North Midland, extending from Normanton, a point on the Midland Railway, to York, but it was a line of easy formation, traversing a comparatively level country. During the time that our engineer was engaged in superintending the execution of these undertakings, he was occupied on other projected railways in various parts of the country. He surveyed several lines in the neighbourhood of Glasgow, and afterwards routes along the east coast from Newcastle to Edinburgh, with the view of completing the main line of communication with London. When out on foot in the fields on these occasions, he was ever foremost in the march, and he delighted to test the prowess of his companions by a good jump at any hedge or ditch that lay in their way. His companions used to remark his singular quickness of observation. Nothing escaped his attention, the trees, the crops, the birds, or the farmer's stock, and he was usually full of lively conversation, everything in nature affording him an opportunity for making some striking remark or propounding some ingenious theory. When taking a flying survey of a new line, his keen observation proved very useful to him, for he rapidly noted the general configuration of the country and inferred its geological structure. He afterwards remarked to a friend, "I have planned many a railway travelling along in a post chaise and following the natural line of the country." And it was remarkable that his first impressions of the direction to be taken almost invariably proved correct, and there are few of the lines surveyed and recommended by him which have not been executed either during his lifetime or since. As an illustration of his quick and shrewd observation on such occasions, we may mention that when employed to lay out a line to connect Manchester through Macclesfield with the Potteries, the gentleman who accompanied him on the journey of inspection cautioned him to provide large accommodation for carrying off the water, observing, "You must not judge by the appearance of the brooks, for after heavy rains these hills pour down volumes of water of which you can have no conception." "Pooh! Don't I see your bridges?" replied the engineer. He had noted the details of each as he passed along. Among the other projects which occupied his attention about the same time were the projected lines between Chester and Holyhead, between Leeds and Bradford, and between Lancaster and Maryport by the western coast. This latter was intended to form part of a west coast line to Scotland, Stephenson favouring it partly because of the flatness of the gradients, and also because it could be formed at comparatively small cost, whilst it would open out a valuable iron mining district, from which a large traffic in ironstone was expected. One of its collateral advantages, in the engineer's opinion, was that by forming the railway directly across Morecambe Bay on the north west coast of Lancashire, a large tract of valuable land might be reclaimed from the sea, the sale of which would considerably reduce the cost of the works. He estimated that by means of a solid embankment across the bay, not less than 40,000 acres of rich alluvial land would be gained. He proposed to carry the road across the 10 miles of sands which lie between Poulton, near Lancaster, and Humphrey Head on the opposite coast, forming the line in a segment of a circle of 5 miles radius. His plan was to drive in piles across the entire length, forming a solid fence of stone blocks on the land side, for the purpose of retaining the sand and silt brought down by the rivers from the interior. The embankment would then be raised from time to time as the deposit accumulated, until the land was filled up to high water mark, provision being made by means of sufficient arches for the flow of river waters into the bay. The execution of the railway after this plan would, however, have occupied more years than the promoters of the West Coast line were disposed to wait, and eventually Mr. Locke's more direct but uneven line by Shap Fell was adopted. A railway has since been carried across the head of the bay, and it is not improbable that Stephenson's larger scheme of reclaiming this vast tract of land, now left bare at each receding tide, may yet be carried out. While occupied in carrying out the great railway undertakings which we have above so briefly described, Mr. Stephenson's home continued for the greater part of the time to be at Alton Grange, near Leicester; but he was so much occupied in travelling about from one committee of directors to another, one week in England, another in Scotland, and probably the next in Ireland, that he often did not see his home for weeks together. He had also to make frequent inspections of the various important and difficult works in progress, especially on the Midland and Manchester and Leeds lines, besides occasionally going to Newcastle to see how the locomotive works were going on there. During the 3 years ending in 1837, perhaps the busiest years of his life, he travelled by post-chaise alone upwards of 20,000 miles, and yet not less than 6 months out of the 3 years were spent in London. Hence there is comparatively little to record of Mr. Stephenson's private life at this period, during which he had scarcely a moment that he could call his own. His correspondence increased so much that he found it necessary to engage a private secretary, who accompanied him on his journeys. He was himself exceedingly averse to writing letters. The comparatively advanced age at which he learnt the art of writing, and the nature of his duties while engaged at the Killingworth colliery, precluded that facility in correspondence which only constant practice can give. He gradually, however, acquired great facility in dictation, and possessed the power of labouring continuously at this work. The gentleman who acted as his secretary in 1835 having informed us that, during his busy season, he one day dictated no fewer than 37 letters, several of them embodying the results of much close thinking and calculation. On another occasion he dictated reports and letters for 12 continuous hours, until his secretary was ready to drop off his chair from sheer exhaustion, and at length he pleaded for a suspension of the labour. This great mass of correspondence, although closely bearing on the subjects under discussion, was not, however, of a kind to supply the biographer with matter for quotation, or give that insight into the life and character of the writer which the letters of literary men so often furnish. They were, for the most part, letters of mere business, relating to works in progress, parliamentary contests, new surveys, estimates of cost, and railway policy, curt and to the point; in short, the letters of a man every moment of whose time was precious. He was also frequently called upon to inspect and report upon colliery works, salt works, brass and copper works, and such like, in addition to his own colliery and railway business; and occasionally he would run up to London for the purpose of attending in person to the preparation and deposit of the plans and sections of the projected undertakings of which he had been appointed engineer. Fortunately, Stephenson possessed a facility of sleeping which enabled him to pass through this enormous amount of fatigue and labour without injury to his health. He had been trained in a hard school, and could bear with ease conditions which, to men more softly nurtured, would have been the extreme of physical discomfort. Many, many nights he snatched his sleep while travelling in his chaise, and at break of day he would be at work, surveying until dark, and this for weeks in succession. His whole powers seemed to be under the control of his will, for he could wake at any hour and go to work at once. It was difficult for secretaries and assistants to keep up with such a man. It is pleasant to record that in the midst of these engrossing occupations his heart remained as soft and loving as ever. In springtime he would not be debarred of his boyish pursuit of bird nesting, but would go rambling along the hedges spying for nests. In the autumn he went nutting, and when he could snatch a few minutes he indulged in his old love of gardening. His uniform kindness and good temper, and his communicative, intelligent disposition, made him a great favourite with the neighbouring farmers, to whom he would volunteer much valuable advice on agricultural operations, drainage, ploughing, and labour-saving processes. Sometimes he took a long rural ride on his favourite "Bobby," now growing old, but as fond of his master as ever. Towards the end of his life Bobby lived in clover, its master's pet, doing no work, and he died at Tapton in 1845, more than 20 years old. During one of George's brief sojourns at the Grange, he found time to write to his son a touching account of a pair of robins that had built their nest within one of the upper chambers of the house. One day he observed a robin fluttering outside the windows and beating its wings against the panes, as if eager to gain admission. He went upstairs, and there found in a retired part of one of the rooms a robin's nest, with one of the parent birds sitting over 3 or 4 young, all dead. The excluded bird outside still beat against the panes, and on the window being let down it flew into the room, but was so exhausted that it dropped upon the floor. Mr. Stephenson took up the bird, carried it downstairs, had it warmed and fed. The poor robin revived, and for a time was one of his pets, but it shortly died too, as if unable to recover from the privations it had endured during its 3 days' fluttering and beating at the windows. It appeared that the room had been unoccupied, and the sash having been let down, the robins had taken the opportunity of building their nest within it; but the servant having closed the window again, the calamity befell the birds which so strongly excited Mr. Stephenson's sympathies. An incident such as this, trifling though it may seem, gives the true key to the heart of the man. The amount of their parliamentary business having greatly increased with the projection of new lines of railway, the Stephensons found it necessary to set up an office in London in 1836. George's first office was at 9 Duke Street, Westminster, from whence he removed in the following year to 35 Great George Street. That office was the busy scene of railway politics for several years. There consultations were held, schemes were matured, deputations were received, and many projectors called upon our engineer for the purpose of submitting to him their plans of railways and railway working. His private secretary at the time has informed us that at the end of the first parliamentary session, in which he had been engaged as engineer for more companies than one, it became necessary for him to give instructions as to the preparation of the accounts to be rendered to the respective companies. In the simplicity of his heart he directed Mr. Binns to take his full time at the rate of 10 guineas a day, and charge the railway companies in the proportion which he had actually been employed on their respective business during each day. When Robert heard of this instruction, he went directly to his father, and expostulated with him against this unprofessional course; and, other influences being brought to bear upon him, George at length reluctantly consented to charge as other engineers did, an entire day's fee to each of the companies for which he was concerned while their business was going forward; but he cut down the number of days charged for, and reduced the daily amount from 10 to 7 guineas. Besides his journeys at home, Mr. Stephenson was on more than one occasion called abroad on railway business. Thus, at the desire of King Leopold, he made several visits to Belgium to assist the Belgian engineers in laying out the national lines of that kingdom. That enlightened monarch at an early period discerned the powerful instrumentality of railways in developing a country's resources, and he determined at the earliest possible period to adopt them as the great high roads of the nation. The country, being rich in coals and minerals, had great manufacturing capabilities. It had good ports, fine navigable rivers, abundant canals, and a teeming industrious population. Leopold perceived that railways were eminently calculated to bring the industry of the country into full play, and to render the riches of the provinces available to the rest of the kingdom. He therefore openly declared himself the promoter of public railways throughout Belgium. A system of lines was projected at his instance, connecting Brussels with the chief towns and cities of the kingdom, extending from Ostend eastwards to the Prussian frontier, and from Antwerp southwards to the French frontier. Mr. Stephenson and his son, as the leading railway engineers of England, were consulted by the King on the best mode of carrying out his important plans as early as 1835. In the course of that year they visited Belgium, and had several interesting conferences with Leopold and his ministers on the subject of the proposed railways. The King then appointed George Stephenson by royal ordinance a Knight of the Order of Leopold. At the invitation of the monarch, Mr. Stephenson made a second visit to Belgium in 1837, on the occasion of the public opening of the line from Brussels to Ghent. At Brussels there was a public procession, and another at Ghent on the arrival of the train. Stephenson and his party accompanied it to the public hall, there to dine with the chief ministers of state, the municipal authorities, and about 500 of the principal inhabitants of the city, the English ambassador being also present. After the King's health and a few others had been drunk, that of Mr. Stephenson was proposed, on which the whole assembly rose up amidst great excitement and loud applause, and made their way to where he sat, in order to jingle glasses with him, greatly to his own amazement. On the day following, our engineer dined with the King and Queen at their own table at Laeken, by special invitation, afterwards accompanying his Majesty and suite to a public ball given by the municipality of Brussels, in honour of the opening of the line to Ghent, as well as of their distinguished English guest. On entering the room, the general and excited inquiry was, "Which is Stephenson?" The English engineer had not before imagined that he was esteemed to be so great a man. The London and Birmingham Railway having been completed in September, 1838, after having been about 5 years in progress, the great main system of railway communication between London, Liverpool, and Manchester was then opened to the public. For some months previously the line had been partially opened, coaches performing the journey between Denbigh Hall, near Wolverton, and Rugby, the works of the Kilsby Tunnel being still incomplete. It was already amusing to hear the complaints of the travellers about the slowness of the coaches as compared with the railway, though the coaches travelled at the speed of 11 miles an hour. The comparison of comfort was also greatly to the disparagement of the coaches. Then the railway train could accommodate any quantity, whilst the road conveyances were limited; and when a press of travellers occurred, as on the occasion of the Queen's coronation, the greatest inconvenience was experienced, and as much as £10 was paid for a seat on a donkey chaise between Rugby and Denbigh. On the opening of the railway throughout, of course, all this inconvenience and delay was brought to an end. Numerous other openings of railways constructed by Mr. Stephenson took place at about the same time. The Birmingham and Derby line was opened for traffic in August, 1839; the Sheffield and Rotherham in November, 1839; and in the course of the following year, the Midland, the York and North Midland, the Chester and Crewe, the Chester and Birkenhead, the Manchester and Birmingham, and the Manchester and Leeds, and the Maryport and Carlisle railways were all publicly opened in whole or in part. Thus 321 miles of railway, exclusive of the London and Birmingham, constructed under Mr. Stephenson's superintendence, at a cost of upwards of 11 millions sterling, were in the course of about 2 years added to the traffic accommodation of the country. The ceremonies which accompanied the public opening of these lines were often of an interesting character. The adjoining population held general holiday, bands played, banners waved, and assembled thousands cheered the passing trains amidst the occasional booming of cannon. The proceedings were usually wound up by a public dinner, and in the course of the speeches which followed, Mr. Stephenson would revert to his favourite topic, the difficulties which he had early encountered in the promotion of the railway system, and in establishing the superiority of the locomotive. On such occasions he always took great pleasure in alluding to the services rendered to himself and the public by the young men brought up under his eye, his pupils at first, and afterwards his assistants. No great master ever possessed a more devoted band of assistants and fellow workers than he did. It was one of the most marked evidences of his own admirable tact and judgment that he selected with such undeviating correctness the men best fitted to carry out his plans. Indeed, the ability to accomplish great things and to carry grand ideas into practical effect depends in no small measure on that intuitive knowledge of character which Stephenson possessed in so remarkable a degree. At the dinner at York, which followed the partial opening of the York and North Midland Railway, Mr. Stephenson said he was sure they would appreciate his feelings when he told them that when he first began railway business his hair was black, although it was now grey, and that he began his life's labour as but a poor ploughboy. About 30 years since he had applied himself to the study of how to generate high velocities by mechanical means. He thought he had solved that problem, and they had for themselves seen, that day, what perseverance had brought him to. He was on that occasion only too happy to have an opportunity of acknowledging that he had, in the latter portion of his career, received much valuable assistance, particularly from young men brought up in his manufactory. Whenever talent showed itself in a young man, he had always given that talent encouragement where he could, and he would continue to do so. That this was no exaggerated statement is amply proved by many facts which redound to Mr. Stephenson's credit. He was no niggard of encouragement and praise when he saw honest industry struggling for a footing. Many were the young men whom, in the course of his useful career, he took by the hand and led steadily up to honour and emolument, simply because he had noted their zeal, diligence, and integrity. One youth excited his interest while working as a common carpenter on the Liverpool and Manchester line, and before many years had passed he was recognised as an engineer of distinction. Another young man he found industriously working away at his bye hours, and, admiring his diligence, engaged him for his private secretary, the gentleman shortly after rising to a position of eminent influence and usefulness. Indeed, nothing gave Mr. Stephenson greater pleasure than in this way to help on any deserving youth who came under his observation, and, in his own expressive phrase, to make a man of him. The openings of the great main lines of railway communication shortly proved the fallaciousness of the numerous rash prophecies which had been promulgated by the opponents of railways. The proprietors of the canals were astounded by the fact that, notwithstanding the immense traffic conveyed by rail, their own traffic and receipts continued to increase, and that in common with other interests they fully shared in the expansion of trade and commerce which had been so effectually promoted by the extension of the railway system. The cattle owners were equally amazed to find the price of horseflesh increasing with the extension of railways, and that the number of coaches running to and from the new railway stations gave employment to a greater number of horses than under the old stage coach system. Those who had prophesied the decay of the metropolis and the ruin of suburban cabbage growers, in consequence of the approach of railways to London, were also disappointed, for, while the new roads let citizens out of London, they let country people in. Their action in this respect was centripetal as well as centrifugal. Tens of thousands who had never seen the metropolis could now visit it expeditiously and cheaply; and Londoners who had never visited the country, or but rarely, were enabled at little cost of time or money to see green fields and clear blue skies far from the smoke and bustle of town. If the dear suburban grown cabbages became depreciated in value, there were truckloads of fresh grown country cabbages to make amends for the loss. In this case the partial evil was a far more general good. The food of the metropolis became rapidly improved, especially in the supply of wholesome meat and vegetables. And then the price of coals, an article which in this country is as indispensable as daily food to all classes, was greatly reduced. What a blessing to the metropolitan poor is described in this single fact! The prophecies of ruin and disaster to landlords and farmers were equally confounded by the openings of the railways. The agricultural communications, so far from being destroyed, as had been predicted, were immensely improved. The farmers were enabled to buy their coals, lime, and manure for less money, while they obtained a readier access to the best markets for their stock and farm produce. Notwithstanding the predictions to the contrary, their cows gave milk as before, their sheep fed and fattened, and even skittish horses ceased to shy at the passing locomotive. The smoke of the engines did not obscure the sky, nor were farmyards burnt up by the fire thrown from the locomotives. The farming classes were not reduced to beggary. On the contrary, they soon felt that, so far from having anything to dread, they had very much good to expect from the extension of the railways. Landlords also found that they could get higher rents for farms situated near a railway than a distance from one. Hence they became clamorous for sidings. They felt it to be a grievance to be placed at a distance from a station. After a railway had been once opened, not a landlord would consent to have the line taken from him. Owners who had fought the promoters before Parliament, and compelled them to pass their domains at a distance, at a vastly increased expense in tunnels and deviations, now petitioned for branches and nearer station accommodation. Those who held property near towns, and had extorted large sums as compensation for the anticipated deterioration in the value of their building land, found a new demand for it springing up at greatly advanced prices. Land was now advertised for sale, with the attraction of being "near a railway station." The prediction that, even if railways were made, the public would not use them, was also completely falsified by the results. The ordinary mode of fast travelling for the middle classes had heretofore been by mail coach and stage coach. Those who could not afford to pay the high prices charged for such conveyances went by waggon, and the poorer classes trudged on foot. George Stephenson was wont to say that he hoped to see the day when it would be cheaper for a poor man to travel by railway than to walk; and not many years passed before his expectation was fulfilled. In no country in the world is time worth more money than in England, and by saving time, the criterion of distance, the railway proved a great benefactor to men of industry in all classes. It was some time before the more opulent, who could afford to post to town in aristocratic style, became reconciled to railway travelling. In the opinion of many, it was only another illustration of the levelling tendencies of the age. It put an end to that gradation in rank in travelling, which was one of the few things left by which the nobleman could be distinguished from the Manchester manufacturer and bagman. But to younger sons of noble families the convenience and cheapness of the railway did not fail to recommend itself. One of these, whose eldest brother had just succeeded to an earldom, said one day to a railway manager, "I like railways. They just suit young fellows like me, with nothing per annum paid quarterly. You know we can't afford to post, and it used to be deuced annoying to me as I was jogging along on the box seat of the stage coach to see the little Earl go by drawn by his four posters, and just look up at me and give me a nod. But now with railways it's different. It's true he may take a first class ticket while I can only afford a second class one, but we both go to the same place." For a time, however, many of the old families sent forward their servants and luggage by railroad, and condemned themselves to jog along the old highway in the accustomed family chariot, dragged by country post horses. But the superior comfort of the railway shortly recommended itself to even the oldest families. Posting went out of date. Post horses were with difficulty to be had along even the great high roads, and nobles and servants, manufacturers and peasants alike shared in the comfort, the convenience, and the dispatch of railway travelling. The late Dr. Arnold of Rugby regarded the opening of the London and Birmingham line as another great step accomplished in the march of civilization. "I rejoice to see it," he said, as he stood on one of the bridges over the railway, and watched the train flashing along under him and away through the distant hedgerows. "I rejoice to see it, and to think that feudality is gone for ever. It is so great a blessing to think that any one evil is really extinct." It was long before the late Duke of Wellington would trust himself behind a locomotive. The fatal accident to Mr. Huskisson, which had happened before his eyes, continued to prejudice him strongly against railways, and it was not until the year 1843 that he performed his first trip on the South Western Railway in attendance upon Her Majesty. Prince Albert had for some time been accustomed to travel by railway alone, but in 1842 the Queen began to make use of the same mode of conveyance between Windsor and London. Even Colonel Sibthorpe was eventually compelled to acknowledge its utility. For a time he continued to post to and from the country as before. Then he compromised the matter by taking a railway ticket for the long journey, and posting only a stage or two nearest town, until at length he undisguisedly committed himself, like other people, to the express train, and performed the journey throughout upon what he had formerly denounced as the infernal railroad. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Lives of the Engineers, George and Robert Stephenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Andy Minter. Lives of the Engineers, George and Robert Stephenson, by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 15. George Stephenson's Coal Mines. Appears at Mechanics' Institutes. His opinion on railway speeds. Atmospheric system. Railway mania. Visits to Belgium and Spain. While George Stephenson was engaged in carrying on the works of the Midland Railway in the neighbourhood of Chesterfield, several seams of coal were cut through in the Claycross Tunnel, and it occurred to him that if mines were opened out there, the railway would provide the means of a ready sale for the article in the Midland counties, and as far south as even the metropolis itself. At a time when everybody else was sceptical as to the possibility of coals being carried from the Midland counties to London, and sold there at a price to compete with those which were seaborne, he declared his firm conviction that the time was fast approaching when the London market would be regularly supplied with north country coals led by railway. One of the greatest advantages of railways, in his opinion, was that they would bring iron and coal, the staple products of the country, to the doors of all England. The strength of Britain, he would say, lies in her iron and coal beds, and the locomotive is destined above all other agencies to bring it forth. The Lord Chancellor now sits upon a bag of wool, but wool has long ceased to be emblematical of the staple commodity of England. He ought rather to sit upon a bag of coals, though it might not prove quite so comfortable a seat. Then think of the Lord Chancellor being addressed as the noble and learned Lord on the coal sack. I'm afraid it wouldn't answer after all. To one gentleman he said, "We want from the coal mining, the iron producing and manufacturing districts, a great railway for the carriage of these valuable products. We want, if I may say, a stream of steam running directly through the country from the north to London, and from other similar districts to London. Speed is not so much an object as utility and cheapness. It will not do to mix up the heavy merchandise and coal trains with the passenger trains. Coal and most kinds of goods can wait, but passengers will not. A less perfect road and less expensive works will do well enough for coal trains if run at a low speed, and if the line be flat it is not of much consequence whether it be direct or not. Whenever you put passenger trains on a line, all the other trains must be run at high speeds to keep out of their way. But coal trains run at high speeds pull the road to pieces, besides causing large expenditure in locomotive power, and I doubt very much whether they will pay after all. But a succession of long coal trains, if run from 10 to 14 miles an hour, would pay very well. Thus the Stockton and Darlington Company made a larger profit when running coal at low speeds at a halfpenny per ton per mile than they have been able to do since they put on their fast passenger trains, when everything must needs be run faster, and a much larger proportion of the gross receipts is absorbed by working expenses. In advocating these views, Mr. Stephenson was considerably ahead of his time, and although he did not live to see his anticipations fully realised as to the supply of the London coal market, he was nevertheless the first to point out, and to some extent to prove, the practicability of establishing a profitable coal trade by railway between the northern counties and the metropolis. So long, however, as the traffic was conducted on main passenger lines at comparatively high speeds, it was found that the expenditure on tear and wear of road and locomotive power, not to mention the increased risk of carrying on the first-class passenger traffic with which it was mixed up, necessarily left a very small margin of profit, and hence Mr. Stephenson was in the habit of urging the propriety of constructing a railway which should be exclusively devoted to goods and mineral traffic run at low speeds, as the only condition on which a large railway traffic of that sort could be profitably conducted. Having induced some of his Liverpool friends to join him in a coal mining adventure at Chesterfield, a lease was taken of the Claycross estate, then for sale, and operations were shortly after begun. At a subsequent period, Mr. Stephenson extended his coal mining operations in the same neighbourhood, and in 1841 he himself entered into a contract with the owners of land in adjoining townships for the working of the coal thereunder, and pits were opened on the Tapton estate on an extensive scale. About the same time he erected great lime works close to the Ambergate station of the Midland Railway, from which, when in full operation, he was able to turn out upwards of 200 tons a day. The limestone was brought on a tramway from the village of Critch, 2 or 3 miles distant, the coal being supplied from his adjoining Claycross colliery. The works were on a scale such as had not before been attempted by any private individual engaged in a similar trade, and we believe they proved very successful. Tapton House was included in the lease of one of the collieries, and as it was conveniently situated, being as it were a central point on the Midland Railway, from which he could readily proceed north or south on his journeys of inspection of the various lines then under construction in the Midland and northern counties, he took up his residence there, and it continued his home until the close of his life. Tapton House is a large roomy brick mansion, beautifully situated amidst woods on a commanding eminence, about a mile to the north-east of the town of Chesterfield. Green fields dotted with fine trees slope away from the house in all directions. The surrounding country is undulating and highly picturesque. North and south the eye ranges over a vast extent of lovely scenery, and on the west, looking over the town of Chesterfield with its church and crooked spire, the extensive range of the Derbyshire hills bounds the distance. The Midland Railway skirts the western edge of the park in a deep rock cutting, and the shrill whistle of the locomotive sounds near at hand as the trains speed past. The gardens and pleasure grounds adjoining the house were in a very neglected state when Mr. Stephenson first went to Tapton, and he promised himself, when he had secured rest and leisure from business, that he would put a new face upon both. The first improvement he made was cutting a woodland footpath up the hillside, by which he, at the same time, added a beautiful feature to the park, and secured a shorter road to the Chesterfield station. But it was some years before he found time to carry into effect his contemplated improvements in the adjoining gardens and pleasure grounds. He had so long been accustomed to laborious pursuits, and felt himself still so full of work, that he could not at once settle down into the habit of quietly enjoying the fruits of his industry. He had no difficulty in usefully employing his time. Besides directing the mining operations at Clay Cross, the establishment of the lime kilns at Ambergate, and the construction of the extensive railway still in progress, he occasionally paid visits to Newcastle, where his locomotive manufactory was now in full work, and the proprietors were reaping the advantage of his early foresight in an abundant measure of prosperity. One of his most interesting visits to the place was in 1838, on the occasion of the meeting of the British Association there, when he acted as one of the vice presidents in the section of mechanical science. Extraordinary changes had occurred in his own fortunes as well as in the face of the country since he first appeared before a scientific body in Newcastle, the members of the Literary and Philosophical Institute, to submit his safety lamp for their examination. 23 years had passed over his head, full of honest work, of manful struggle, and the humble colliery engine wright of the name of Stephenson had achieved an almost world-wide reputation as a public benefactor. His fellow townsmen, therefore, could not hesitate to recognise his merits and do honour to his name. During the sittings of the association, Mr. Stephenson took the opportunity of paying a visit to Killingworth, accompanied by some of the distinguished savants whom he numbered among his friends. He there pointed out to them, with a degree of honest pride, the cottage in which he had lived for so many years, showed what parts of it had been his own handiwork, and told them the story of the sundial over the door, describing the study and the labour it had cost him and his son to calculate its dimensions and fix it in its place. The dial had been serenely numbering the hours through the busy years that had elapsed since that humble dwelling had been his home, during which the Killingworth locomotive had become a great working power, and its contriver had established the railway system, which was now rapidly becoming extended in all parts of the world. About the same time his services were very much in request at the meetings of mechanics' institutes, held throughout the northern counties. From an early period in his history he had taken an active interest in these institutions. While residing in Newcastle in 1824, shortly after his locomotive foundry had been started in Forth Street, he presided at a public meeting held in that town for the purpose of establishing a mechanics' institute. The meeting was held, but as George Stephenson was a man comparatively unknown even in Newcastle at that time, his name failed to secure an influential attendance. Among those who addressed the meeting on the occasion was Joseph Locke, then his pupil, and afterwards his rival as an engineer. The local papers scarcely noticed the proceedings, yet the Mechanics' Institute was founded and struggled into existence. Years passed, and it was now felt to be an honour to secure Mr. Stephenson's presence at any public meetings held for the promotion of popular education. Among the Mechanics' Institutes in his immediate neighbourhood at Tapton were those of Belper and Chesterfield, and at their soirées he was a frequent and welcome visitor. On these occasions he loved to tell his auditors of the difficulties which had early beset him through want of knowledge, and of the means by which he had overcome them. His grand text was "Persevere," and there was manhood in the very word. On more than one occasion the author had the pleasure of listening to George Stephenson's homely but forcible addresses at the annual soirées of the Leeds Mechanics' Institute. He was always an immense favourite with his audiences there. His personal appearance was greatly in his favour. A handsome, ruddy, expressive face, lit up by bright, dark blue eyes, prepared one for his earnest words when he stood up to speak and the cheers had subsided which invariably hailed his rising. He was not glib, but he was very impressive, and who, so well as he, could serve as a guide to the working man in his endeavours after higher knowledge? His early life had been all struggle, encounter with difficulty, groping in the dark after greater light, but always earnestly and perseveringly. His words were therefore all the more weighty, since he spoke from the fullness of his own experience. Nor did he remain a mere inactive spectator of the improvements in railway working which increasing experience from day to day suggested. He continued to contrive improvements in the locomotive, and to mature his invention of the carriage brake. When examined before the Select Committee on Railways in 1841, his mind seems principally to have been impressed with the necessity which existed for adopting a system of self-acting brakes, stating that, in his opinion, This was the most important arrangement that could be provided for increasing the safety of railway travelling. "I believe," he said, "that if self acting brakes were put upon every carriage, scarcely any accident could take place." His plan consisted in employing the momentum of the running train to throw his proposed brakes into action, immediately on the moving power of the engine being checked. He would also have these brakes under the control of the guard, by means of a connecting line running along the whole length of the train, by which they should at once be thrown out of gear when necessary. At the same time he suggested, as an additional means of safety, that the signals of the line should be self-acting, and worked by the locomotives as they passed along the railway. He considered the adoption of this plan of so much importance that, with a view to the public safety, he would even have it enforced upon railway companies by the legislature. At the same time he was of opinion that it was in the interest of the companies themselves to adopt the plan, as it would save great wear and tear of engines, carriages, tenders, and brake vans, besides greatly diminishing the risk of accidents upon railways. While before the same committee he took the opportunity of stating his views with reference to railway speed, about which wild ideas were then afloat; one gentleman of celebrity having publicly expressed the opinion that a speed of 100 miles an hour was practicable in railway travelling. Not many years had passed since George Stephenson had been pronounced insane for stating his conviction that 12 miles an hour could be performed by the locomotive; but now that he had established the fact and greatly exceeded that speed, he was thought behind the age because he recommended the rate to be limited to 40 miles an hour. He said, "I do not like either 40 or 50 miles an hour upon any line. I think it is an unnecessary speed, and if there is danger upon a railway, it is high velocity that creates it. I should say no railway ought to exceed 40 miles an hour on the most favourable gradient, but upon a curved line the speed ought not to exceed 24 or 25 miles an hour." He had indeed constructed for the Great Western Railway an engine capable of running 50 miles an hour with a load, and 80 miles without one; but he never was in favour of a hurricane speed of this sort, believing it could only be accomplished at a necessary increase both of danger and of expense. "It is true," he observed on other occasions, "I have said the locomotive engine might be made to travel 100 miles an hour, but I always put a qualification on this, namely, as to what speed would best suit the public. The public may, however, be unreasonable, and 50 or 60 miles an hour is an unreasonable speed. Long before railway travelling became general, I said to my friends that there was no limit to the speed of the locomotive, providing the works could be made to stand; but there are limits to the strength of iron, whether it be manufactured into rails or locomotives, and there is a point at which both rails and tyres must break. Every increase of speed, by increasing the strain upon the road and the rolling stock, brings us nearer to that point. At 30 miles a slighter road will do, and less perfect rolling stock may be run upon it with safety. But if you increase the speed by, say, 10 miles, then everything must be greatly strengthened. You must have heavier engines, heavier and better fastened rails, and all your working expenses will be immediately increased. I think I know enough of mechanics to know where to stop. I know that a pound will weigh a pound, and that no more should be put upon an iron rail than it will bear. If you could ensure perfect iron, perfect rails, and perfect locomotives, I grant 50 miles an hour or more might be run with safety on a level railway. But then you must not forget that iron, even the best, will tire, and with constant use will become more and more liable to break at the weakest point, perhaps where there is a secret flaw that the eye cannot detect. Then look at the rubbishy rails now manufactured on the contract system, some of them little better than cast metal. Indeed, I have seen rails break merely on being thrown from the truck on to the ground. How is it possible for such rails to stand a 20 or 30 ton engine dashing over them at the speed of 50 miles an hour? No, no, he would conclude, I am in favour of low speeds because they are safe, and because they are economical, and you may rely upon it that beyond a certain point, with every increase of speed, there is an increase in the element of danger. When railways became the subject of popular discussion, many new and unsound theories were started with reference to them, which Stephenson opposed as calculated, in his opinion, to bring discredit on the locomotive system. One of these was with reference to what were called undulating lines. Among others, Dr. Lardner, who had originally been somewhat sceptical about the powers of the locomotive, now promulgated the idea that a railway constructed with rising and falling gradients would be practically as easy to work as a line perfectly level. Mr. Badnell went even beyond him, for he held that an undulating railway was much better than a level one for purposes of working. For a time this theory found favour, and the undulating system was extensively adopted; but Mr. Stephenson never ceased to inveigh against it, and experience has amply proved that his judgment was correct. His practice, from the beginning of his career until the end of it, was to secure a road as nearly as possible on a level, following the courses of the valleys and the natural line of the country, preferring to go round a hill rather than to tunnel under it or carry his railway over it, and often making a considerable circuit to secure good workable gradients. He studied to lay out his lines so that long trains of minerals and merchandise, as well as passengers, might be hauled along them at the least possible expenditure of locomotive power. He had long before ascertained, by careful experiments at Killingworth, that the engine expends half of its power in overcoming a rising gradient of 1 in 260, which is about 20 feet in the mile, and that when the gradient is so steep as 1 in 100, not less than 3/4 of its power is sacrificed in ascending the acclivity. He never forgot the valuable practical lesson taught him by the early trials which he had made and registered long before the advantages of railways had been recognised. He saw clearly that the longer flat line must eventually prove superior to the shorter line of steep gradients as respected its paying qualities. He urged that, after all, the power of the locomotive was but limited, and although he and his son had done more than any other men to increase its working capacity, it provoked him to find that every improvement made in it was neutralised by the steep gradients which the new school of engineers were setting it to overcome. On one occasion, when Robert Stephenson stated before a parliamentary committee that every successive improvement in the locomotive was being rendered virtually nugatory by the difficult and almost impracticable gradients proposed on many of the new lines, his father, on his leaving the witness box, went up to him and said, "Robert, you never spoke truer words than those in all your life." To this it must be added that in urging these views, Mr. Stephenson was strongly influenced by commercial considerations. He had no desire to build up his reputation at the expense of railway shareholders, nor to obtain engineering éclat by making ducks and drakes of their money. He was persuaded that, in order to secure the practical success of railways, they must be so laid out as not only to prove of decided public utility, but also to be worked economically and to the advantage of their proprietors. They were not government roads, but private ventures, in fact commercial speculations. He therefore endeavoured to render them financially profitable, and he repeatedly declared that if he did not believe they could be made to pay, he would have nothing to do with them. He was not influenced by the sordid consideration of what he could make out of any company that employed him. Indeed, in many cases he voluntarily gave up his claim to remuneration, where the promoters of schemes which he thought praiseworthy had suffered serious loss. Thus, when the first application was made to Parliament for the Chester and Birkenhead Railway Bill, the promoters were defeated. They repeated their application on the understanding that, in the event of their succeeding, the engineer and surveyor were to be paid their costs in respect of the defeated measure. The bill was successful, and to several parties their costs were paid. Mr. Stephenson's amounted to £800, and he very nobly said, "You have had an expensive career in Parliament. You've had a great struggle. You're a young company. You cannot afford to pay me this amount of money. I will reduce it to £200, and I will not ask you for that £200 until your shares are at £20 premium. For whatever may be the reverses you will go through, I am satisfied I shall live to see the day when your shares will be worth £20 premium, and when I can legally and honourably claim that £200. We may add that the shares did eventually rise to the premium specified, and the engineer was no loser by his generous conduct in the transaction. Another novelty of the time with which George Stephenson had to contend was the substitution of atmospheric pressure for locomotive steam power in the working of railways. The idea of obtaining motion by means of atmospheric pressure is said to have originated with Denis Papin more than 150 years ago, but it slept until revived in 1810 by Mr. Medhurst, who published a pamphlet to prove the practicability of carrying letters and goods by air. In 1824 Mr. Vallance of Brighton took out a patent for projecting passengers through a tube large enough to contain a train of carriages, the tube being previously exhausted of its atmospheric air. The same idea was afterwards taken up in 1835 by Mr. Pincus, an ingenious American. Scientific gentlemen, Dr. Lardner and Mr. Clegg amongst others, advocated the plan, and an association was formed to carry it into effect. Shares were created and £18,000 raised, and a model apparatus was exhibited in London. Mr. Vignolles took his friend Stephenson to see the model, and after carefully examining it, he observed emphatically, "It won't do. It's only the fixed engines and ropes over again in another form; and to tell you the truth, I don't think this rope of wind will answer so well as the rope of wire did." He did not think the principle would stand the test of practice, and he objected to the mode of employing the principle. After all, it was only a modification of the stationary engine plan, and every day's experience was proving that fixed engines could not compete with locomotives in point of efficiency and economy. He stood by the locomotive engine, and subsequent experience proved that he was right. Messrs. Clegg and Samuda afterwards, in 1840, patented their plan of an atmospheric railway, and they publicly tested its working on an unfinished portion of the West London Railway. The results of the experiment were so satisfactory that the directors of the Dublin and Kingstown line adopted it between Kingstown and Dalkey. The London and Croydon Company also adopted the atmospheric principle, and their line was opened in 1845. The ordinary mode of applying the power was to lay between the line of rails a pipe, in which a large piston was inserted, and attached by a shaft to the framework of a carriage. The propelling power was the ordinary pressure of the atmosphere acting against the piston in the tube on one side, a vacuum being created in the tube on the other side of the piston by the working of a stationary engine. Great was the popularity of the atmospheric system, and still George Stephenson said, "It won't do. It's but a gimcrack." Engineers of distinction said he was prejudiced, and that he looked upon the locomotive as a pet child of his own. "Wait a little," he replied, "and you will see that I am right." It was generally supposed that the locomotive system was about to be snuffed out. "Not so fast," said Stephenson. "Let us wait to see if it will pay." He never believed it would. It was ingenious, clever, scientific, and all that; but railways were commercial enterprises, not toys, and if the atmospheric railway could not work to a profit, it would not do. Considered in this light, he even went so far as to call it "a great humbug." "Nothing will beat the locomotive," said he, "for efficiency in all weathers, for economy in drawing loads of average weight, and for power and speed as occasion may require." The atmospheric system was fairly and fully tried, and it was found wanting. It was admitted to be an exceedingly elegant mode of applying power, its devices were very skilful, and its mechanism was most ingenious; but it was costly, irregular in action, and in particular kinds of weather not to be depended upon. At best it was but a modification of the stationary engine system, and experience proved it to be so expensive that it was shortly after entirely abandoned in favour of locomotive power. One of the remarkable results of the system of railway locomotion which George Stephenson had, by his persevering labours, mainly contributed to establish, was the outbreak of railway mania towards the close of his professional career. The success of the first main lines of railway naturally led to their extension into many new districts, but a strongly speculative tendency soon began to display itself, which contained in it the elements of great danger. The extension of railways had, up to the year 1844, been mainly effected by men of the commercial classes, and the shareholders in them principally belonged to the manufacturing districts, the capitalists of the metropolis as yet holding aloof, and prophesying disaster to all concerned in railway projects. But when the lugubrious anticipations of the city men was found to be so entirely falsified by the results, when, after the lapse of years, it was ascertained that railway traffic rapidly increased, and dividends steadily improved, a change came over the spirit of the London capitalists, They then invested largely in railways, the shares in which became a leading branch of business on the Stock Exchange, and the prices of some rose to nearly double their original value. A stimulus was thus given to the projection of further lines, the shares in most of which came out at a premium, and became the subject of immediate traffic. A reckless spirit of gambling set in, which completely changed the character and objects of railway enterprise. The public outside the Stock Exchange became also infected, and many persons utterly ignorant of railways, knowing and caring nothing about their national uses, but hungering and thirsting after premiums, rushed eagerly into the vortex. They applied for allotments, and subscribed for shares in lines of the engineering character or probable traffic of which they knew nothing. Providing they could but obtain allotments which they could sell at a premium, and put the profit, in many cases the only capital they possessed, into their pocket, it was enough for them. The mania was not confined to the precincts of the Stock Exchange, but infected all ranks. It embraced merchants and manufacturers, gentry and shopkeepers, clerks in public offices, and loungers at the clubs. Noble lords were pointed at as stags. There were even clergymen who were characterised as bulls, and amiable ladies who had the reputation of bears in the share markets. The few quiet men who remained uninfluenced by the speculation of the time were, in not a few cases, even reproached for doing injustice to their families, in declining to help themselves from the stores of wealth that were poured out on all sides. Folly and knavery were for a time completely in the ascendant. The sharpers of society were let loose, and jobbers and schemers became more and more plentiful. They threw out railway schemes as lures to catch the unwary. They fed the mania with a constant succession of new projects. The railway papers became loaded with their advertisements. The post office was scarcely able to distribute the multitude of prospectuses and circulars which they issued. For a time their popularity was immense. They rose like froth into the upper heights of society, and the flunkey Fitzplush, by virtue of his supposed wealth, sat among peers and was idolised. Then was the harvest time of scheming lawyers, parliamentary agents, engineers, surveyors, and traffic takers, who were ready to take up any railway scheme, however desperate, and to prove any amount of traffic, even where none existed. The traffic in the credulity of their dupes was, however, the great fact that mainly concerned them, and of the profitable character of which there could be no doubt. Mr. Stephenson was anxiously entreated to lend his name to prospectuses during the railway mania, but he invariably refused. He held aloof from the headlong folly of the hour, and endeavoured to check it, but in vain. Had he been less scrupulous, and given his countenance to the numerous projects about which he was consulted, he might, without any trouble, have thus secured enormous gains. But he had no desire to accumulate a fortune without labour and without honour. He himself never speculated in shares. When he was satisfied as to the merits of any undertaking, he subscribed for a certain amount of capital in it, and held on, neither buying nor selling. At a dinner of the Leeds and Bradford directors at Ben Riding in October 1844, before the mania had reached its height, he warned those present against the prevalent disposition towards railway speculation. It was, he said, like walking on a piece of ice with shallows and deeps. The shallows were frozen over, and they would carry, but it required great caution to get over the deeps. He was satisfied that in the course of the next year many would step on to places not strong enough to carry them, and would get into the deeps. They would be taking shares, and afterwards be unable to pay the calls upon them. Yorkshiremen were reckoned clever men, and his advice to them was to stick together and promote communication in their own neighbourhood, not to go abroad with their speculations. If any had done so, he advised them to get their money back as fast as they could, for if they did not, they would not get it at all. He informed the company at the same time of his earliest holding of railway shares. It was in the Stockton and Darlington Railway, and the number he held was 3. A very large capital for him to possess at the time. But a Stockton friend was anxious to possess a share, and he sold him one at a premium of 33s. He supposed he had been about the first man in England to sell a railway share at a premium. During 1845 his son's offices in Great George Street, Westminster, were crowded with persons of various conditions seeking interviews, presenting very much the appearance of the levee of a Minister of State. The burly figure of Mr. Hudson, the "Railway King," surrounded by an admiring group of followers, was often to be seen there; and a still more interesting person, in the estimation of many, was George Stephenson, dressed in black, his coat of a somewhat old fashioned cut, with square pockets in the tails. He wore a white neckcloth, and a large bunch of seals was suspended from his watch ribbon. Altogether, he presented an appearance of health, intelligence, and good humour, that rejoiced one to look upon in that sordid, selfish, and eventually ruinous saturnalia of railway speculation. Powers were granted by Parliament in 1843 to construct not less than 2,883 miles of new railways in Britain, at an expenditure of about 44 millions sterling. Yet the mania was not appeased, for in the following session of 1846 applications were made to Parliament for powers to raise £389 millions of sterling for the construction of further lines, and powers were actually conceded for forming 4,790 miles, including 60 miles of tunnel, at a cost of about £120 millions sterling. During this session Mr. Stephenson appeared as engineer for only one new line, the Buxton, Macclesfield, Congleton and Crewe Railway, a line in which as coal owner he was personally interested, and of 3 branch lines in connection with existing companies for which he had long acted as engineer. At the same time, all the leading professional men were fully occupied, some of them appearing as consulting engineers for upwards of 30 lines each. One of the features of the mania was the rage for "direct" lines, which everywhere displayed itself. There were direct Manchester, direct Exeter, direct York, and indeed new direct lines between most of the large towns. The Marquis of Bristol, speaking in favour of the direct Norwich and London project, at a public meeting at Haverhill, said, if necessary, they might make a tunnel beneath his very drawing room, rather than be defeated in their undertaking. And the Rev. F. Lichfield, at a meeting in Banbury on the subject of a line to that town, said, he had laid down for himself a limit to his approbation of railways, at least of such as approached the neighbourhood with which he was connected, and that limit was that he did not wish them to approach any nearer to him than to run through his bedroom, with the bedpost for a station. How different was the spirit which influenced these noble lords and gentlemen but a few years before! The House of Commons became thoroughly influenced by the prevailing excitement. Even the Board of Trade began to favour the views of the Fast School of Engineers in their report on the lines projected in the Manchester and Leeds district. They promulgated some remarkable views respecting gradients, declaring themselves in favour of the "undulating system." They there stated that lines of an undulating character, which have gradients of 1 in 70 or 80 distributed over them in short lengths, may be positively better lines, i.e. more susceptible of cheap and expeditious working, than others which have nothing steeper than 1 in 100 or 1 in 120. They concluded by reporting in favour of the line which exhibited the worst gradients and the sharpest curves, chiefly on the ground that it could be constructed for less money. Sir Robert Peel took occasion to advert to this report in the House of Commons on the 4th of March following, as "containing a novel and highly important view on the subject of gradients, which he was certain never could have been taken by any committee of the House of Commons, however intelligent;" and he might have added, that the more intelligent the less likely they were to arrive at any such conclusion. When Mr. Stephenson saw this report of the Premier's speech in the newspapers of the following morning, he went forthwith to his son, and asked him to write a letter to Sir Robert Peel on the subject. He saw clearly that if these views were adopted, the utility and economy of railways would be seriously curtailed. "These members of Parliament," said he, "are now as much disposed to exaggerate the powers of the locomotive as they were to underestimate them but a few years ago." Robert accordingly wrote a letter for his father's signature, embodying the views which he so strongly entertained as to the importance of flat gradients, and referring to the experiments conducted by him many years before, in proof of the great loss of working power which was incurred on a line as steep as compared with easy gradients. It was clear, from the tone of Sir Robert Peel's speech in a subsequent debate, that he had carefully read and considered Mr. Stephenson's practical observations on the subject, though it did not appear that he had come to any definite conclusion thereon, further than that he strongly approved of the Trent Valley Railway, by which Tamworth would be placed upon a direct main line of communication. The result of the labours of Parliament was a tissue of legislative bungling, involving enormous loss to the public. Railway bills were granted in heaps. 272 additional acts were passed in 1846. Some authorised the construction of lines running almost parallel to existing railways, in order to afford the public "the benefits of unrestricted competition." Locomotives and atmospheric lines, broad gauge and narrow gauge lines were granted without hesitation. Committees decided without judgment and without discrimination. It was a scramble for bills, in which the most unscrupulous were the most successful. Among the many ill effects of the mania, one of the worst was that it introduced a low tone of morality into railway transactions. The bad spirit which had been evoked by it unhappily extended to the commercial classes, and many of the most flagrant swindles of recent times had their origin in the year 1845. Those who had suddenly gained large sums without labour, and also without honour, were too ready to enter upon courses of the wildest extravagance, and a false style of living shortly arose, the poisonous influence of which extended through all classes. Men began to look upon railways as instruments to job with. Persons, sometimes possessing information respecting railways, but more frequently possessing none, got upon boards for the purpose of promoting their individual objects, often in a very unscrupulous manner. Landowners to promote branch lines through their property, speculators in shares to trade upon the exclusive information which they obtained, while some directors were appointed through the influence mainly of solicitors, contractors, or engineers, who used them as tools to serve their own ends. In this way the unfortunate proprietors were, in many cases, betrayed, and their property was shamefully squandered, much to the discredit of the railway system. While the mania was at its height in England, railways were also being extended abroad, and George Stephenson was requested on several occasions to give the benefit of his advice to the directors of foreign undertakings. One of the most agreeable of these excursions was to Belgium in 1845. His special object was to examine the proposed line of the Sambre and Meuse Railway, for which a concession had been granted by the Belgian legislature. Arrived on the ground, he went carefully over the entire length of the proposed line, from Convins, the Forest of Ardennes, and Rocroi, across the French frontier, examining the bearings of the coalfield, the slate and marble quarries, and the numerous iron mines in existence between the Sambre and the Meuse, as well as carefully exploring the ravines which extended through the district, in order to satisfy himself that the best possible route had been selected. Mr. Stephenson was delighted with the novelty of the journey, the beauty of the scenery, and the industry of the population. His companions were entertained by his ample and varied stores of practical information on all subjects, and his conversation was full of reminiscences of his youth, on which he always delighted to dwell when in the society of his more intimate friends. The journey was varied by a visit to the coal mines near Jemappes, where Stephenson examined with interest the mode adopted by the Belgian miners of draining the pits, inspecting their engines and braking machines, so familiar to him in early life. The engineers of Belgium took the opportunity of Mr. Stephenson's visit to their country to invite him to a magnificent banquet at Brussels. The public hall in which they entertained him was gaily decorated with flags, prominent among which was the Union Jack, in honour of their distinguished guest. A handsome marble pedestal, ornamented with his bust, crowned with laurels, occupied one end of the room. The chair was occupied by M. Massuy, the chief director of the National Railways of Belgium, and the most eminent scientific men of the kingdom were present. Their reception of "the Father of Railways" was of the most enthusiastic description. Mr. Stephenson was greatly pleased with the entertainment. Not the least interesting incident of the evening was his observing, when the dinner was about half over, a model of a locomotive engine placed upon the centre table under a triumphal arch. Turning suddenly to his friend Sopwith, he exclaimed, "Do you see the rocket?" The compliment thus paid him was perhaps more prized than all the encomiums of the evening. The next day, April 5th, King Leopold invited him to a private interview at the palace. Accompanied by Mr. Sopwith, he proceeded to Laeken, and was very cordially received by his Majesty. The King immediately entered into familiar conversation with him, discussing the railway project which had been the object of his visit to Belgium, and then the structure of the Belgian coalfields, his Majesty explaining his sense of the great importance of economy in a fuel which had become indispensable to the comfort and well being of society, which was the basis of all manufactures and the vital power of railway locomotion. The subject was always a favourite one with Mr. Stephenson, and, encouraged by the king, he proceeded to describe to him the geological structure of Belgium, the original formation of coal, its subsequent elevation by volcanic forces, and the vast amount of denudation. In describing the coal beds, he used his hat as a sort of model to illustrate his meaning, and the eyes of the king were fixed upon it as he proceeded with his interesting description. The conversation then passed to the rise and progress of trade and manufactures, Mr. Stephenson pointing out how closely they everywhere followed the coal, being mainly dependent upon it as they were for their very existence. The king seemed greatly pleased with the interview, and at its close expressed himself obliged by the interesting information which the engineer had communicated. Shaking hands cordially with both the gentlemen, and wishing them success in their important undertakings, he bade them adieu. As they were leaving the palace, Mr. Stephenson, bethinking him of the model by which he had just been illustrating the Belgian coalfields, said to his friend, "By the by, Sopwith, I was afraid the king would see the inside of my hat. It's a shocking bad one." Little could George Stephenson, when brakesman at a coal pit, have dreamt that in the course of his life he should be admitted to an interview with a monarch, and describe to him the manner in which the geological foundations of his kingdom had been laid. Mr. Stephenson paid a second visit to Belgium in the course of the same year, on the business of the West Flanders Railway, and he had scarcely returned from it ere he made arrangements to proceed to Spain, for the purpose of examining and reporting upon a scheme then on foot for constructing the Royal North of Spain Railway. A concession had been made by the Spanish Government of a line of railway from Madrid to the Bay of Biscay, and a numerous staff of engineers was engaged in surveying it. The directors of the company had declined making the necessary deposits until more favourable terms had been secured, and Sir Joshua Walmsley, on their part, was about to visit Spain and press the Government on the subject. Mr. Stephenson, whom he consulted, was alive to the difficulties of the office which Sir Joshua was induced to undertake, and offered to be his companion and adviser on the occasion, declining to receive any recompense beyond the simple expenses of the journey. He could only arrange to be absent for 6 weeks, and set out from England about the middle of September, 1845. The party was joined at Paris by Mr. Mackenzie, the contractor for the Orleans and Tours Railway, then in course of construction, who took them over the works, and accompanied them as far as Tours. They soon reached the great chain of the Pyrenees, and crossed over into Spain. It was on a Sunday evening, after a long day's toilsome journey through the mountains, that the party suddenly found themselves in one of those beautiful secluded valleys lying amidst the Western Pyrenees. A small hamlet lay before them, consisting of some 30 or 40 houses and a fine old church. The sun was low on the horizon, and under the wide porch beneath the shadow of the church were seated nearly all the inhabitants of the place. They were dressed in their holiday attire. The bright bits of red and amber colour in the dresses of the women, and the gay sashes of the men, formed a striking picture, on which the travellers gazed in silent admiration. It was something entirely novel and unexpected. Beside the villagers sat 2 venerable old men, whose canonical hats indicated their quality as village pastors. 2 groups of young women and children were dancing outside the porch to the accompaniment of a simple pipe, and within 100 yards of them some of the youths of the village were disporting themselves in athletic exercises, the whole being carried on beneath the fostering care of the old church, and with the sanction of its ministers. It was a beautiful scene, and deeply moved the travellers as they approached the principal group. The villagers greeted them courteously, supplied their present wants, and pressed upon them some fine melons brought from their adjoining gardens. Mr. Stephenson used afterwards to look back upon that simple scene, and speak of it as one of the most charming pastorals he had ever witnessed. They shortly reached the site of the proposed railway, passing through Irun, San Sebastian, San Andrero, and Bilbao, at which places they met deputations of the principal inhabitants who were interested in the subject of their journey. At Reynosa, Stephenson carefully examined the mountain passes and ravines through which a railway could be made. He rose at break of day, and surveyed until the darkness set in, and frequently his resting place at night was the floor of some miserable hovel. He was thus laboriously occupied for 10 days. after which he proceeded across the province of Old Castile towards Madrid, surveying as he went. The proposed plan included the purchase of the Castile Canal, and that property was also surveyed. He next proceeded to El Escorial, situated at the foot of the Guadarrama mountains, through which he found that it would be necessary to construct two formidable tunnels; added to which he ascertained that the country between El Escorial and Madrid was of a very difficult and expensive character to work through. Taking these circumstances into account, and looking at the expected traffic on the proposed line, Sir Joshua Walmsley, acting under the advice of Mr. Stephenson, offered to construct the line from Madrid to the Bay of Biscay only on condition that the requisite land was given to the company for the purpose, that they should be allowed every facility for cutting such timber belonging to the Crown as might be required for the purposes of the railway, and also that the materials required from abroad for the construction of the line should be admitted free of duty. In return for these concessions, the company offered to clothe and feed several thousands of convicts while engaged in the execution of the earthworks. General Narvaez, afterwards Duke of Valencia, received Sir Joshua Walmsley and Mr. Stephenson on the subject of their proposition, and expressed his willingness to close with them; but it was necessary that other influential parties should give their concurrence before the scheme could be carried into effect. The deputation waited 10 days to receive the answer of the Spanish Government, but no answer of any kind was vouchsafed. The authorities indeed invited them to be present at a Spanish bullfight, but that was not quite the business Mr. Stephenson had gone all the way to Spain to transact, and the offer was politely declined. The result was that Mr. Stephenson dissuaded his friend from making the necessary deposit at Madrid. Besides, he had by this time formed an unfavourable opinion of the entire project, and considered that the traffic would not amount to 1/8 of the estimate. Mr. Stephenson was now anxious to be in England. During the journey from Madrid he often spoke with affection of friends and relatives, and when apparently absorbed by other matters, he would revert to what he thought might then be passing at home. Few incidents worthy of notice occurred on the journey homeward, but one may be mentioned. While travelling in an open conveyance between Madrid and Vitoria, the driver urged his mules downhill at a dangerous pace. He was requested to slacken speed, but suspecting his passengers to be afraid, he only flogged the brutes into a still more furious gallop. Observing this, Mr. Stephenson coolly said, "Let us try him on the other tack. Tell him to show us the fastest pace at which Spanish mules can go." The rogue of a driver, when he found his tricks of no avail, pulled up, and proceeded at a more moderate speed for the rest of the journey. Urgent business required Mr. Stephenson's presence in London on the last day of November. They travelled therefore almost continuously, day and night, and the fatigue consequent upon the journey, added to the privations voluntarily endured by the engineer while carrying on the survey among the Spanish mountains, began to tell seriously on his health. By the time he reached Paris he was evidently ill, but he nevertheless determined on proceeding. He reached Le Havre in time for the Southampton boat, but when on board pleurisy developed itself, and it was necessary to bleed him freely. During the voyage he spent his time chiefly in dictating letters and reports to Sir Joshua Walmsley, who never left him, and whose kindness on the occasion he gratefully remembered. His friend was struck by the clearness of his dictated composition, which exhibited a vigour and condensation which to him seemed marvellous. After a few weeks' rest at home, Mr. Stephenson gradually recovered, though his health remained severely shaken. End of Chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Lives of the Engineers, George and Robert Stephenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Andy Minter. Lives of the Engineers, George and Robert Stephenson, by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 16. Robert Stephenson's Career. The Stephensons and Brunel. East Coast Route to Scotland. Royal Border Bridge, Berwick. High Level Bridge, Newcastle. The career of George Stephenson was drawing to a close. He had for some time been gradually retiring from the more active pursuit of railway engineering, and confining himself to the promotion of only a few undertakings in which he took a more than ordinary personal interest. In 1840, when the extensive main lines in the Midland districts had been finished and opened for traffic, he publicly expressed his intention of withdrawing from the profession. He had reached 60, and, having spent the greater part of his life in very hard work, he naturally desired rest and retirement in his old age. There was the less necessity for his continuing "in harness," as Robert Stephenson was now in full career as a leading railway engineer, and his father had pleasure in handing over to him, with the sanction of the companies concerned, nearly all the railway appointments which he held. Robert Stephenson amply repaid his father's care. The sound education of which he had laid the foundations at school, improved by his subsequent culture, but more than all by his father's example of application, industry, and thoroughness in all that he undertook, told powerfully in the formation of his character, not less than in the discipline of his intellect. His father had early implanted in him habits of mental activity, familiarized him with the laws of mechanics, and carefully trained and stimulated his inventive faculties, the first great fruits of which, as we have seen, were exhibited in the triumph of the "Rocket" at Rainhill. "I am fully conscious in my own mind," said the son at a meeting of the mechanical engineers at Newcastle in 1858, "how greatly my civil engineering has been regulated and influenced by the mechanical knowledge which I derived directly from my father; and the more my experience has advanced, the more convinced I have become that it is necessary to educate an engineer in the workshop. That is emphatically the education which will render the engineer most intelligent, most useful, and the fullest of resources in times of difficulty." Robert Stephenson was but 26 years old when the performances of the "Rocket" established the practicability of steam locomotion on railways. He was shortly after appointed engineer of the Leicester and Swannington Railway, after which, at his father's request, he was made joint engineer with himself in laying out the London and Birmingham Railway, and the execution of that line was afterwards entrusted to him as sole engineer. The stability and excellence of the works of that railway, the difficulties which had been successfully overcome in the course of its construction, and the judgment which was displayed by Robert Stephenson throughout the whole conduct of the undertaking to its completion, established his reputation as an engineer, and his father could now look with confidence and with pride upon his son's achievements. From that time forward, father and son worked together as one man, each jealous of the other's honour, and on the father's retirement it was generally recognised that in the sphere of railways Robert Stephenson was the foremost man, the safest guide, and the most active worker. Robert Stephenson was subsequently appointed engineer of the Eastern Counties, the Northern and Eastern, and the Blackwall Railways, besides many lines in the Midland and Southern districts. When the speculation of 1844 set in, his services were, of course, greatly in request. Thus, in one session we find him engaged as engineer for not fewer than 33 new schemes. Projectors thought themselves fortunate who could secure his name, and he had only to propose his terms to obtain them. The work which he performed at this period of his life was indeed enormous, and his income was large beyond any previous instance of engineering gain. But much of his labour was heavy hack work of an uninteresting character. During the sittings of the Committees of Parliament, almost every moment of his time was occupied in consultations, and in preparing evidence, or in giving it. The crowded, low-roofed committee rooms of the old Houses of Parliament were altogether inadequate to accommodate the rush of perspiring projectors of bills, and even the lobbies were sometimes choked with them. To have borne that noisome atmosphere and heat would have tested the constitution of salamanders, and engineers were only human. With brains kept in a state of excitement during the entire day, no wonder their nervous systems became unstrung. Their only chance of refreshment was during an occasional rush to the bun and sandwich stand in the lobby, though sometimes even that resource failed them. Then, with mind and body jaded, probably after undertaking a series of consultations upon many bills after the rising of the committees, the exhausted engineers would seek to stimulate nature by a late, perhaps a heavy dinner. What chance had any ordinary constitution of surviving such an ordeal? The consequence was that stomach, brain, and liver were alike irretrievably injured, And hence the men who bore the brunt of those struggles, Stephenson, Brunel, Locke, and Errington, have already all died, comparatively young men. In mentioning the name of Brunel, we are reminded of him as the principal rival and competitor of Robert Stephenson. Both were the sons of distinguished men, and both inherited the fame and followed in the footsteps of their fathers. The Stephensons were inventive, practical, and sagacious; the Brunels ingenious, imaginative, and daring. The former were as thoroughly English in their characteristics as the latter were perhaps as thoroughly French. The fathers and the sons were alike successful in their works, though not in the same degree. Measured by practical and profitable results, the Stephensons were unquestionably the safer men to follow. Robert Stephenson and Isambard Kingdom Brunel were destined often to come into collision in the course of their professional life. Their respective railway districts marched with each other, and it became their business to invade or defend those districts according as the policy of their respective boards might direct. The gauge of 7 feet, fixed by Mr. Brunel for the Great Western Railway, so entirely different from that of 4 feet 8½ inches adopted by the Stephensons on the Northern and Midland lines, was from the first a great cause of contention. But Mr. Brunel had always an aversion to follow any man's lead, and that another engineer had fixed the gauge of a railway, or built a bridge, or designed an engine, in one way, was of itself often a sufficient reason with him for adopting an altogether different course. Robert Stephenson, on his part, though less bold, was more practical, preferring to follow the old routes, and to tread in the safe steps of his father. Mr. Brunel, however, determined that the Great Western should be a giant's road, and that travelling should be conducted upon it at double speed. His ambition was to make the best road that imagination could devise, whereas the main object of the Stephensons, both father and son, was to make a road that would pay. Although, tried by the Stephensons' test, Brunel's magnificent road was a failure so far as the shareholders in the Great Western Company were concerned, the stimulus which his ambitious designs gave to mechanical invention at the time proved a general good. The narrow gauge engineers exerted themselves to quicken their locomotives to the utmost. They improved and re-improved them. The machinery was simplified and perfected. Outside cylinders gave place to inside. The steadier and more rapid and effective action of the engine was secured, and in a few years the highest speed on the narrow lines went up from 30 to about 50 miles an hour. For this rapidity of progress we are in no small degree indebted to the stimulus imparted to the narrow gauge engineers by Mr. Brunel; and it is well for a country that it should possess such men as he, ready to dare the untried, and to venture boldly into new paths. Individuals may suffer from the cost of the experiments, but the nation, which is an aggregate of individuals, gains, and so does the world at large. It was one of the characteristics of Brunel to believe in the success of the schemes for which he was professionally engaged as engineer, and he proved this by investing his savings largely in the Great Western Railway, in the South Devon atmospheric line, and in the Great Eastern steamship, with what results are well known. Robert Stephenson, on the contrary, with characteristic caution, towards the latter years of his life, avoided holding unguaranteed railway shares; and though he might execute magnificent structures, such as the Victoria Bridge across the St. Lawrence, he was careful not to embark any portion of his own fortune in the ordinary capital of those concerns. In 1845 he shrewdly foresaw the inevitable crash that was about to follow the mania of that year, and while shares were still at a premium, he took the opportunity of selling out all that he had. He urged his father to do the same thing, but George's reply was characteristic. "No," said he, "I took my shares for an investment, and not to speculate with, and I am not going to sell them now because folks have gone mad about railways." The consequence was that he continued to hold the £60,000 which he had invested in the shares of various railways until his death, when they were at once sold out by his son, though at a great depreciation of their original cost. One of the hardest battles fought between the Stephensons and Brunel was for the railway between Newcastle and Berwick, forming part of the great East Coast route to Scotland. As early as 1836 George Stephenson had surveyed 2 lines to connect Edinburgh with Newcastle, one by Berwick and Dunbar along the coast, and the other, more inland, by Carter Fell, up the vale of the Gala, to the northern capital. But both projects lay dormant for several years longer, until the completion of the Midland and other main lines as far north as Newcastle had the effect of again reviving the subject of the extension of the route as far as Edinburgh. On the 18th of June, 1844, the Newcastle and Darlington line, an important link of the great main highway to the north, was completely and publicly opened, thus connecting the Thames and the Tyne by a continuous line of railway. On that day, the Stephensons, with a distinguished party of railway men, travelled by express train from London to Newcastle in about 9 hours. It was a great event, and worthily celebrated. The population of Newcastle held holiday, and a banquet given in the Assembly Rooms the same evening assumed the form of an ovation to George Stephenson and his son. 30 years before, in the capacity of a workman, he had been labouring at the construction of his first locomotive in the immediate neighbourhood. By slow and laborious steps he had worked his way on, dragging the locomotive into notice, and raising himself in public estimation, until at length he had victoriously established the railway system, and went back among his townsmen to receive their greeting. After the opening of this railway, the project of the East Coast line from Newcastle to Berwick was revived, and George Stephenson, who had already identified himself with the question, and was intimately acquainted with every foot of the ground, was called upon to assist the promoters with his judgment and experience. He again recommended as strongly as before the line he had previously surveyed, and on its being adopted by the local committee, the necessary steps were taken to have the scheme brought before Parliament in the ensuing session. The East Coast line was not, however, to be allowed to pass without a fight. On the contrary, it had to encounter as stout an opposition as the Stephensons had ever experienced. We have already stated that about this time the plan of substituting atmospheric pressure for locomotive steam power in the working of railways had become very popular. Many eminent engineers supported the atmospheric system, and a strong party in Parliament, headed by the Prime Minister, were greatly disposed in its favour. Mr. Brunel warmly espoused the atmospheric principle, and his persuasive manner, as well as his admitted scientific ability, unquestionably exercised considerable influence in determining the views of many leading members of both Houses. Among others, Lord Howick, one of the members for Northumberland, adopted the new principle, and possessing great local influence, he succeeded in forming a powerful confederacy of the landed gentry in favour of Brunel's atmospheric railway through that county. George Stephenson could not brook the idea of seeing the locomotive, for which he had fought so many stout battles, pushed to one side, and that in the very county in which its great powers had been first developed. Nor did he relish the appearance of Mr. Brunel as the engineer of Lord Howick's scheme, in opposition to the line which had occupied his thoughts and been the object of his strenuous advocacy for so many years. When Stephenson first met Brunel in Newcastle, he good-naturedly shook him by the collar, and asked what business he had north of the Tyne. George gave him to understand that they were to have a fair stand-up fight for the ground, and shaking hands before the battle like Englishmen, they parted in good humour. A public meeting was held at Newcastle in the following December, when, after a full discussion of the merits of the respective plans, Stephenson's line was almost unanimously accepted as the best. The rival projects went before Parliament in 1845, and a severe contest ensued. The display of ability and tactics on both sides was great. Robert Stephenson was examined at great length as to the merits of the locomotive line, and Brunel at equally great length as to the merits of the atmospheric system. Mr. Brunel, in his evidence, said that after numerous experiments he had arrived at the conclusion that the mechanical contrivance of the atmospheric system was perfectly applicable, and he believed that it would likewise be more economical in most cases than locomotive power. In short, said he, rapidity, comfort, safety, and economy are its chief recommendations. But the locomotive again triumphed. The Stephenson coast line secured the approval of Parliament, and the shareholders in the atmospheric company were happily prevented from investing their capital in what would unquestionably have proved a gigantic blunder. For less than 3 years later, the whole of the atmospheric tubes which had been laid down on other lines were pulled up, and the materials sold, including Mr. Brunel's immense tube on the South Devon Railway, to make way for the working of the locomotive engine. George Stephenson's first verdict of "It won't do" was thus conclusively confirmed. Robert Stephenson used afterwards to describe with great gusto an interview which took place between Lord Howick and his father at his office in Great George Street during the progress of the bill in Parliament. His father was in the outer office, where he used to spend a good deal of his spare time, occasionally taking a quiet wrestle with a friend when nothing else was stirring. On the day in question, George was standing with his back to the fire when Lord Howick called to see Robert. "Oh," thought George, "he has come to try and talk Robert over about that atmospheric gimmick, but I'll tackle his lordship." "Come in, my lord," said he. "Robert's busy, but I'll answer your purpose quite as well. Sit down here, if you please." George began: "Now, my lord, I know very well what you have come about. It's that atmospheric line in the north. I will show you in less than 5 minutes that it can never answer." "If Mr. Robert Stephenson is not at liberty, I can call again," said his lordship. "He's certainly occupied on important business just at present," was George's answer. "But I can tell you far better than he can what nonsense the atmospheric system is. Robert's good natured, you see, and if your lordship were to get alongside of him you might talk him over. So you've been quite lucky in meeting with me. Now, just look at the question of expense." And he then proceeded in his strong Doric to explain his views in detail, until Lord Howick could stand it no longer, and he rose and walked towards the door. George followed him downstairs to finish his demolition of the atmospheric system, and his parting words were: "You may take my word for it, my lord, it will never answer." George afterwards told his son with glee of "the settler" he had given Lord Howick. So closely were the Stephensons identified with this measure, and so great was the personal interest which they were both known to take in its success, that on the news of the triumph of the bill reaching Newcastle, a sort of general holiday took place, and the workmen belonging to the Stephenson locomotive factory, upwards of 800 in number, walked in procession through the principal streets of the town, accompanied with music and banners. It is unnecessary to enter into any description of the works on the Newcastle and Berwick Railway. There are no fewer than 110 bridges of all sorts on the line, some under and some over it, but by far the most formidable piece of masonry work on this railway is at its northern extremity, where it passes across the Tweed into Scotland, immediately opposite the formerly redoubtable castle of Berwick. Not many centuries had passed since the district amidst which this bridge stands was the scene of almost constant warfare. Berwick was regarded as the key of Scotland, and was fiercely fought for, sometimes held by a Scotch and sometimes by an English garrison. Though strongly fortified, it was repeatedly taken by assault. On its capture by Edward I., Boetius says that 17,000 persons were slain, so that its streets ran with blood like a river. Within sight of the ramparts, a little to the west, is Halidon Hill, where a famous victory was gained by Edward III. Over the Scottish army under Douglas, and there is scarcely a foot of ground in the neighbourhood but has been the scene of contention in days long past. In the reign of James I. and Charles I. a bridge of 15 arches was built across the Tweed at Berwick, and in our own day a railway bridge of 28 arches has been built, a little above the old one, but at a much higher level. The bridge built by the kings out of the national resources cost £15,000, and occupied 24 years and 4 months in the building. The bridge built by the railway company, with funds drawn from private resources, cost £120,000, and was finished in 3 years and 4 months from the day of laying the foundation stone. This important viaduct, built after the design of Robert Stephenson, consists of a series of 28 semicircular arches, each 61 feet and 6 inches in span, the greatest height above the bed of the river being 126 feet. The whole is built of ashlar, with a hearting of rubble, excepting the river parts of the arches, which are constructed with bricks laid in cement. The total length of the work is 2,160 feet. The foundations of the piers were got in by coffer dams in the ordinary way, Nasmyth's steam hammer being extensively used in driving the piles. The bearing piles, from which the foundations of the piers were built up, were each capable of carrying 70 tons. Another bridge of still greater importance, necessary to complete the continuity of the east coast route, was the masterwork erected by Robert Stephenson between the north and south banks of the Tyne at Newcastle, commonly known as the High Level Bridge. Mr. R.W. Brandling, George Stephenson's early friend, is entitled to the merit of originating the idea of this bridge as it was eventually carried out, with a central terminus for the northern railways in the Castle Garth. The plan was first promulgated by him in 1841, and in the following year it was resolved that George Stephenson should be consulted as to the most advisable site for the proposed structure. A prospectus of a high level bridge company was issued in 1843, the names of George Stephenson and George Hudson appearing on the committee of management, Robert Stephenson being the consulting engineer. The project was eventually taken up by the Newcastle and Darlington Railway Company, and an Act for the construction of the bridge was obtained in 1845. The rapid extension of railways had given an extraordinary stimulus to the art of bridge building. The number of such structures erected in Great Britain alone since 1830 having been above 25,000, or more than all that had before existed in the country. Instead of the erection of a single large bridge, constituting as formerly an epoch in engineering, hundreds of extensive bridges of novel design were simultaneously constructed. The necessity which existed for carrying rigid loads, capable of bearing heavy railway trains at high speeds over extensive gaps free of support, rendered it obvious that the methods which had up to that time been employed for bridging space were altogether insufficient. The railway engineer could not, like an ordinary road engineer, divert his road and make choice of the best point for crossing a river or a valley. He must take such ground as lay in the line of his railway, be it bog, or mud, or shifting sand. Navigable rivers and crowded thoroughfares had to be crossed without interruption to the existing traffic, sometimes by bridges at right angles to the river or road, sometimes by arches more or less oblique. In many cases great difficulty arose from the limited nature of the headway, but as the level of the original road must generally be preserved, and that of the railway was in a measure fixed and determined, it was necessary to modify the form and structure of the bridge in almost every case, in order to comply with the public requirements. Novel conditions were met by fresh inventions, and difficulties of the most unusual character were one after another successfully surmounted in executing these extraordinary works. Iron has been throughout the sheet anchor of the engineer. In its different forms of cast or wrought iron, it offered a valuable resource, where rapidity of execution, great strength, and cheapness of construction in the first instance were elements of prime importance; and by its skilful use the railway architect was enabled to achieve results which 30 years ago would scarcely have been thought possible. In many of the early cast iron bridges the old form of the arch was adopted, the stability of the structure depending wholly on compression, the only novel feature being the use of iron instead of stone. But in a large proportion of cases the arch with the railway over it was found inapplicable, in consequence of the limited headway which it provided. Hence it early occurred to George Stephenson, when constructing the Liverpool and Manchester Railway, to adopt the simple cast iron beam for the crossing of several roads and canals along that line, this beam resembling in some measure the lintel of the early temples, the pressure on the abutments being purely vertical. One of the earliest instances of this kind of bridge was that erected over Water Street, Manchester, in 1829, after which cast iron girders, with their lower webs considerably larger than their upper, were ordinarily employed where the span was moderate, and wrought iron tie rods below were added to give increased strength where the span was greater. The next step was the contrivance of arched beams or bowstring girders, firmly held together by horizontal ties to resist the thrust, instead of abutments. Numerous excellent specimens of this description of bridge were erected by Robert Stephenson on the original London and Birmingham Railway, but by far the grandest work of this kind, perfect as a specimen of modern constructive skill, was the High Level Bridge, which we owe to the genius of the same engineer. The problem was to throw a railway bridge across the deep ravine which lies between the towns of Newcastle and Gateshead, at the bottom of which flows the navigable river Tyne. Along and up the sides of the valley, on the Newcastle bank especially, run streets of old fashioned houses, clustered together in the strange forms peculiar to the older cities. The ravine is of great depth, so deep and so gloomy looking towards dusk, that local tradition records that when the Duke of Cumberland arrived late in the evening at the brow of the hill overlooking the Tyne, on his way to Culloden, he exclaimed to his attendants, on looking down into the black gorge before him, "For God's sake, don't think of taking me down that coal pit at this time of night." The road down the Gateshead High Street is almost as steep as the roof of a house, and up the Newcastle side, as the street there is called, it is little better. During many centuries the traffic, north and south, passed along this dangerous and difficult route, over the old bridge which crosses the river in the bottom of the valley. For about 30 years the Newcastle Corporation had discussed various methods of improving the communication between the towns, and the discussion might have gone on for 30 years more, but for the advent of railways, when the skill and enterprise to which they gave birth speedily solved the difficulty and bridged the ravine. The local authorities adroitly took advantage of the opportunity, and insisted on the provision of a road for ordinary vehicles and foot passengers in addition to the railroad. In this circumstance originated one of the striking peculiarities of the high level bridge, which serves two purposes, being a railway above and a carriage roadway underneath. The breadth of the river at the point of crossing is 515 feet, but the length of the bridge and viaduct between the Gateshead station and the terminus on the Newcastle side is about 4000 feet. It springs from Pipewell Gate Bank on the south, directly across to Castle Garth, where, nearly fronting the bridge, stands the fine old Norman keep of the New Castle, now 800 years old, and a little beyond it is the spire of St. Nicholas Church, with its light and graceful Gothic crown, the whole forming a grand architectural group of unusual historic interest. The bridge passes completely over the roofs of the houses which fill both sides of the valley, and the extraordinary height of the upper parapet, which is about 130 feet above the bed of the river, offers a prospect to the passing traveller, the like of which is perhaps nowhere else to be seen. Far below are the queer chairs and closes, the wynds and lanes of old Newcastle. The water is crowded with pudgy black coal keels, and when there is a partial dispersion of the great smoke clouds which usually obscure the sky, the funnels of steamers and the masts of shipping may be seen far down the river. The old bridge lies so far beneath it, that the passengers crossing it seem like so many bees passing to and fro. The first difficulty encountered in building the bridge was in securing a solid foundation for the piers. The dimensions of the piles to be driven were so huge, that the engineer found it necessary to employ some extraordinary means for the purpose. He called Nasmyth's Titanic steam hammer to his aid, the first occasion, we believe, on which this prodigious power was employed in bridge pile driving. A temporary staging was erected for the steam engine and hammer apparatus, which rested on two keels, and, notwithstanding the newness and stiffness of the machinery, the first pile was driven on the 6th of October, 1846, to a depth of 32 feet in 4 minutes. Two hammers of 30 hundredweight each were kept in regular use, making from 60 to 70 strokes a minute, and the results were astounding to those who had been accustomed to the old style of pile driving by means of the ordinary pile frame, consisting of slide, ram, and monkey. By the old system, the pile was driven by a comparatively small mass of iron descending with great velocity from a considerable height, the velocity being in excess and the mass deficient, and calculated, like the momentum of a cannon ball, rather for destructive than impulsive action. In the case of the steam pile driver, on the contrary, the whole weight of a heavy mass is delivered rapidly on a driving block of several tons weight, placed directly above the head of the pile, the weight never ceasing, and the blows being repeated at the rate of a blow a second, until the pile is driven home. It is a curious fact that the rapid strokes of the steam hammer evolved so much heat, that on many occasions the pile head burst into flames during the process of driving. The elastic force of steam is the power that lifts the ram, the escape permitting its entire force to fall upon the head of the driving block, while the steam above the piston on the upper part of the cylinder, acting as a buffer or recoil spring, materially enhances the effect of the downward blow. As soon as one pile was driven, the traveller, hovering overhead, presented another, and down it went into the solid bed of the river, with almost as much ease as a lady sticks pins into a cushion. By the aid of this powerful machine, pile driving, formerly among the most costly and tedious of engineering operations, became easy, rapid, and comparatively economical. When the piles had been driven, and the coffer dams formed and puddled, the water within the enclosed spaces was pumped out by the aid of powerful engines, so as, if possible, to lay bare the bed of the river. Considerable difficulty was experienced in getting in the foundations of the middle pier, in consequence of the water forcing itself through the quicksand beneath as fast as it was removed. This fruitless labour went on for months, and many expedients were tried. Chalk was thrown in large quantities outside the piling, but without effect. Cement concrete was at last put within the coffer dam until it set, and the bottom was then found to be secure. A bed of concrete was laid up to the level of the heads of the piles, the foundation course of stone blocks being commenced about 2 feet below low water, and the building proceeded without further difficulty. It may serve to give an idea of the magnitude of the work when we state that 400,000 cubic feet of ashlar, rubble, and concrete were worked up in the piers, and 450,000 cubic feet in the land arches and approaches. The most novel feature of the structure is the use of cast and wrought iron in forming the double bridge, which admirably combines the two principles of the arch and suspension, the railway being carried over the back of the ribbed arches in the usual manner, while the carriage road and footpaths, forming a long gallery or aisle, are suspended from these arches by wrought iron vertical rods, with horizontal tie bars to resist the thrust. The suspension bolts are enclosed within spandril pillars of cast iron, which give great stiffness to the superstructure. This system of longitudinal and vertical bracing has been much admired, for it not only accomplishes the primary object of securing rigidity in the roadway, but at the same time, by its graceful arrangement, heightens the beauty of the structure. The arches consist of 4 main ribs, disposed in pairs, with a clear distance between the 2 inner arches of 20 feet 4 inches, forming the carriage road, while between each of the inner and outer ribs there is a space of 6 feet 2 inches, constituting the footpaths. Each arch is cast in 5 separate lengths or segments, strongly bolted together. The ribs spring from the horizontal plates of cast iron bedded and secured on the stone piers. All the abutting joints were carefully executed by machinery, the fitting being of the most perfect kind. In order to provide for the expansion and contraction of the iron arching, and to preserve the equilibrium of the piers without disturbance or racking of the other parts of the bridge, it was arranged that the ribs of every 2 adjoining arches resting on the same pier should be secured to the springing plates by keys and joggles, whilst on the next piers on either side the ribs remained free and were at liberty to expand or contract according to the temperature, a space being left for the purpose. Hence each arch is complete and independent in itself, the piers having simply to sustain their vertical pressure. There are 6 arches of 125 feet span each, the 2 approaches to the bridge being formed of cast iron pillars and bearers in keeping with the arches. The result is a bridge that for massive solidity may be pronounced unrivalled. It is perhaps the most magnificent and striking of all the bridges to which railways have given birth, and has been worthily styled the king of railway structures. It is a monument of the highest engineering skill of our time, with the impress of power grandly stamped upon it. It will also be observed that the high level bridge forms a very fine object in a picture of great interest, full of striking architectural variety and beauty. The bridge was opened on the 15th of August, 1849, and a few days after the royal train passed over it, halting for a few minutes to enable Her Majesty to survey the wonderful scene below. In the course of the following year, the Queen opened the extensive stone viaduct across the Tweed, above described, by which the last link was completed of the continuous line of railway between London and Edinburgh. Over the entrance to the Berwick station, occupying the site of the once redoubtable border fortress, so often the deadly battle-ground of the ancient Scots and English, was erected an arch under which the royal train passed, bearing in large letters of gold the appropriate words, "The last act of the Union." The warders at Berwick no longer look out from the castle walls to descry the glitter of Southron spears. The bell tower, from which the alarm was sounded of old, though still standing, is deserted. the only bell heard within the precincts of the old castle being the railway porter's bell announcing the arrival and departure of trains. You see the Scotch express pass along the bridge and speed southwards on the wings of steam. But no alarm spreads along the border now. Northumbrian beeves are safe. Chevy Chase and Otterburn are quiet sheep pastures. The only men at arms on the battlements of Alnwick Castle are of stone. Bamborough Castle has become an asylum for shipwrecked mariners, and the Norman keep at Newcastle has been converted into a museum of antiquities. The railway has indeed consummated the Union. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Lives of the Engineers, George and Robert Stephenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Andy Minter. Lives of the Engineers, George and Robert Stephenson, by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 17. Robert Stephenson's Tubular Bridges at Menai and Conway. We have now to describe briefly another great undertaking, begun by George Stephenson and taken up and completed by his son, in the course of which the latter carried out some of his greatest works. We mean the Chester and Holyhead Railway, completing the railway connection with Dublin, as the Newcastle and Berwick line completed the connection with Edinburgh. It will thus be seen how closely Telford was followed by the Stephensons in perfecting the highways of their respective epochs, the former by means of turnpike roads, and the latter by means of railways. George Stephenson surveyed a line from Chester to Holyhead in 1838, and at the same time reported on the line through North Wales to Port Dynllen, proposed by the Irish Railway Commissioners. His advice was strongly in favour of adopting the line to Holyhead, as less costly and presenting better gradients. A public meeting was held at Chester in January 1839 in support of the latter measure, at which he was present to give explanations. Mr. Uniacke, the Mayor, in opening the proceedings, said that Mr. Stephenson was present, ready to answer any questions which might be put to him on the subject, and it was judiciously remarked that it would be better that he should be asked questions than required to make a speech, for though a very good engineer, he was a bad speaker. One of the questions then put to Mr. Stephenson related to the mode by which he proposed to haul the passenger carriages over the Menai suspension bridge by horse power, and he was asked whether he knew the pressure the bridge was capable of sustaining. His answer was that he had not yet made any calculations, but he proposed getting data which would enable him to arrive at an accurate calculation of the actual strain upon the bridge during the late gale. He had, however, no hesitation in saying that it was more than 20 times as much as the strain of a train of carriages and a locomotive engine. The only reason why he proposed to convey the carriages over by horses was in order that he might, by distributing the weight, not increase the wavy motion. All the train would be on at once, but distributed. This he thought better than passing them linked together by a locomotive engine. It will thus be observed that the practicability of throwing a rigid railway bridge across the Staits had not yet been contemplated. The Dublin Chamber of Commerce passed resolutions in favour of Stephenson's line, after hearing his explanation of its essential features. The project, after undergoing much discussion, was at length embodied in an Act passed in 1844, and the work was brought to a successful completion by his son, with several important modifications, including the grand original feature of the tubular bridges across the Menai Straits and the estuary of the Conway. Excepting these great works, the construction of this line presented no unusual features, though the remarkable terrace cut for the accommodation of the railway, under the steep slope of Penmaenmawr, is worthy of a passing notice. About midway between Conway and Bangor, Penmaenmawr forms a bold and almost precipitous headland, at the base of which, in rough weather, the ocean dashes with great fury. There was not space enough between the mountain and the strand for the passage of the railway. Hence, in some places, the rock had to be blasted to form a terrace, and in others sea walls had to be built up to the proper level on which to form an embankment of sufficient width to enable the road to be laid. A tunnel, 10.5 chains in length, was cut through the headland itself, and on its east and west side the line was formed by a terrace cut out of the cliff, and by embankments protected by sea walls, the terrace being 3 times interrupted by embankments in its course of about 1.25 miles. The road lies so close under the steep mountain face, that it was even found necessary at certain places to protect it against possible accidents from falling stones by means of a covered way. The terrace on the east side of the headland was, however, in some measure protected against the roll of the sea by the mass of stone run out from the tunnel, and forming a deep shingle bank in front of the wall. The part of the work which lies on the westward of the headland, penetrated by the tunnel, was exposed to the full force of the sea, and the formation of the road at that point was attended with great difficulty. While the sea wall was still in progress, its strength was severely tried by a strong north westerly gale, which blew in October, 1846, with a spring tide of 17 feet. On the following morning it was found that a large portion of the rubble was irreparably injured, and 200 yards of the wall were then replaced by an open viaduct, with the piers placed edgeway to the sea, the openings between them being spanned by 10 cast-iron girders, each 42 feet long. This accident induced the engineer to alter the contour of the sea wall, so that it should present a diminished resistance to the force of the waves. But the sea repeated its assaults, and made further havoc with the work, entailing heavy expenses and a complete reorganisation of the contract. Increased solidity was then given to the masonry, and the face of the wall underwent further change. At some points outworks were constructed, and piles were driven into the beach about 15 feet from the base of the wall, for the purpose of protecting its foundations and breaking the force of the waves. The work was at length finished after about 3 years' anxious labour, but Mr. Stephenson confessed that if a long tunnel had been made in the first instance through the solid rock of Penmaen Mawr, a saving of from £25,000 to £30,000 would have been effected. He also said that he had arrived at the conclusion that in railway works engineers should endeavour as far as possible to avoid the necessity of contending with the sea; but if he were ever again compelled to go within its reach, he would adopt, instead of retaining walls, an open viaduct, placing all the piers edgeways to the force of the sea, and allowing the waves to break upon a natural slope of beach. He was ready enough to admit the errors he had committed in the original design of this work, but he said he had always gained more information from studying the causes of failure and endeavouring to surmount them, than he had done from easily won successes. While many of the latter had been forgotten, the former were indelibly fixed in his memory. But by far the greatest difficulty which Robert Stephenson had to encounter in executing this railway was in carrying it across the Straits of Menai and the estuary of the Conway, where, like his predecessor Telford, when forming his high road through North Wales, he was under the necessity of resorting to new and altogether untried methods of bridge construction. At Menai the waters of the Irish Sea are perpetually vibrating along the precipitous shores of the strait, rising and falling from 20 to 25 feet at each successive tide, the width and depth of the channel being such as to render it available for navigation by the largest ships. The problem was to throw a bridge across this wide chasm, a bridge of unusual span and dimensions, of such strength as to be capable of bearing the heaviest loads at high speeds, and at such uniform height throughout as not in any way to interfere with the navigation of the strait. From an early period, Mr. Stephenson had fixed upon the spot where the Britannia Rock occurs, nearly in the middle of the channel, as the most eligible point for crossing, the water width from shore to shore at high water there being about 1,100 feet. His first idea was to construct the bridge of 2 cast-iron arches, each of 350 feet span. There was no novelty in this idea, for, as early as the year 1801, Mr. Rennie prepared a design of a cast-iron bridge across the strait at the Swilly Rocks, the great centre arch of which was to be 450 feet span; and at a later period, in 1810, Telford submitted a design of a similar bridge at Inistimoch, with a single cast-iron arch of 500 feet. But the same objections which led to the rejection of Rennie's and Telford's designs proved fatal to Robert Stephenson's, and his iron-arched railway bridge was rejected by the Admiralty. The navigation of the strait was under no circumstances to be interfered with, and even the erection of scaffolding from below, to support the bridge during construction, was not to be permitted. The idea of a suspension bridge was dismissed as inapplicable. A degree of rigidity and strength, greater than could be secured by any bridge constructed on the principle of suspension, being considered an indispensable condition of the proposed structure. Various other plans were suggested, but the whole question remained unsettled, even down to the time when the Company went before Parliament in 1844 for power to construct the proposed bridges. No existing kind of structure seemed to be capable of bearing the fearful extension to which rigid bridges of the necessary spans would be subjected, and some new expedient of engineering therefore became necessary. Mr. Stephenson was then led to reconsider a design which he had made in 1841 for a road bridge over the river Lee at Ware, with a span of 50 feet, the conditions only admitting of a platform 18 or 20 inches thick. For this purpose a wrought iron platform was designed, consisting of a series of simple cells, formed of boiler plates riveted together with angle iron. The bridge was not, however, carried out after this design, but was made of separate wrought iron girders composed of riveted plates. Returning to his first idea of this bridge, Mr. Stephenson thought that a stiff platform might be constructed, with sides of strongly trussed framework of wrought iron, braced together at top and bottom with plates of like material, riveted together with angle iron, and that such a platform might be suspended by strong chains on either side to give it increased security. "It was now," said Mr. Stephenson, "that I came to regard the tubular platform as a beam, and that the chains should be looked upon as auxiliaries. It appeared, nevertheless, that without a system of diagonal struts inside, which of course would have prevented the passage of trains through it, this kind of structure was ill suited for maintaining its form, and would be very liable to become lozenge shaped. Besides, the rectangular figure was deemed objectionable from the large surface which it presented to the wind." It then occurred to him that circular or elliptical tubes might better answer the intended purpose, and in March, 1845, he gave instructions to two of his assistants to prepare drawings of such a structure, the tubes being made with a double thickness of plate at top and bottom. The results of the calculations made as to the strength of such a tube were considered so satisfactory that Mr. Stephenson says he determined to fall back on a bridge of this description on the rejection of his design of the two cast iron arches by the Parliamentary Committee. Indeed, it became evident that a tubular wrought iron beam was the only structure which combined the necessary strength and stability for a railway with the conditions deemed essential for the protection of the navigation. "I stood," says Mr. Stephenson, "on the verge of a responsibility from which I confess I had nearly shrunk. The construction of a tubular beam of such gigantic dimensions, on a platform elevated and supported by chains at such a height, did at first present itself as a difficulty of a very formidable nature. Reflection, however, satisfied me that the principles upon which the idea was founded were nothing more than an extension of those daily in use in the profession of the engineer. The method, moreover, of calculating the strength of the structure which I had adopted was of the simplest and most elementary character, and whatever might be the form of the tube, the principle on which the calculations were founded was equally applicable, and could not fail to lead to an equally accurate result." Mr. Stephenson accordingly announced to the directors of the railway that he was prepared to carry out a bridge of this general description, and they adopted his views, though not without considerable misgivings. While the engineer's mind was still occupied with the subject, an accident occurred to the Prince of Wales' iron steamship at Blackwall, which singularly corroborated his views as to the strength of wrought iron beams of large dimensions. When this vessel was being launched, the cleat on the bow gave way, in consequence of the bolts breaking, and let the vessel down so that the bilge came in contact with the wharf, and she remained suspended between the water and the wharf for a length of about 110 feet, but without injury to the plates of the ship, satisfactorily proving the great strength of this form of construction. Thus Mr. Stephenson became gradually confirmed in his opinion that the most feasible method of bridging the strait at Menai and the river at Conway was by means of a hollow beam of wrought iron. As the time was approaching for giving evidence before Parliament on the subject, it was necessary for him to settle some definite plan for submission to the committee. "My late revered father," says he, "having always taken a deep interest in the various proposals which had been considered for carrying a railway across the Menai Straits, requested me to explain fully to him the views which led me to suggest the use of a tube, and also the nature of the calculations I had made in reference to it. It was during this personal conference that Mr. William Fairbairn accidentally called upon me, to whom I had also explained the principle of the structure I had proposed. He at once acquiesced in their truth, and expressed confidence in the feasibility of my project, giving me at the same time some facts relative to the remarkable strength of iron steamships, and invited me to his works at Millwall to examine the construction of an iron steamship which was then in progress. The date of this consultation was early in April 1845, and Mr. Fairbairn states that on that occasion Mr. Stephenson asked whether such a design was practicable, and whether I could accomplish it; and it was ultimately arranged that the subject should be investigated experimentally, to determine not only the value of Mr. Stephenson's original conception of a circular or egg-shaped wrought iron tube supported by chains, but that of any other tubular form of bridge which might present itself in the prosecution of my researches. The matter was placed unreservedly in my hands. The entire conduct of the investigation was entrusted to me, and as an experimenter I was to be left free to exercise my own discretion in the investigation of whatever forms or conditions of the structure might appear to be best calculated to secure a safe passage across the Straits. Mr. Fairbairn then proceeded to construct a number of experimental models for the purpose of testing the strength of tubes of different forms. The short period which elapsed, however, before the bill was in committee, did not admit of much progress being made with those experiments; but from the evidence in chief given by Mr. Stephenson on the subject on the 5th of May following, it appears that the idea which prevailed in his mind was that of a bridge with openings of 450 feet, afterwards increased to 460 feet, with a roadway formed of a hollow wrought iron beam about 25 feet in diameter, presenting a rigid platform suspended by chains. At the same time he expressed the confident opinion that a tube of wrought iron would possess sufficient strength and rigidity to support a railway train running inside of it without the help of chains. While the bill was still in progress, Mr. Fairbairn proceeded with his experiments. He first tested tubes of a cylindrical form, in consequence of the favourable opinion entertained by Mr. Stephenson of the tubes in that shape, extending them subsequently to those of an elliptical form. He found tubes thus shaped more or less defective, and proceeded to test those of a rectangular kind. After the bill had received the royal assent on the 30th of June, 1845, the directors of the company, with great liberality, voted a sum for the purpose of enabling the experiments to be prosecuted, and upwards of £6,000 were thus expended to make the assurance of their engineer doubly sure. Mr. Fairbairn's tests were of the most elaborate and eventually conclusive character, bringing to light many new and important facts of great practical value. The due proportions and thickness of the top and bottom and sides of the tubes were arrived at after a vast number of trials, one of the results of the experiments being the adoption of Mr. Fairbairn's invention of rectangular hollow cells in the top of the beam for the purpose of giving it the requisite degree of strength. About the end of August it was thought desirable to obtain the assistance of a mathematician, who should prepare a formula by which the strength of a full-sized tube might be calculated from the results of the experiments made with tubes of smaller dimensions. Professor Hodgkinson was accordingly called in, and he proceeded to verify and confirm the experiments which Mr. Fairbairn had made, and afterwards reduced them to the required formula. Mr. Stephenson's time was so much engrossed with his extensive engineering business, that he was in great measure precluded from devoting himself to the consideration of the practical details. The results of the experiments were communicated to him from time to time, and were regarded by him as exceedingly satisfactory. It would appear, however, that while Mr. Fairbairn urged the rigidity and strength of the tubes without the aid of chains, Mr. Stephenson had not quite made up his mind upon the point. Mr. Hodgkinson also was strongly inclined to retain them. Mr. Fairbairn held that it was quite practicable to make the tubes sufficiently strong to sustain not only their own weight, but in addition to that load 2000 tons equally distributed over the surface of the platform, a load 10 times greater than they will ever be called upon to support. It was thoroughly characteristic of Mr. Stephenson, and of the caution with which he proceeded in every step of this great undertaking, probing every inch of the ground before he set down his foot upon it, that he should, early in 1856, have appointed his able assistant, Mr. Edwin Clark, to scrutinise carefully the results of every experiment, and subject them to a separate and independent analysis, before finally deciding upon the form or dimensions of the structure, or upon any mode of procedure connected with it. At length, Mr. Stephenson became satisfied that the use of auxiliary chains was unnecessary, and that the tubular bridge might be made of such strength as to be entirely self supporting. While these important discussions were in progress, measures were taken to proceed with the masonry of the bridges simultaneously at Conway and the Menai Straits. The foundation stone of the Britannia Bridge was laid on the 10th of April, 1846, and on the 12th of May following that of Conway Bridge was laid. Suitable platforms and workshops were also erected for proceeding with the punching, fitting, and riveting of the tubes; and when these operations were in full progress, the neighbourhood of the Conway and Britannia Bridges presented scenes of extraordinary bustle and industry. About 1500 men were employed on the Britannia Bridge alone, and they mostly lived upon the ground in wooden cottages erected for the occasion. The iron plates were brought in shiploads from Liverpool, Anglesey marble from Penmon, and red sandstone from Runcorn in Cheshire, as wind and tide, and shipping and convenience might determine. There was an unremitting clank of hammers, grinding of machinery, and blasting of rock going on from morning till night. In fitting the Britannia tubes together, not less than 2,000,000 bolts were riveted, weighing some 900 tons. The Britannia Bridge consists of two independent continuous tubular beams, each 1511 feet in length, and each weighing 4680 tons, independent of the cast iron frames inserted at their bearings on the masonry of the towers, the central of which is known as the Great Britannia Tower, 230 feet high, built on a rock in the middle of the strait. The side towers are 18 feet less in height than the central one, and the abutment 35 feet lower than the side towers. The design of the masonry is such as to accord with the form of the tubes, being somewhat of an Egyptian character, massive and gigantic rather than beautiful, but bearing the unmistakable impress of power. The bridge has 4 spans, 2 of 460 feet over the water, and 2 of 230 feet over the land. The weight of the larger spans, at the points where the tubes repose on the masonry, is not less than 1587 tons. On the central tower the tubes rest solid, but on the land towers and abutments they lie on roller beds, so as to allow of expansion and contraction. The road within each tube is 15 feet wide, and the height varies from 23 feet at the ends to 30 feet at the centre. To give an idea of the vast size of the tubes by comparison with other structures, it may be mentioned that each length, constituting the main spans, is twice as long as the London Monument is high, and if it could be set on end in St. Paul's Churchyard, it would reach nearly 100 feet above the cross. The Conway Bridge is in most respects similar to the Britannia, consisting of 2 tubes of 400 feet span placed side by side, each weighing 1180 tons. The principle adopted in the construction of the tubes and the mode of floating and raising them were nearly the same as the Britannia Bridge, though the general arrangement of the plates is in many respects different. It was determined to construct the shorter outer tubes of the Britannia Bridge on scaffoldings in the position in which they were permanently to remain, and to erect the larger tubes upon wooden platforms at high water mark on the Carnarvon shore, from whence they were to be floated in pontoons. The floating of the tubes on pontoons, from the places where they had been constructed to the recesses in the masonry of the towers, up which they were to be hoisted to the positions they were permanently to occupy, was an anxious and exciting operation. The first part of this process was performed at Conway, where Mr. Stephenson directed it in person, assisted by Captain Claxton, Mr. Brunel, and other engineering friends. On the 6th of March, 1848, the pontoons bearing the first great tube of the up line were floated round quietly and majestically into their place between the towers in about 20 minutes. Unfortunately, one of the sets of pontoons had become slightly slewed by the stream, by which the Conway end of the tube was prevented from being brought home, and 5 anxious days to all concerned intervened before it could be set in place. In the meantime the presses and raising machinery had been fitted in the towers above, and the lifting process was begun on the 8th of April, when the immense mass was raised 8 feet, at the rate of about 2 inches a minute. On the 16th the tube had been raised and finally lowered into its permanent bed, the rails were laid along it, and on the 18th Mr. Stephenson passed through with the first locomotive. The second tube was proceeded with on the removal of the first from the platform, and was completed and floated in 7 months. The rapidity with which this second tube was constructed was in no small degree owing to the Jacquard punching machine, contrived for the purpose by Mr. Roberts of Manchester. This tube was finally fixed in its permanent bed on the 2nd of January, 1849. The floating and fixing of the Great Britannia tubes was a still more formidable enterprise, though the experience gained at Conway rendered it easy compared with what it otherwise would have been. Mr. Stephenson superintended the operation of floating the first in person, giving the arranged signals from the top of the tube on which he was mounted, the active part of the business being performed by a numerous corps of sailors under the immediate direction of Captain Claxton. Thousands of spectators lined the shores of the Strait on the evening of the 19th of June, 1849. On the land, attachments being cut, the pontoons began to float off, but one of the capstans having given way from excessive strain, the tube was brought home again for the night. By next morning the defective capstan was restored, and all was in readiness for another trial. At 7:30 in the evening the tube was afloat, and the pontoons swung out into the current like a monster pendulum, held steady by the shore guide lines, but increasing in speed to an almost fearful extent as they neared their destined place between the piers. The success of this operation, says Mr. Clark, depended mainly on properly striking the butt beneath the Anglesey tower, on which, as upon a centre, the tube was to be veered round into its position across the opening. This position was determined by a 12-inch line, which was to be paid out to a fixed mark from the Llanfair capstan. The coils of the rope unfortunately overrode each other upon this capstan, so that it could not be paid out. In resisting the motion of the tube, the capstan was bodily dragged out of the platform by the action of the pawls, and the tube was in imminent danger of being carried away by the stream, or the pontoons crushed upon the rocks. The men at the capstan were all knocked down, and some of them thrown into the water, though they made every exertion to arrest the motion of the capstan bars. In this dilemma, Mr. Rolfe, who had charge of the capstan, with great presence of mind called the visitors on shore to his assistance, and handing out the spare coil of the 12-inch line into the field at the back of the capstan, it was carried with great rapidity up the field, and a crowd of people, men, women, and children, holding on to this huge cable, arresting the progress of the tube, which was at length brought safely against the butt and veered round. The Britannia end was then drawn into the recess of the masonry by a chain passing through the tower to a crab on the far side. The violence of the tide abated, though the wind increased, and the Anglesey end was drawn into its place beneath the corbelling in the masonry, and as the tide went down, the pontoons deposited their valuable cargo on the welcome shelf at each end. The successful issue was greeted by cannon from the shore, and the hearty cheers of many thousands of spectators, whose sympathy and anxiety were but too clearly indicated by the unbroken silence with which the whole operation had been accompanied. By midnight all the pontoons had been got clear of the tube, which now hung suspended over the waters of the Strait by its two ends, which rested upon the edges cut in the rock for the purpose at the base of the Britannia and Anglesey towers respectively, up which the tube had now to be lifted by hydraulic power to its permanent place near the summit. The accuracy with which the gigantic beam had been constructed may be inferred from the fact that, after passing into its place, a clear space remained between the iron plating and the rock outside of it of only about 3/4 of an inch. Mr. Stephenson's anxiety was of course very great up to the time of performing this trying operation. When he had got the first tube floated at Conway and saw all safe, he said to Captain Moorsom, "Now I shall go to bed." But the Britannia Bridge was a still more difficult enterprise, and cost him many a sleepless night. Afterwards describing his feelings to his friend Mr. Gooch, he said, "It was a most anxious and harassing time with me. Often at night I would lie tossing about, seeking sleep in vain. The tubes filled my head. I went to bed with them and got up with them. In the grey of the morning, when I looked across the square, it seemed an immense distance across to the houses on the opposite side. It was nearly the same length as the span of my tubular bridge. When the first tube had been floated, a friend observed to him, This great work has made you 10 years older." "I have not slept sound," he replied, "for 3 weeks." Sir F. Head, however, relates that when he revisited the spot on the following morning, he observed, sitting on a platform overlooking the suspended tube, a gentleman reclining entirely by himself, smoking a cigar and gazing, as if indolently, at the aerial gallery beneath him. It was the engineer himself, contemplating his new born child. He had strolled down from the neighbouring village, after his first sound and refreshing sleep for weeks, to behold in sunshine and solitude that which, during a weary period of gestation, had been either mysteriously moving in his brain, or, like a vision, sometimes of good omen and sometimes of evil, had by night as well as by day been flitting across his mind. The next process was the lifting of the tube into its place, which was performed very deliberately and cautiously. It was raised by powerful hydraulic presses, only a few feet at a time, and carefully underbuilt before being raised to a further height. When it had been got up by successive stages of this kind to about 24 feet, an extraordinary accident occurred. During Mr. Stephenson's absence in London, which he afterwards described to the author in as nearly as possible the following words: "In a work of such novelty and magnitude, you may readily imagine how anxious I was that every possible contingency should be provided for. Where 1 chain or rope was required, I provided 2. I was not satisfied with 'enough,' I must have absolute security, as far as that was possible. I knew the consequences of failure would be most disastrous to the Company, and that the wisest economy was to provide for all contingencies at whatever cost. When the first tube at the Britannia had been successfully floated between the piers, ready for being raised, my young engineers were very much elated; and when the hoisting apparatus had been fixed, they wrote to me, saying, 'We are now all ready for raising her. We could do it in a day, or in 2 at the most.' But my reply was, 'No, you must only raise the tube inch by inch, and you must build up under it as you rise. Every inch must be made good; nothing must be left to chance or good luck.' And fortunate it was that I insisted upon this cautious course being pursued; for one day, while the hydraulic presses were at work, the bottom of one of them burst clean away. The cross head and the chains, weighing more than 50 tons, descended with a fearful crash upon the press, and the tube itself fell down upon the packing beneath. Though the fall of the tube was not more than 9 inches, it crushed solid castings, weighing tons as if they had been nuts. The tube itself was slightly strained and deflected, though it still remained sufficiently serviceable. But it was a tremendous test to which it was put, for a weight of upwards of 5000 tons falling even a few inches must be admitted to be a very serious matter. That it stood so well was extraordinary. Clark immediately wrote me an account of the circumstance, in which he said, 'Thank God you have been so obstinate, for if this accident had occurred without a bed for the end of the tube to fall on, the whole would now have been lying across the bottom of the Straits. £5000 extra expense was caused by this accident, slight though it may seem, but careful provision was made against future failure. A new and improved cylinder was provided, and the work was very soon advancing satisfactorily towards completion." When the Queen first visited the Britannia Bridge on her return from the North in 1852, Robert Stephenson accompanied Her Majesty and Prince Albert over the works, explaining the principles on which the bridge had been built, and the difficulties which had attended its erection. He conducted the royal party to near the margin of the sea, and after describing to them the incident of the fall of the tube, and the reason of its preservation, he pointed with pardonable pride to a pile of stones which the workmen had there raised to commemorate the event. While nearly all the other marks of the work during its progress had been obliterated, that cairn had been left standing in commemoration of the caution and foresight of their chief. The floating and raising of the remaining tubes need not be described in detail. The second was floated on the 3rd of December, and set in its permanent place on the 7th of January, 1850. The others were floated and raised in due course. On the 5th of March, Mr. Stephenson put the last rivet in the last tube, and passed through the completed bridge, accompanied by about 1000 persons, drawn by 3 locomotives. The bridge was opened for public traffic on the 18th of March. The cost of the whole work was £234,450. The Britannia Bridge is one of the most remarkable monuments of the enterprise and skill of the present century. Robert Stephenson was the master spirit of the undertaking. To him belongs the merit of first seizing the ideal conception of the structure best adapted to meet the necessities of the case, and of selecting the best men to work out his idea, himself watching, controlling, and testing every result by independent check and counter check; and finally he organised and directed through his assistants the vast band of skilled workmen and labourers who were for so many years occupied in carrying his magnificent original conception to a successful practical issue. As he himself said of the work, the true and accurate calculation of all the conditions and elements essential to the safety of the bridge had been a source not only of mental but of bodily toil, including, as it did, a combination of abstract thought and well considered experiment adequate to the magnitude of the project. The Britannia Bridge was the result of a vast combination of skill and industry. But for the perfection of our tools and the ability of our mechanics to use them to the greatest advantage, but for the matured powers of the steam engine, but for the improvements in the iron manufacture which enabled blooms to be puddled of sizes before deemed impracticable, and plates and bars of immense size to be rolled and forged—but for these, the Britannia Bridge would have been designed in vain. Thus, it was not the product of the genius of the railway engineer alone, but of the collective mechanical genius of the English nation. End of Chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Lives of the Engineers, George and Robert Stephenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Andy Minter. Lives of the Engineers, George and Robert Stephenson, by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 18. George Stephenson's Closing Years, Illness and Death. In describing the completion of the series of great works detailed in the preceding chapter, we have somewhat anticipated the closing years of George Stephenson's life. He could not fail to take an anxious interest in the success of his son's designs, and he accordingly paid many visits to Conway and to Menai during the progress of the works. He was present on the occasion of the floating and raising of the first Conway tube, and there witnessed a clear proof of the soundness of Robert's judgment as to the efficiency and strength of the tubular bridge, of which he had at first expressed some doubts. But before the like test could be applied at the Britannia Bridge, George Stephenson's mortal anxieties were at an end, for he had then ceased from all his labours. Towards the close of his life, George Stephenson almost entirely withdrew from the active pursuit of his profession. He devoted himself chiefly to his extensive collieries and lime works, taking a local interest only in such projected railways as were calculated to open up new markets for their products. At home he lived the life of a country gentleman, enjoying his garden and grounds, and indulging his love of nature, which through all his busy life had never left him. It was not until the year 1845 that he took an active interest in horticultural pursuits. Then he began to build new melon houses, pineries, and vineries of great extent, and he now seemed as eager to excel all other growers of exotic plants in his neighbourhood as he had been to surpass the villagers of Killingworth in the production of gigantic cabbages and cauliflowers some 30 years before. He had a pine house built 68 feet in length, and a pinery 140 feet. Workmen were constantly employed in enlarging them, until at length he had no fewer than 10 glass forcing houses heated with hot water, which he was one of the first in that neighbourhood to make use of for such a purpose. He did not take so much pleasure in flowers as in fruits. At one of the county agricultural meetings he said that he intended yet to grow pineapples at Tapton as big as pumpkins. The only man to whom he would knock under was his friend Paxton, the gardener to the Duke of Devonshire, and he was so old in the service and so skilful that he could scarcely hope to beat him. Yet his "Queen" pines did take the first prize at a competition with the Duke, though this was not until shortly after his death, when the plants had become more fully grown. His grapes also took the first prize at Rotherham, at a competition open to all England. He was extremely successful in producing melons, having invented a method of suspending them in baskets of wire gauze, which, by relieving the stalk from tension, allowed nutrition to proceed more freely, and better enabled the fruit to grow and ripen. He took much pride also in his growth of cucumbers. He raised them very fine and large, but he could not make them grow straight. Place them as he would, notwithstanding all his propping of them and humouring them by modifying the application of heat and the admission of light for the purpose of effecting his object, they would still insist on growing crooked in their own way. At last he had a number of glass cylinders made at Newcastle for the purpose of an experiment. Into these the growing cucumbers were inserted, and then he succeeded in growing them perfectly straight. Carrying one of the new products into his house one day, and exhibiting it to a party of visitors, he told them of the expedient he had adopted, and added gleefully, "I think I've bothered them now." Mr. Stephenson also carried on farming operations with some success. He experimented on manure, and fed cattle after methods of his own. He was very particular as to breed and build in stock breeding. "You see, sir," he said to one gentleman, "I like to see the cow's back at a gradient something like this," drawing an imaginary line with his hand, "and then the ribs or girders will carry more flesh than if they were so or so." When he attended the county agricultural meetings, which he frequently did, he was accustomed to take part in the discussions, and he brought the same vigorous practical mind to bear on the questions of tillage, drainage, and farm economy, which he had been accustomed to exercise on mechanical and engineering matters. All his early affection for birds and animals revived. He had favourite dogs and cows and horses, and again he began to keep rabbits, and to pride himself on the beauty of his breed. There was not a bird's nest upon the grounds that he did not know of, and from day to day he went round watching the progress which the birds made with their building, carefully guarding them from injury. No one was more minutely acquainted with the habits of British birds, the result of a long, loving, and close observation of nature. At Tapton he remembered the failure of his early experiment in hatching birds' eggs by heat, and he now performed it successfully, being able to secure a proper apparatus for maintaining a uniform temperature. He was also curious about the breeding and fattening of fowls, and when his friend Edward Pease of Darlington visited him at Tapton, he explained a method which he had invented for fattening chickens in half the usual time. Mrs. Stephenson tried to keep bees, but found they would not thrive at Tapton. Many hives perished, and there was no case of success. The cause of failure was a puzzle to the engineer, but one day his acute powers of observation enabled him to unravel it. At the foot of the hill on which Tapton House stands, he saw some bees trying to rise up from amongst the grass laden with honey and wax. They were already exhausted as if with long flying, and then it occurred to him that the height at which the house stood above the bees' feeding ground rendered it difficult for them to reach their hives when heavy laden, and hence they sank exhausted. He afterwards incidentally mentioned the circumstance to Mr. Jesse, the naturalist, who concurred in his view as to the cause of failure, and was much struck by the keen observation which had led to its solution. Mr. Stephenson had none of the indoor habits of the student. He read very little, for reading is a habit which is generally acquired in youth, and his youth and manhood had been for the most part spent in hard work. Books wearied him and sent him to sleep. Novels excited his feelings too much, and he avoided them, though he would occasionally read through a philosophical book on a subject in which he felt particularly interested. He wrote very few letters with his own hand. Nearly all his letters were dictated, and he avoided even dictation when he could. His greatest pleasure was in conversation, from which he gathered most of his imparted information. It was his practice, when about to set out on a journey by railway, to walk along the train before it started, and to look into the carriages to see if he could find a conversable face. On one of these occasions, at the Euston Station, he discovered in a carriage a very handsome, manly, and intelligent face, which he afterwards found was that of the late Lord Denman. He was on his way down to his seat at Stony Middleton in Derbyshire. Mr. Stephenson entered the carriage, and the two were shortly engaged in interesting conversation. It turned upon chronometry and horology, and the engineer amazed his lordship by the extent of his knowledge on the subject, in which he displayed as much minute information, even down to the latest improvements in watchmaking, as if he had been bred a watchmaker and lived by the trade. Lord Denman was curious to know how a man whose time must have been mainly engrossed by engineering had gathered so much knowledge on a subject quite out of his own line, and he asked the question. "I learnt clockmaking and watchmaking," was the answer, "while a working man at Killingworth, when I made a little money in my spare hours by cleaning the pitmen's clocks and watches, and since then I have kept up my information on the subject." This led to further questions, and then Mr. Stephenson told Lord Denman the interesting story of his life, which held him entranced during the remainder of the journey. Many of his friends readily accepted invitations to Tapton House to enjoy his hospitality, which never failed. With them he would "fight his battles o'er again," reverting to his battle for the locomotive, and he was never tired of telling, nor were his auditors of listening to, the lively anecdotes with which he was accustomed to illustrate the struggles of his early career. While walking in the woods or through the grounds, he would arrest his friend's attention by allusion to some simple object, such as a leaf, a blade of grass, a bit of bark, a nest of birds, or an ant carrying its eggs across the path, and descant in glowing terms upon the creative power of the divine mechanician, whose contrivances were so exhaustless and so wonderful. This was a theme upon which he was often accustomed to dwell in reverential admiration, when in the society of his more intimate friends. One night, when walking under the stars and gazing up into the field of suns, each the probable centre of a system forming the Milky Way, a friend said to him, "What an insignificant creature is man in sight of so immense a creation as that!" "Yes," was his reply, "but how wonderful a creature also is man, to be able to think and reason, and even in some measure to comprehend works so infinite." A microscope, which he had brought down to Tapton, was a source of immense enjoyment to him, and he was never tired of contemplating the minute wonders which it revealed. One evening, when some friends were visiting him, he induced them each to puncture their skin, so as to draw blood, in order that he might examine the globules through the microscope. One of the gentlemen present was a teetotaler, and Mr. Stephenson pronounced his blood to be the most lively of the whole. He had a theory of his own about the movement of the globules in the blood, which has since become familiar. It was that they were respectively charged with electricity, positive at one end and negative at the other, and that thus they attracted and repelled each other, causing a circulation. No sooner did he observe anything new than he immediately set about devising a reason for it. His training in mechanics, his practical familiarity with matter in all its forms, and the strong bent of his mind, led him first of all to seek for a mechanical explanation. And yet he was ready to admit that there was something in the principle of life so mysterious and inexplicable, which baffled mechanics and seemed to dominate over and control them. He did not care much either for abstruse mechanics, but only for experimental and practical, as is usually the case with those whose knowledge has been self-acquired. Even at his advanced age, the spirit of frolic had not left him. When proceeding from Chesterfield station to Tapton House with his friends, he would almost invariably challenge them to a race up the steep path, partly formed of stone steps, along the hillside, and he would struggle, as of old, to keep the front place, though by this time his wind greatly failed. He would occasionally invite an old friend to take a quiet wrestle with him on the lawn, to keep up his skill, and perhaps to try some new knack of throwing. In the evening he would sometimes indulge his visitors by reciting the old pastoral of Damon and Phyllis, or singing his favourite song of "John Anderson, my Joe." But his greatest glory among those with whom he was most intimate was a "crowdy." "Let's have a crowdy night," he would say, and forthwith a kettle of boiling water was ordered in, with a basin of oatmeal. Taking a large bowl containing a sufficiency of hot water, and placing it between his knees, he poured in oatmeal with one hand, and stirred the mixture vigorously with the other. When enough meal had been added, and the stirring was completed, the crowdy was made. It was then supped with new milk, and Stephenson generally pronounced it capital. It was the diet to which he had been accustomed when a working man, and all the dainties with which he had become familiar in recent years had not spoilt his simple tastes. To enjoy Crowdie at his age, besides, indicated that he still possessed that quality on which no doubt much of his practical success in life had depended, a strong and healthy digestion. He would also frequently invite to his house the humbler companions of his early life, and take pleasure in talking over old times with them. He never assumed any of the bearings of a great man on such occasions, but treated the visitors with the same friendliness and respect as if they had been his equals, sending them away pleased with themselves and delighted with him. At other times needy men who had known him in youth would knock at his door, and they were never refused access. But if he heard of any misconduct on their part, he would rate them soundly. One who knew him intimately in private life had seen him exhorting such backsliders and denouncing their misconduct and imprudence with the tears streaming down his cheeks. And he would generally conclude by opening his purse and giving them the help which they needed to make a fresh start in the world. Mr. Stephenson's life at Tapton during his latter years was occasionally diversified with a visit to London. His engineering business having become limited, he generally went there for the purpose of visiting friends or to see what there was fresh going on. He found a new race of engineers springing up on all hands, men who knew him not, and his London journeys gradually ceased to yield him pleasure. A friend used to take him to the opera, but by the end of the first act he was generally in a profound slumber. Yet on one occasion he enjoyed a visit to the Haymarket with a party of friends on his birthday to see T.P. Cook in Black Eyed Susan, if that can be called enjoyment which kept him in a state of tears throughout half the performance. At other times he visited Newcastle, which always gave him great pleasure. He would, on such occasions, go out to Killingworth and seek up old friends, and if the people whom he knew were too retiring and shrunk into their cottages, he went and sought them there. Striking the floor with his stick and holding his noble person upright, he would say, in his own kind way, "Well, and how's all here to day?" To the last he had always a warm heart for Newcastle and its neighbourhood. Sir Robert Peel on more than one occasion invited George Stephenson to his mansion at Drayton, where he was accustomed to assemble round him men of the highest distinction in art, science, and legislation during the intervals of his parliamentary life. The first invitation was respectfully declined. Sir Robert invited him a second time, and a second time he declined. "I have no great ambition," he said, "to mix in fine company, and perhaps should feel out of my element among such high folks." But Sir Robert a third time pressed him to come down to Tamworth early in January 1845, when he would meet Buckland, Follett, and others well known to both. "Well, Sir Robert," said he, "I feel your kindness very much, and can no longer refuse. I will come down and join your party." Mr. Stephenson's strong powers of observation, together with his native humour and shrewdness, imparted to his conversation at all times much vigour and originality, and made him, to young and old, a delightful companion. Though mainly an engineer, he was also a profound thinker on many scientific questions, and there was scarcely a subject of speculation or a department of recondite science on which he had not employed his faculties in such a way as to have formed large and original views. At Drayton the conversation usually turned upon such topics, and Mr. Stephenson freely joined in it. On one occasion an animated discussion took place between himself and Dr. Buckland on one of his favourite theories as to the formation of coal, but the result was that Dr. Buckland, a much greater master of tongue fence than Mr. Stephenson, completely silenced him. Next morning before breakfast, when he was walking in the grounds deeply pondering, Sir William Follett came up and asked what he was thinking about. "Why, Sir William, I'm thinking over that argument I had with Buckland last night. I know I'm right, and that if I only had the command of words which he has, I'd have beaten him." "Let me know all about it," said Sir William, "and I'll see what I can do for you." The two sat down in an arbour, and the astute lawyer made himself thoroughly acquainted with the points of the case, entering into it with all the zeal of an advocate about to plead the dearest interests of his client. After he had mastered the subject, Sir William rose up, rubbing his hands with glee, and said, "Now I'm ready for him." Sir Robert Peel was made acquainted with the plot, and adroitly introduced the subject of the controversy after dinner. The result was that in the argument which followed, the man of science was overcome by the man of law, and Sir William Follett had at all points the mastery over Dr. Buckland. "What do you say, Mr. Stephenson?" asked Sir Robert, laughing. "Why," said he, "I will say only this, that of all the powers above and under the earth, there seems to me no power so great as the gift of the gab." One Sunday, when the party had just returned from church, they were standing together on the terrace near the Hall, and observed in the distance a railway train flashing along, tossing behind it a long white plume of steam. "Now, Buckland," said Stephenson, "I have a poser for you. Can you tell me what is the power that is driving that train?" "Well," said the other, "I suppose it is one of your big engines." "But what drives the engine?" "Oh, very likely a canny Newcastle driver." "What do you say to the light of the sun?" "How can that be?" asked the doctor. "It is nothing else," said the engineer. "It is light bottled up in the earth for tens of thousands of years; light absorbed by plants and vegetables, being necessary for the condensation of carbon during the process of their growth, if it be not carbon in another form. And now, after being buried in the earth for long ages in fields of coal, that latent light is again brought forth and liberated, made to work as in that locomotive for great human purposes." During the same visit, Mr. Stephenson one evening repeated his experiment with blood drawn from the finger, submitting it to the microscope, in order to show the curious circulation of the globules. He set the example by pricking his own thumb, and the other guests, by turn, in like manner, gave up a small portion of their blood for the purpose of ascertaining the comparative liveliness of their circulation. When Sir Robert Peel's turn came, Mr. Stephenson said he was curious to know how the blood globules of a great politician would conduct themselves. Sir Robert held forth his finger for the purpose of being pricked, but once and again he sensitively shrunk back, and at length the experiment, as far as he was concerned, was abandoned. Sir Robert Peel's sensitiveness to pain was extreme, and yet he was destined, a few years after, to die a death of the most distressing agony. In 1847, the year before his death, Mr. Stephenson was again invited to join a distinguished party at Drayton Manor, and to assist in the ceremony of formally opening the Trent Valley Railway, which had been originally designed and laid out by himself many years before. The first sod of the railway had been cut by the Prime Minister in November, 1845, during the time when Mr. Stephenson was abroad on the business of the Spanish Railway. The formal opening took place on the 26th of June, 1847, the line having been thus constructed in less than 2 years. What a change had come over the spirit of the landed gentry since the time when George Stephenson had first projected a railway through that district! Then they were up in arms against him, characterising him as the devastator and spoiler of their estates. Now he was hailed as one of the greatest benefactors of the age. Sir Robert Peel, the chief political personage in England, welcomed him as a guest and a friend, and spoke of him as the chief among practical philosophers. A dozen members of Parliament, 7 baronets, with all the landed magnates of the district, assembled to celebrate the opening of the railway. The clergy were there to bless the enterprise, and to bid all hail to railway progress as enabling them to carry on with greater facility those operations in connection with religion which were calculated to be so beneficial to the country. The army, speaking through the mouth of General A'Court, acknowledged the vast importance of railways as tending to improve the military defences of the country; and representatives from 8 corporations were there to acknowledge the great benefits which railways had conferred upon the merchants, tradesmen, and working classes of their respective towns and cities. In the spring of 1848 Mr. Stephenson was invited to Whittington House, near Chesterfield, the residence of his friend and former pupil, Mr. Swanwick, to meet the distinguished American, Emerson. Upon being introduced, they did not immediately engage in conversation, but presently Stephenson jumped up, took Emerson by the collar, and giving him one of his friendly shakes, asked how it was that in England we could always tell an American. This led to an interesting conversation, in the course of which Emerson said how much he had been everywhere struck by the haleness and comeliness of the English men and women; and then they diverged into a further discussion of the influences which air, climate, moisture, soil, and other conditions exercised upon the physical and moral development of a people. The conversation was next directed to the subject of electricity, upon which Stephenson launched out enthusiastically, explaining his views by several simple and striking illustrations. From thence it gradually turned to the events of his own life, which he related in so graphic a manner as completely to rivet the attention of the American. Afterwards Emerson said that it was worth crossing the Atlantic to have seen Stephenson alone, he had such native force of character and vigour of intellect. The rest of Mr. Stephenson's days were spent quietly at Tapton, amongst his dogs, his rabbits, and his birds. When not engaged about the works connected with his collieries, he was occupied in horticulture and farming. He continued proud of his flowers, his fruits, and his crops, and the old spirit of competition was still strong within him. Although he had for some time been in delicate health, and his hand shook from nervous affection, he appeared to possess a sound constitution. Emerson had observed of him that "he had the lives of many men in him." But perhaps the American spoke figuratively, in reference to his vast stores of experience. It appeared that he had never completely recovered from the attack of pleurisy which seized him during his return from Spain. As late, however, as the 26th of July, 1848, he felt himself sufficiently well to be able to attend a meeting of the Institute of Mechanical Engineers at Birmingham, and to read to the members his paper on the fallacies of the rotatory engine. It was his last appearance before them. Shortly after his return to Tapton, he had an attack of intermittent fever, from which he seemed to be recovering, when a sudden effusion of blood from the lungs carried him off on the 12th of August, 1848, in the 67th year of his age. When all was over, Robert wrote to Edward Pease: "With deep pain I inform you, as one of his oldest friends, of the death of my dear father this morning at 12 o'clock, after about 10 days' illness from severe fever." Mr. Starbuck, who was also present, wrote: "The favourable symptoms of yesterday morning were towards evening followed by a serious change for the worse. This continued during the night, and early this morning it became evident that he was sinking. At a few minutes before 12 to day he breathed his last. All that the most devoted and unremitting care of Mrs. Stephenson and the skill of medicine could accomplish has been done, but in vain." George Stephenson's remains were followed to the grave by a large body of his workpeople, by whom he was greatly admired and beloved. They remembered him as a kind master, who was ever ready actively to promote all measures for their moral, physical, and mental improvement. The inhabitants of Chesterfield evinced their respect for the deceased by suspending business, closing their shops, and joining in the funeral procession, which was headed by the corporation of the town. Many of the surrounding gentry also attended. The body was interred in Trinity Church, Chesterfield, where a simple tablet marks the great engineer's last resting place. The statue of George Stephenson, which the Liverpool and Manchester and Grand Junction companies had commissioned, was on its way to England when his death occurred, and it served for a monument, though his best monument will always be his works. The statue referred to was placed in St. George's Hall, Liverpool. A full-length statue of him by Bailey was also erected a few years later in the noble vestibule of the London and North Western Station in Euston Square. A subscription for the purpose was set on foot by the Society of Mechanical Engineers, of which he had been founder and president. A few advertisements were inserted in the newspapers inviting subscriptions, and it is a notable fact that the voluntary offerings included an average of 2s. each from 3,150 working men, who embraced this opportunity of doing honour to their distinguished fellow workmen. But unquestionably the finest and most appropriate statue to the memory of George Stephenson is that erected in 1862, after the design of John Luff, at Newcastle upon Tyne. It is in the immediate neighbourhood of the Literary and Philosophical Institute, to which both George and his son Robert were so much indebted in their early years, close to the great Stephenson locomotive factory established by the shrewdness of the father, and in the vicinity of the High Level Bridge, one of the grandest products of the genius of the son. The head of Stephenson, as expressed in this noble work, is massive, characteristic, and faithful, and the attitude of the figure is simple, yet manly and energetic. It stands on a pedestal, at the respective corners of which are sculptured the recumbent figures of a pitman, a mechanic, an engine driver, and a plate layer. The statue appropriately stands in a very thoroughfare of working men, thousands of whom see it daily as they pass to and from their work; and we can imagine them, as they look up to Stephenson's manly figure, applying to it the words addressed by Robert Nicoll to Robert Burns, with perhaps still greater appropriateness: "Before the proudest of the earth we stand with an uplifted brow; Like us thou wast a toiling man, and we are noble now." The portrait prefixed to this volume gives a good indication of George Stephenson's shrewd, kind, honest, manly face. His fair, clear countenance was ruddy, and seemingly glowed with health. The forehead was large and high, projecting over the eyes, and there was that massive breadth across the lower part which is usually observed in men of eminent constructive skill. The mouth was firmly marked, and shrewdness and humour lurked there as well as in the keen grey eye. His frame was compact, well knit, and rather spare. His hair became grey at an early age, and towards the close of his life it was of a pure silky whiteness. He dressed neatly in black, wearing a white neckcloth; and his face, his person, and his deportment at once arrested attention and marked the gentleman. End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Lives of the Engineers, George and Robert Stephenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Andy Minter. Lives of the Engineers, George and Robert Stephenson, by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 19. Robert Stephenson's Victoria Bridge, Lower Canada, Illness and Death, Stephenson characteristics. George Stephenson bequeathed to his son his valuable collieries, his share in the engine manufactory at Newcastle, and his large accumulation of savings, which, together with the fortune he had himself amassed by railway work, gave Robert the position of an engineer millionaire, the first of his order. He continued, however, to live in a quiet style, and although he bought occasional pictures and statues, and indulged in the luxury of a yacht, he did not live up to his income, which went on rapidly accumulating until his death. There was no longer the necessity for applying himself to the laborious business of a parliamentary engineer, in which he had now been occupied for some 15 years. Shortly after his father's death, Edward Pease strongly recommended him to give up the more harassing work of his profession, and his reply, 15th of June, 1850, was as follows: "The suggestion which your kind note contains is quite in accordance with my own feelings and intentions respecting retirement, but I find it a very difficult matter to bring to a close so complicated a connection in business as that which has been established by 25 years of active and arduous professional duty. Comparative retirement is, however, my intention, and I trust that your prayer for the divine blessing to grant me happiness and quiet comfort will be fulfilled. I cannot but feel deeply grateful to the great Disposer of events for the success which has hitherto attended my exertions in life, and I trust that the future will also be marked by a continuance of his mercies." Although Robert Stephenson, in conformity with this expressed intention, for the most part declined to undertake new business, he did not altogether lay aside his harness, and he lived to repeat his tubular bridges both in Lower Canada and in Egypt. The success of the tubular system, as adopted at Menai and Conway, was such as to recommend it for adoption wherever great span was required, and the peculiar circumstances connected with the navigation of the St. Lawrence and the Nile may be said to have compelled its adoption in carrying railways across those great rivers. The Victoria Bridge, of which Robert Stephenson was the designer and chief engineer, is without exception the greatest work of the kind in the world. For gigantic proportions and vast length and strength, there is nothing to compare with it in ancient or modern times. The entire bridge with its approaches is only about 60 yards short of 2 miles, being 5 times longer than the Britannia across the Menai Straits, 7½ times longer than Waterloo Bridge, and more than 10 times longer than the New Chelsea Bridge across the Thames. It has not less than 24 spans of 242 feet each, and one great central span, itself an immense bridge, of 330 feet. The road is carried within iron tubes 60 feet above the level of the St. Lawrence, which runs beneath at a speed of about 10 miles an hour, and in winter brings down the ice of 2000 square miles of lakes and rivers, with their numerous tributaries. The weight of iron in the tubes is about 10,000 tons, supported on massive piers, which contain, some 6 and others 10,000 tons of solid masonry. So gigantic a work, involving so heavy an expenditure, about £1,300,000, was not projected without sufficient cause. The Grand Trunk Railway of Canada, upwards of 1,200 miles in length, traverses British North America from the shores of the Atlantic to the rich prairie country of the far west. It opens up a vast extent of fertile territory for future immigration, and provides a ready means for transporting the varied products of the western states to the seaboard. So long as the St. Lawrence was relied on, the inhabitants along the Great Valley were precluded from communication with each other for nearly 6 months of the year, during which the navigation was closed by the ice. The Grand Trunk Railway was designed to furnish a line of communication through this great district at all seasons, following the course of the St. Lawrence along its north bank, and uniting the principal towns of Canada. But stopping short on the north shore, it was still an incomplete work, unconnected, except by a dangerous and often impracticable ferry, with Montreal, the capital of the province, and shut off from connection with the United States, as well as with the coast, to which the commerce of Canada naturally tends. Without a bridge at Montreal, therefore, it was felt that the system of Canadian railway communication would have been incomplete, and the benefits of the Grand Trunk Railway in a great measure nugatory. As early as 1846 the construction of a bridge across the St. Lawrence at Montreal was strongly advocated by the local press, for the purpose of directly connecting that city with the then projected Atlantic and St. Lawrence Railway. A survey of the bridge was made, and the scheme was reported to be practicable. A period of colonial depression, however, intervened, and although the project was not lost sight of, it was not until 1852, when the Grand Trunk Railway Company began their operations, that there seemed to be any reasonable prospect of its being carried out. In that year Mr. A.M. Ross, who had superintended under Robert Stephenson the construction of the tubular bridge over the Conway, visited Canada, and inspected the site of the proposed bridge, when he readily arrived at the conclusion that a like structure was suitable for the crossing of the St. Lawrence. He returned to England to confer with Robert Stephenson on the subject, and the result was the plan of the Victoria Bridge, of which Robert Stephenson was the designer, and Mr. A.M. Ross the joint and resident engineer. The particular kind of structure to be adopted, however, formed the subject of much preliminary discussion. Even after the design of a tubular bridge had been adopted, and the piers were commenced, the plan was made the subject of severe criticism, on the grounds of its alleged excessive cost. It therefore became necessary for Mr. Stephenson to vindicate the propriety of his design in a report to the directors of the railway, in which he satisfactorily proved that as respected strength, efficiency, and economy, with a view to permanency, the plan of the Victoria Bridge was unimpeachable. There were various methods proposed for spanning the St. Lawrence. The suspension bridge, such as that over the river Niagara, was found inapplicable for several reasons, but chiefly because of its defective rigidity, which greatly limited the speed and weight of the trains, and consequently the amount of traffic which could be passed over such a bridge. Thus, taking the length of the Victoria Bridge into account, it was found that not more than 20 trains could pass within the 24 hours, a number insufficient for the accommodation of the anticipated traffic. To introduce such an amount of material into the suspension bridge as would supply increased rigidity, would only be approximating to the original beam, and neutralising any advantages in point of cheapness which might be derivable from this form of structure, without securing the essential stiffness and strength. Iron arches were also considered inapplicable, because of the large headway required for the passage of the ice in winter, and the necessity which existed for keeping the springing of the arches clear of the waterline. This would have involved the raising of the entire road, and a largely increased expenditure on the upper works. The question was therefore reduced to the consideration of the kind of horizontal beam or girder to be employed. Horizontal girders are of 3 kinds. The tubular is constructed of riveted rectangular boiler plates, Where the span is large, the road passes within the tube; where the span is comparatively small, the roadway is supported by 2 or more rectangular beams. Next there is the lattice girder, borrowed from the loose rough timber bridges of the American engineers, consisting of a top and bottom flange, connected by a number of flat iron bars, riveted across each other at a certain angle, the roadway resting on the top, or being suspended at the bottom, between the lattice on either side. Bridges on the same construction are now extensively used for crossing the broad rivers of India, and are especially designed with a view to their easy transport and erection. The trellis or warren girder is a modification of the same plan, consisting of a top and bottom flange with a connecting web of diagonal flat bars, forming a complete system of triangulation; hence the name of triangular girder, by which it is generally known. The merit of this form consists in its comparative rigidity, strength, lightness, and economy of material. These bridges are also extensively employed in spanning the rivers of India. One of the best specimens is the Crumlin Viaduct, 200 feet high at one point, which spans the river and valley of the Ebba, near the village of Crumlin in South Wales. This viaduct is about a third of a mile long, divided into 2 parts by a ridge of hills which runs through the centre of the valley, each part forming a separate viaduct, the one of 7 equal spans of 150 feet, and the other of 3 spans of the same diameter. The bridge has been very skilfully designed and constructed, and by reason of its great dimensions and novel arrangements, is entitled to be regarded as one of the most remarkable engineering works of the day. In calculating the strength of these different classes of girders, Mr. Stephenson observed, "One ruling principle appertains, and is common to all of them. Primarily and essentially, the ultimate strength is considered to exist in the top and bottom, the former being exposed to a compression force by the action of the load, and the latter to a force of tension. Therefore, whatever be the class or denomination of girders, they must all be alike in amount of effective material in these members, if their spans and depths are the same, and they have to sustain the same amount of load. Hence the question of comparative merit among the different classes of construction of beams or girders is really narrowed to the method of connecting the top and bottom webs, so called. In the tubular system the connection is effected by continuous boiler plates riveted together, and in the lattice and trellis bridges by flat iron bars, more or less numerous, forming a series of struts and ties. Those engineers who advocate the employment of the latter form of construction set forth as its principal advantage the saving of material which is effected by employing bars instead of iron plates; whereas Mr. Stephenson and his followers urge that in point of economy the boiler plate side is equal to the bars, whilst in point of effective strength and rigidity it is decidedly superior. To show the comparative economy of material, he contrasted the lattice girder bridge over the river Trent, on the Great Northern Railway near Newark, with the tubes of the Victoria Bridge. In the former case, where the span is 240.5 feet, and the bridge 13 feet wide, the weight, including bearings, is 292 tons. In the latter, where the span is 242 feet, the width of the tube 16 feet, the weight, including bearings, is 275 tons, showing a balance in favour of the Victoria tube of 17 tons. The comparison between the Newark Dyke Bridge and the tubular bridge over the River Aire is equally favourable to the latter, and no one can have travelled over the Great Northern Line to York without noting that, as respects rigidity under the passing train, the tubular bridge is decidedly superior. It is ascertained that the deflection caused by a passing load is considerably greater in the former case, and Mr. Stephenson was also of the opinion that the sides of all trellis or lattice girders are useless, except for the purpose of connecting the top and bottom, and keeping them in their position. They depend upon their connection with the top and bottom webs for their own support, and since they could not sustain their shape, but would collapse immediately on their being disconnected from their top and bottom members, it is evident that they add to the strain upon them, and consequently to that extent reduce the ultimate strength of the beams. I admit," he added, "that there is no formula for valuing the solid sides for strains, and that at present we only subscribe to them the value or use of connecting the top and bottom. Yet we are aware that, from their continuity and solidity, they are of value to resist horizontal and many other strains, independently of the top and bottom, by which they add very much to the stiffness of the beam; and the fact of their containing more material than is necessary to connect the top and bottom webs has by no means been fairly established. Another important advantage of the tubular bridge over the trellis or lattice structure consists in its greater safety in event of a train running off the line, a contingency which has more than once occurred on a tubular bridge without detriment, whereas in event of such an accident occurring on a trellis or lattice bridge, it must infallibly be destroyed. Where the proposed bridge is of the unusual length of 1 1/4 miles, it is obvious that this consideration must have no small weight with the directors, who eventually decided on proceeding with the tubular bridge according to Mr. Stephenson's original design. From the first projection of the Victoria Bridge, the difficulties of executing such a work across a wide river, down which an avalanche of ice rushes to the sea every spring, were pronounced almost insurmountable by those best acquainted with the locality. The ice of 2000 miles of inland lakes and upper rivers, besides their tributaries, is then poured down stream, and in the neighbourhood of Montreal especially, it is often piled up to the height of from 40 to 50 feet, placing the surrounding country under water, and doing severe damage to the massive stone buildings along the noble river front of the city. To resist so prodigious a pressure, it was necessary that the piers of the proposed bridge should be of the most solid and massive description. Their foundations are placed in the solid rock, for none of the artificial methods of obtaining foundations, suggested by some engineers for cheapness' sake, were found practicable in this case. Where the force exercised against the piers was likely to be so great, it was felt that timber icebreakers, timber or cast iron piling, or even rubble work, would have proved but temporary expedients. The two centre piers are 18 feet wide, and the remaining 22 piers 15 feet. To arrest and break the ice, an inclined plane, composed of great blocks of stone, was added to the up-river side of each pier, each block weighing from 7 to 10 tons, and the whole were firmly clamped together with iron rivets. To convey some idea of the immense force which these piers are required to resist, we may briefly describe the breaking up of the ice in March, 1858, while the bridge was under construction. 14 out of the 24 piers were then finished, together with the formidable abutments and approaches to the bridge. The ice in the river began to show signs of weakness on the 29th of March, but it was not until the 31st that a general movement became observable, which continued for an hour, when it suddenly stopped, and the water rose rapidly. On the following day, at noon, a grand movement commenced. The waters rose about 4 feet in 2 minutes, up to a level with many of the Montreal streets. The fields of ice, at the same time, were suddenly elevated to an incredible height, and so overwhelming were they in appearance, that crowds of the townspeople, who had assembled on the quay to watch the progress of the flood, ran for their lives. This movement lasted about 20 minutes, during which the jammed ice destroyed several portions of the quay wall, grinding the hardest blocks to atoms. The embanked approaches to the Victoria Bridge had tremendous forces to resist. In the full channel of the stream, the ice in its passage between the piers was broken up by the force of the blow immediately on its coming in contact with the cutwaters. Sometimes thick sheets of ice were seen to rise up and rear on end against the piers, but by force of the current they were speedily made to roll over into the stream, and in a moment after were out of sight. For the next 2 days the river was still high, until on the 4th of April the waters seemed suddenly to give way, and by the following day the river was flowing clear and smooth as a mill pond, nothing of winter remaining except the masses of bordage ice which were strewn along the shores of the stream. On examination of the piers of the bridge, it was found that they had admirably resisted the tremendous pressure; and though the timber crib work erected to facilitate the placing of floating pontoons to form the dams was found considerably disturbed, and in some places seriously damaged, the piers, with the exception of 1 or 2 heavy stone blocks, which were still unfinished, escaped uninjured. One heavy block of many tons weight was carried to a considerable distance, and must have been torn out of its place by sheer force, as several of the broken fragments were found left in the pier. The works in connection with the Victoria Bridge were begun on the 22nd of July, 1854, when the first stone was laid, and continued uninterruptedly during a period of 5½ years, until the 17th of December, 1859, when the bridge was finished and taken off the contractor's hands. It was formally opened for traffic early in 1860, though Robert Stephenson did not live to see its completion. The tubular system was also applied by the same engineer, in a modified form, in the two bridges across the Nile, near Damietta, in Lower Egypt. That near Benha contains 8 spans or openings of 80 feet each, and 2 centre spans, formed by one of the largest swing bridges ever constructed, the total length of the swing beam being 157 feet, a clear waterway of 60 feet being provided on either side of the centre pier. The only novelty in these bridges consisted in the road being carried upon the tubes instead of within them, their erection being carried out in the usual manner by means of workmen, materials, and plant sent out from England. During the latter years of his life, Mr. Stephenson took considerable interest in public affairs and in scientific investigations. In 1847 he entered the House of Commons as member for Whitby, but he does not seem to have been very devoted to his attendance, and only appeared on divisions when there was a whip of the party to which he belonged. He was a member of the Sanitary and Sewage Commissions, and of the commission which sat on Westminster Bridge. The last occasions on which he addressed the House were on the Suez Canal and the cleansing of the Serpentine. He pronounced the Suez Canal to be an impracticable scheme. "I have surveyed the line," said he. "I have travelled the whole distance on foot, and I declare there is no fall between the two seas. Honourable members talk about a canal. A canal is impossible. The thing would only be a ditch." Besides constructing the railway between Alexandria and Cairo, he was consulted, like his father, by the King of Belgium as to the railways of that country, and he was made a Knight of the Order of Leopold, because of the improvements which he had made in locomotive engines, so much to the advantage of the Belgian system of inland transit. He was consulted by the King of Sweden as to the railway between Christiania and Lake Mielsen, and in consideration of his services was decorated with the Grand Cross of the Order of St. Olaf. He also visited Switzerland, Piedmont, and Denmark, to advise as to the system of railway communication best suited for those countries. At the Paris Exhibition of 1855 the Emperor of France decorated him with the Legion of Honour in consideration of his public services, and at home the University of Oxford made him a Doctor of Civil Laws. In 1855 he was elected President of the Institute of Civil Engineers, which office he held with honour and filled with distinguished ability for 2 years, giving place to his friend Mr. Locke at the end of 1857. Mr. Stephenson was frequently called upon to act as arbitrator between contractors and railway companies, or between one company and another, great value being attached to his opinion on account of his weighty judgment, his great experience, and his upright character; and we believe his decisions were invariably stamped by the qualities of impartiality and justice. He was always ready to lend a helping hand to a friend, and no petty jealousy stood between him and his rivals in the engineering world. The author remembers being with Mr. Stephenson one evening at his house in Gloucester Square, when a note was put into his hand from his friend Brunel, then engaged in his first fruitless efforts to launch the Great Eastern. It was to ask Stephenson to come down to Blackwall early next morning, and give him the benefit of his judgment. Shortly after 6 next morning Stephenson was in Scott Russell's building yard, and he remained there until dusk. About midday, while superintending the launching operations, the baulk of timber on which he stood canted up, and he fell up to his middle in the Thames mud. He was dressed as usual, without greatcoat, though the day was bitter cold, and with only thin boots upon his feet. He was urged to leave the yard and change his dress, or at least dry himself, but with his usual disregard of health, he replied, "Oh, never mind me, I'm quite used to this sort of thing." And he went paddling about in the mud, smoking his cigar until almost dark, when the day's work was brought to an end. The result of this exposure was an attack of inflammation of the lungs, which kept him to his bed for a fortnight. He was habitually careless of his health, and perhaps he indulged in narcotics to a prejudicial extent. Hence he often became hipped and sometimes ill, When Mr. Sopwith accompanied him to Egypt in the Titania in 1856, he succeeded in persuading Mr. Stephenson to limit his indulgence in cigars and stimulants, and the consequence was that by the end of the voyage he felt himself, as he said, quite a new man. Arrived in Marseilles, he telegraphed from thence a message to Great George Street, prescribing certain stringent and salutary rules for observance in the office there on his return. But he was of a facile social disposition, and the old associations proved too strong for him. When he sailed for Norway in the autumn of 1859, though then ailing in health, he looked a man who still had plenty of life in him. By the time he returned, his fatal illness had seized him. He was attacked by congestion of the liver, which first developed itself in jaundice, and then ran into dropsy, of which he died on the 12th of October in the 56th year of his age. He was buried by the side of Telford in Westminster Abbey, amidst the departed great men of his country, and was attended to his resting place by many of the intimate friends of his boyhood and his manhood. Among those who assembled round his grave were some of the greatest men of thought and action in England, who embraced the sad occasion to pay the last mark of their respect to this illustrious son of one of England's greatest working men. It would be out of keeping with the subject thus drawn to a conclusion to pronounce any panegyric on the character and achievements of George and Robert Stephenson. These, for the most part, speak for themselves. Both were emphatically true men, exhibiting in their lives many sterling qualities. No beginning could have been less promising than that of the elder Stephenson. Born in a poor condition, yet rich in spirit, he was from the first compelled to rely upon himself, and every step of advance which he made was conquered by patient labour. Whether working as a brakesman or an engineer, his mind was always full of the work in hand. He gave himself thoroughly up to it. Like the painter, he might say that he had become great by neglecting nothing. Whatever he was engaged upon, he was as careful of the details as if each were itself the whole. He did all thoroughly and honestly. There was no scamping with him. When a workman, he put his brains and labour into his work, and when a master, he put his conscience and character into it. He would have no slop work executed merely for the sake of profit. The materials must be as genuine as the workmanship was skilful. The structures which he designed and executed were distinguished for their thoroughness and solidity. His locomotives were famous for their durability and excellent working qualities. The engines which he sent to the United States in 1832 are still in good condition, and even the engines built by him for the Killingworth colliery, upwards of 30 years ago, are working steadily there to this day. All his work was honest, representing the actual character of the man. He was ready to turn his hand to anything: shoes and clocks, railways and locomotives. He contrived his safety lamp with the object of saving pitmen's lives, and perilled his own life in testing it. Whatever work was nearest him, he turned to and did it. With him, to resolve was to do. Many men knew far more than he, but none were more ready forthwith to apply what he did know to practical purposes. It was while working at Willington as a brakesman that he first learned how best to handle a spade in throwing ballast out of the ship's holds. This casual employment seems to have left upon his mind the strongest impression of what hard work was, and he often used to revert to it, and say to the young men about him, "Ah, ye lads, there's none of you know what work is." Mr. Gooch says he was proud of the dexterity in handling a spade which he had thus acquired, and that he has frequently seen him take the shovel from a labourer in some railway cutting, and show him how to use it more deftly in filling waggons of earth, gravel, or sand. Sir Joshua Walmsley has also informed us that when examining the works of the Orleans and Tours Railway, Mr. Stephenson, seeing a large number of excavators filling and wheeling sand in a cutting at a great waste of time and labour, went up to the men and said he would show them how to fill their barrows in half the time. He showed them the proper position in which to stand, so as to exercise the greatest amount of power with the least expenditure of strength, and he filled the barrow with comparative ease again and again in their presence, to the great delight of the workmen. When passing through his own workshops, he would point out to his men how to save labour, and to get through their work skilfully and with ease. His energy imparted itself to others, quickening and influencing them as strong characters always do, flowing down into theirs and bringing out their best powers. His deportment towards the workmen employed under him was familiar, yet firm and consistent. As he respected their manhood, so did they respect his masterhood. Although he comported himself towards his men as if they occupied very much the same level as himself, he yet possessed that peculiar capacity for governing which enabled him always to preserve among them the strictest discipline, and to secure their cheerful and hearty services. Mr. Ingham, MP for South Shields, on going over to the workshops at Newcastle, was particularly struck with this quality of the master in his bearing towards his men. There was nothing, said he, of undue familiarity in their intercourse, but they spoke to each other as man to man, and nothing seemed to please the master more than to point out illustrations of the ingenuity of his artisans. He took up a rivet and expatiated on the skill with which it had been fashioned by the workman's hand, its perfectness and truth. He was always proud of his workmen and his pupils, and while indifferent and careless as to what might be said of himself, he fired up in a moment if disparagement was thrown upon any one whom he had taught or trained. In manner, George Stephenson was simple, modest, and unassuming, but always manly. He was frank and social in spirit. When a humble workman, he had carefully preserved his sense of self-respect. His companions looked up to him, and his example was worth even more to many of them than books or schools. His devoted love of knowledge made his poverty respectable, and adorned his humble calling. When he rose to a more elevated station, and associated with men of the highest position and influence in Britain, he took his place among them with perfect self-possession. They wondered at the quiet ease and simple dignity of his deportment, and men in the best ranks of life have said of him that he was one of nature's gentlemen. Probably no military chiefs were ever more beloved by their soldiers than were both father and son by the army of men who, under their guidance, worked at labours of profit, made labours of love by their earnest will and purpose. True leaders of men and lords of industry, they were always ready to recognise and encourage talent in those who worked for and with them. Thus it was pleasant at the openings of the Stephenson lines to hear the chief engineers attributing the successful completion of the works to their able assistants, while the assistants, on the other hand, ascribed the glory to their chiefs. Mr. Stephenson, though a thrifty and frugal man, was essentially unsordid. His rugged path in early life made him careful of his resources. He never saved to hoard, but saved for a purpose, such as the maintenance of his parents or the education of his son. In later years he became a prosperous and even a wealthy man, but riches never closed his heart nor stole away the elasticity of his soul. He enjoyed life cheerfully because hopefully. When he entered upon a commercial enterprise, whether for others or for himself, he looked carefully at the ways and means. Unless they would pay, he held back. He would have nothing to do, he declared, with stock-jobbing speculations. His refusal to sell his name to the schemes of the railway mania, his survey of the Spanish lines without remuneration, his offer to postpone his claim for payment from a poor company until their affairs became more prosperous, are instances of the unsordid spirit in which he acted. Another marked feature in Mr. Stephenson's character was his patience. Notwithstanding the strength of his convictions as to the great uses to which the locomotive might be applied, he waited long and patiently for the opportunity of bringing it into notice, and for years after he had completed an efficient engine, he went on quietly devoting himself to the ordinary work of the colliery. He made no noise nor stir about his locomotive, but allowed another to take credit for the experiments on velocity and friction made with it by himself upon the Killingworth railroad. By patient industry and laborious contrivance he was enabled, with the powerful help of his son, to do for the locomotive what James Watt had done for the condensing engine. He found it clumsy and inefficient, and he made it powerful, efficient, and useful. Both have been described as the improvers of their respective engines, but as to all that is admirable in their structure or vast in their utility, they are rather entitled to be described as their inventors. While the invention of Watt increased the power, and at the same time so regulated the action of the steam engine as to make it capable of being applied alike to the hardest work and to the finest manufactures, the intervention of Stephenson gave an effective power to the locomotive, which enabled it to perform the work of teams of the most powerful horses, and to outstrip the speed of the fleetest. Watt's invention exercised a wonderfully quickening influence on every branch of industry, and multiplied 1,000-fold the amount of manufactured productions; and Stephenson's enabled these to be distributed with an economy and despatch such as had never before been thought possible. They have both tended to increase indefinitely the mass of human comforts and enjoyments, and to render them cheap and accessible to all. But Stephenson's invention, by the influence which it is daily exercising upon the civilization of the world, is even more remarkable than that of Watt, and is calculated to have still more important consequences. In this respect it is to be regarded as the grandest application of steam power that has yet been discovered. The locomotive, like the condensing engine, exhibits the realization of various capital but wholly distinct ideas promulgated by many ingenious inventors. Stephenson, like Watt, exhibited a power of selection, combination, and invention of his own, by which, while availing himself of all that had been done before him, and superadding the many skilful contrivances devised by himself, he was at length enabled to bring his engine into a condition of marvellous power and efficiency. He gathered together the scattered threads of ingenuity which already existed, and combined them into one firm and complete fabric of his own. He realised the plans which others had imperfectly formed, and was the first to construct, what so many others had unsuccessfully attempted, the practical and economical working locomotive. Mr. Stephenson's close and accurate observation provided him with a fulness of information on many subjects, which often appeared surprising to those who had devoted to them a special study. On one occasion, the accuracy of his knowledge of birds came out in a curious way at a convivial meeting of railwaymen in London. The engineers and railway directors present knew each other as railwaymen and nothing more. The talk had been all of railways and railway politics. Mr. Stephenson was a great talker on those subjects, and was generally allowed, from the interest of his conversation and the extent of his experience, to take the lead. At length one of the party broke in with, "Come now, Stephenson, we have had nothing but railways. Cannot we have a change, and try if we can talk a little about something else?" "Well," said Mr. Stephenson, "I'll give you a wide range of subjects. What shall it be about?" "Say birds' nests," rejoined the other, who prided himself on his special knowledge of this subject. "Then birds' nests let it be." A long and animated conversation ensued. The bird nesting of his boyhood, the blackbird's nest which his father had held him up in his arms to look at when a child at Wilham, the hedges in which he had found the thrushes and the linnets' nests, the mossy bank where the robin built, the cleft in the branch of the young tree where the chaffinch had reared its dwelling, all rose up clear in his mind's eye, and led him back to the scenes of his boyhood at Callerton and Dewley Burn. The colour and number of the birds' eggs, the period of their incubation, the materials employed by them for the walls and lining of their nests, were described by him so vividly, and illustrated with such graphic anecdotes, that one of the party remarked that if George Stephenson had not been the greatest engineer of his day, he might have been one of the greatest naturalists. His powers of conversation were very great. He was so thoughtful, so original, and so suggestive, there was scarcely a department of science on which he had not formed some novel, and sometimes daring theory. Thus, Mr. Gooch, his pupil, who lived with him when at Liverpool, informs us that when sitting over the fire he would frequently broach his favourite theory of the sun's light and heat being the original source of the light and heat given forth by the burning coal. "It fed the plants on which that coal is made," he would say, "and has been bottled up in the earth ever since, to be given out again now for the use of man." His son Robert once said of him, "My father flashed his bull's eye full upon a subject, and brought it out in its most vivid light in an instant. His strong common sense and his varied experience operating upon a thoughtful mind were his most powerful illuminators." Mr. Stephenson had once a conversation with a watchmaker, whom he astonished by the extent and minuteness of his knowledge as to the parts of a watch. The watchmaker knew him to be an eminent engineer, and asked him how he acquired so extensive a knowledge of a branch of business so much out of his sphere. "It is very easy to be explained," said Mr. Stephenson. "I worked long at watch cleaning myself, and when I was at a loss I was never ashamed to ask for information." Towards the close of his life he frequently went down to Newcastle and visited the scenes of his boyhood. "I have been to Callerton," he said one day to a friend, "and seen the fields in which I used to pull turnips at twopence a day, and many a cold finger I can tell you I had." His hand was open to his former fellow workmen, whom old age had left in poverty. To poor Robert Gray of Newburn, who acted as his bridesmaid on his marriage to Fanny Henderson, he left a pension for life. He would slip a £5 note into the hand of a poor man or a widow in such a way as not to offend their delicacy, but to make them feel as if the obligation were all on his side. When Farmer Patterson, who married a sister of George's first wife, Fanny Henderson, died and left a large young family fatherless, poverty stared them in the face. "But ye ken," said our informant, "George struck in father for them." And perhaps the providential character of the act could not have been more graphically expressed than in these simple words. On his visits to Newcastle he would frequently meet the friends of his early days, occupying very nearly the same station, whilst he had meanwhile risen to almost world-wide fame. But he was no less hearty in his greeting of them than if their relative position had continued the same. Thus, one day, after shaking hands with Mr. Brandling on alighting from his carriage, he proceeded to shake hands with his coachman, Anthony Wigham, a still older friend, though he only sat on the box. Robert Stephenson inherited his father's kindly spirit and benevolent disposition. He almost worshipped his father's memory, and was ever ready to attribute to him the chief merit of his own achievements as an engineer. "It was through his thorough training," we once heard him say, "his example and his character, which made me the man I am." On a more public occasion he said, "It is my great pride to remember that whatever may have been done, and however extensive may have been my own connection with railway development, all I know and all I have done is primarily due to the parent whose memory I cherish and revere." To Mr. Lough, the sculptor, he said that he never had but two loves, one for his father, the other for his wife. Like his father, he was eminently practical, and yet always open to the influence and guidance of correct theory. His main consideration in laying out his lines of railway was what would best answer the intended purpose, or, to use his own words, to secure the maximum of result with the minimum of means. He was pre-eminently a safe man, because cautious, tentative, and experimental, following closely the lines of conduct trodden by his father, and often quoting his maxims. In society, Robert Stephenson was simple, unobtrusive, and modest, but charming and even fascinating in an eminent degree. Sir John Lawrence has said of him that he was, of all others, the man he most delighted to meet in England. He was so manly, yet gentle, and withal so great. While admired and beloved by men of such calibre, he was equally a favourite with women and children. He put himself upon the level of all, and charmed them no less by his inexpressible kindliness of manner than by his simple yet impressive conversation. His great wealth enabled him to perform many generous acts in a right noble and yet modest manner, not letting his right hand know what his left hand did. Of the numerous kindly acts of his which have been made public, we may mention the graceful manner in which he repaid the obligations which both himself and his father owed to the Newcastle Literary and Philosophical Institute, when working together as humble experimenters in their cottage at Killingworth. The Institute was struggling under a debt of £6,200, which seriously impaired its usefulness as an educational agency. Robert Stephenson offered to pay one half of the sum, provided the local supporters of the Institute would raise the remainder, and conditional also on the annual subscription being reduced from 2 guineas to 1, in order that the usefulness of the institution might be extended. The generous offer was accepted, and the debt extinguished. Both father and son were offered knighthood, and both declined it. During the summer of 1847, George Stephenson was invited to offer himself as a candidate for the representation of South Shields in Parliament. But his politics were at best of a very indefined sort. Indeed, his life had been so much occupied with subjects of a practical character, that he had scarcely troubled himself to form any decided opinion on the party political topics of the day, and to stand the cross fire of the electors on the hustings might have been found an even more distressing ordeal than the cross questioning of the barristers in the committees of the House of Commons. "Politics," he used to say, "are all matters of theory. There's no stability in them. They shift about like the sands of the sea, and I should feel quite out of my element among them." He had accordingly the good sense respectfully to decline the honour of contesting the representation of South Shields. We have, however, been informed by Sir Joseph Paxton that, although George Stephenson held no strong opinions on political questions generally, there was one question on which he entertained a decided conviction, and that was the question of free trade. The words used by him on one occasion to Sir Joseph were very strong. "England," said he, "is and must be a shopkeeper, and our docks and harbours are only so many wholesale shops, the doors of which should always be kept wide open." It is curious that his son Robert should have taken precisely the opposite view of this question, and acted throughout with the most rigid party among the protectionists, supporting the navigation laws and opposing free trade. But Robert Stephenson will be judged in after times by his achievements as an engineer, rather than by his acts as a politician, and happily these last were far outweighed in value by the immense practical services which he rendered to trade, commerce, and civilization, through the facilities which the railways constructed by him afforded for free intercommunication between men in all parts of the world. Speaking in the midst of his friends at Newcastle in 1850, he observed, "It seems to me but yesterday that I was engaged as an assistant in laying out the Stockton and Darlington Railway. Since then the Liverpool and Manchester and 100 other great works have sprung into existence. As I look back upon these stupendous undertakings, accomplished in so short a time, it seems as though we had realised in our generation the fabled powers for the magician's wand. Hills have been cut down and valleys filled up, and when these simple expedients have not sufficed, high and magnificent viaducts have been raised. And if mountains stood in the way, tunnels of unexampled magnitude have pierced them through, bearing their triumphant attestation to the indomitable energy of the nation and the unrivalled skill of our artisans." As respects the immense advantages of railways to mankind, there cannot be two opinions. They exhibit, probably, the grandest organisation of capital and labour that the world has yet seen. Although they have unhappily occasioned great loss to many, the loss has been that of individuals, whilst, as a national system, the gain has already been enormous, as tending to multiply and spread abroad the conveniences of life, opening up new fields of industry, bringing nations nearer to each other, and thus promoting the great ends of civilization. The founding of the railway system by George Stephenson and his son must be regarded as one of the most important events, if not the very greatest, in the first half of this 19th century. End of The Lives of the Engineers George and Robert Stephenson, by Samuel Smiles. Read by Andy Minter in Tring, Hertfordshire, June 2010.